This is from Bomberman Land 3. This is from the Bomberman Jetters manga. This is from Bomberman Land Wii. This is from Bombergirl. This is from Bomberman Act 0. And then there's this from Bomberman 94. All of this is official Bomberman material. You may be wondering how I got to this point. Well, I'll tell you. It all started back in 2014. Smash 4 had been announced the previous year, and people all over YouTube were making their predictions and or wishlist videos on which characters they were hoping would make it into the roster. One character in particular really stood out to me.
Here's a no-brainer to start off the list, Bomberman.
Just look at this guy. He looks like a Smash character through and through.
Bomberman already made a few appearances in some Wario games, so he's no stranger to Nintendo.
Bomberman would be a great fit for Smash Bros.
And number 2 on the list is Bomberman.
Number 1, Bomberman.
Here's a character who made his first debut in 1983. He's been around for 30 plus years. There's been many games in the Bomberman franchise. The whole series itself has sold over $10 million in sales. Bomberman himself has appeared in over 70 different games, long history with Nintendo.
This came as a bit of a surprise to me. I had grown up with a few Bomberman games, and while I loved them, I didn't expect Bomberman to be this popular of a character to warrant him being mentioned this much. Upon further contemplation, I wondered if there was anything you could call a Bomberman fandom, discussing things like how the series developed over time and that sort of thing. I had always assumed there must be one, but something didn't add up. Upon searching for Bomberman on, say, YouTube, there really wasn't much to find. Now, today there's a channel called Steamy Jimmy focusing on Bomberman, but this is still 2014 we're talking about here. That channel didn't exist in that form at that time. Sure, there were gameplay videos and perhaps even compilations of footage from all the games or the odd fun fact video, but nothing really discussing Bomberman in any depth. The closest thing to it would have to have been this video here, Bomberman Game History, made by a user named Humphy? Well, as excellent as that video was, it was only a part 1, and the guy never made a part 2. I wonder what happened to him. But things really came to a head when I came across this video. Now, Death Battle is a channel that pits fictional characters against each other to see who would win. Naturally, this involves a discussion of all of the characters' abilities. When they went through Bomberman's abilities for this Bomberman vs. Dig Dug video, it seemed really strange.
The Explosion Expander gives his bombs a power boost, and Bomb Kick and Power Glove let him kick and throw bombs at his own leisure.
They talk about some of Bomberman's abilities, but they don't mention the detonator or remote control, arguably one of Bomberman's strongest abilities. I mean, the power-up is right there in the footage they show, but they don't make any mention of it. They also don't mention line bombs, RC bombs, landmines, freeze bombs, salt bombs, any of the Chara bombs, walk-through walls, walk-through bombs, penetration bombs. Now, don't misunderstand me here. I'm not trying to point the finger at this channel directly. It was just the example that cemented the point for me that seemingly nobody knew anything about Bomberman despite his popularity. Not even channels dedicated to this sort of thing. I mean, how can it be that I had grown up with 3 of the games, that's what, 75 short of having played them all, and yet nobody I could easily find knew much more about the franchise than I did. I wasn't the expert here. I couldn't tell you how the few games I played fit together, like why Dynablaster had this professor character and Bomberman Tournament had this professor character. This line from Bomberman Hero indicates that Bomberman had faced this villain before, but I couldn't attest to that. Also, why was one of the games called Dynablaster instead of Bomberman? That didn't make sense. Now, there was a fan wiki, so I knew I wasn't alone, but still. This is Bomberman we're talking about. Shouldn't there be more? The more I thought about it, the more of a conundrum it became. How could it be that everybody knew Bomberman and yet nobody knew Bomberman? I suppose some of it made sense. Many reviews of Bomberman games at the time argued that Bomberman is really only about the battle mode and that the campaigns are just a waste of time. Yeah, I died a little inside from reading that. Many of those abilities I mentioned didn't appear in the battle mode, so I guess it's understandable not everybody would know about them. I also couldn't tell you at the time whether any of them were recurring series staples or just one-off abilities only appearing in one game. And what was the status of the franchise at the time? Well, the last official release had been Bomberman Live Battlefest on Xbox 360. There were plans for a Bomberman game on 3DS that looked promising, but then Hudson Soft, the company behind Bomberman, had been acquired by Konami and that game was cancelled. Since then, Bomberman had been relegated to mobile games. What a sad fate for a major franchise, I thought. Then again, was Bomberman a major franchise? There are so many games and so many people know about him, but he only ever gets mentioned in passing. Was Bomberman the biggest small franchise or the smallest big franchise? I couldn't let this stand. My goal was set. I was going to do it. I was going to try to play through all of the Bomberman games, go through whatever other things the franchise consists of, figure out what Bomberman was all about, and live to tell the tale. Thus began my Bomberman journey. But before we begin, real quick, super special thank you and shout out to the Bomberman Shrine Place, Bomberpedia, Steamy Jimmy, and the rest of the community that has contributed to the knowledge of Bomberman that we have. I couldn't make this video without all the information they have collected and made available. So, our journey begins with... No, not that one. A lot of people refer to this one as the original, but there were 2 games before that one that we need to talk about. Yes, this is the one. Bakudan Otoko, which translates to Bomb Man, apparently. It was released on all of these consoles and computers here in July of 1983. Wow, these computers are ancient even by my standards. Let's try out the Sharp version and see how it... What the hell am I looking at? Okay, here's the MSX version. What's interesting is that the title in the game is already Bomberman, even though the game's title was Bakudan Otoko. So I guess they decided to have that in English. Meanwhile, we see that our hero here is a guy with a hat and feather and overalls and a Hitler mustache? I couldn't find too many story details on the Japanese version. It might be that you are a man killing balloons, but this is from the old wiki, which is unreliable, and the source to it is a dead link. So really, we're going to have to go off of what the UK release of this game has to say. Yes, this game was released on the MSX and ZX Spectrum, or ZX Spectrum, in PAL regions in 1984. It wasn't released in North America, though. This will become a reoccurring thing, by the way. There are Bomberman games that were Japan exclusive, games that were released in Japan and PAL regions but not North America, games that were released in Japan and North America but not in PAL regions, and games that were released in all 3 regions, and I will be keeping track of all of this. Anyway, the English language release of Bakudan Otoko was retitled Eric and the Floaters. The package tells us that Eric is an archaeologist looking for treasure and fighting evil so-called floaters. Are you kidding me? Are you telling me that Bomberman's name all this time was Eric? When we start the game, we see that a whole lot of things we'd associate with Bomberman are already here. We're in a stage locked to a grid made up of hard blocks that are indestructible and soft blocks that we can bomb away. We're a guy who can place bombs to defeat enemies, but we're also vulnerable to our own bombs. The bombs explode in a cross shape and automatically set off other bombs. And, of course, balloons. Oh, balloons. Across all of Bomberman's adventures, he has faced evil scientists, evil bombers, demons, giant monsters, giant mechs, giant crotch people. We'll get to all of those in good time, but it's interesting to note that perhaps Bomberman's greatest mortal enemies have been here since the start, even before we have Bomberman as a character. Balloons. The first major difference you might notice here to how Bomberman would play later is that we are locked into half steps. There's no fluid movement from one position to another. This alone wouldn't be that remarkable. It's an older game, so we're a bit limited in our positioning, but we're actually less limited in another kind of positioning: bomb placement. That's right, bombs are not locked to be placed in exact positions on the grid. They can be placed in these in-between half steps, meaning that we can blast away half of a soft block if we choose to do so. It's actually a viable strategy here. We can't go through a half-opened block and enemies can't either, but bomb explosions can. So we can attack enemies at this position while staying in safety ourselves. Doesn't always work though. The movement of these balloons is a bit unpredictable, especially when they change color, which changes their behavior. Another thing to note is that we can walk through our own bombs, and so can enemies. So no protecting yourself by placing bombs in an enemy's path like in later games. Bombing blocks will reveal treasure items for extra points and the exit door. But entering it doesn't bring us to the next stage, it brings us to the same stage with a freshly generated layout. Bombing the exit door or a treasure item spawns a bunch of enemies, so that's something to avoid. We get to the next stage by defeating all the balloons, so the door is kind of unnecessary. I guess it's meant only as a panic option if you're cornered and decide it would be best to do the stage over again. You know, I always thought the explosions were cross-shaped because of the grid structure in Bomberman. I thought the hard blocks blocked the parts of the explosion that would have gone diagonally, thus making a cross-shaped explosion. And later games where we were off the grid kept it because of tradition. But no. With these half-step placements, we can see the explosions were cross-shaped from the start, with no explanation given. There is no ending in this game. You play as long as you can until you run out of lives and go for the high score. The first level has 1 balloon, the second 2, the third 3, and the fourth level is a special auto-bomb setting stage that repeats after every 4 stages. Bomb auto-setting stages mean that you can move, but have no control over placing bombs. They are set automatically. This would become one of the negative effects the skull item would give you in the battle mode of later games. One annoying thing to note is that if 2 or more balloons are on top of each other, you can only kill 1 at a time. I guess they're using each other as shields? Oh, and every stage is on a time limit. When you beat a stage, the remaining time gives you extra points, which for the ZX Spectrum version sounds like this. If time runs out, instead of losing a life directly or spawning more enemies, all soft blocks are removed from the stage. Remember, enemies go through bombs, so now there's nothing to stop them from getting you except running and hoping you can hit them. Last thing to talk about would be the death animations. I mean, just look at how morbid they are. Oh, and by the way, the death animation for that sharp version looks like this. Overall, an interesting experience. There is fun to be had with it, but it doesn't really scream first of a long-running best-selling series to me quite yet. Let's see where we go from here. The next game, released in 1984, was 3D Bomberman and was Japan exclusive, releasing on all of these systems. It plays pretty much identically to the previous game, so you could argue it's an enhanced port of the first game if you wanted. The main difference here is that we play in a first-person perspective. This could be really confusing until you get used to it. There is a small top-view map on the right that can help you somewhat, but you can only see objects and the edge of the stage on it, not blocks. So for navigating around the blocks on the stage that you can't see, you'll have to rely on your memory. Half-steps are still a thing here, though bombing through half-bombed blocks doesn't work as well. Since the map doesn't show you the exact position of an enemy to a T, they could always be one step farther back or forward than you think. Auto-bomb setting is gone, so it's just you placing bombs, defeating enemies, and getting to the next stage until you run out of lives. Oh, and the exit doors, or ladders, actually bring you to the next stage this time, though you don't get points for remaining time, so it might be better to bomb it and kill the enemies that spawn if you're going for the high score. Treasure is back too, and this is what it looks like if the treasure and an enemy are on the same spot. Just thought I'd share that. Gosh, the enemies do look kinda creepy here, don't they? Especially when they're right in your face and it says, "You are dead." You don't even need to die from an enemy for that to happen. If you blow yourself up, one will just spawn in front of you for the death screen. The first-person perspective sounds interesting on paper, but honestly I don't think it works that well. I do prefer the first game to this one. And as far as the series goes, that is the last we'll see of this treasure-seeking guy with a hat who may or may not be an archaeologist named Eric. The stage layout, bombs, and even the balloons will stay, but the hero? Well, we'll have to look at the next game to see how that will develop. Now, before we get to the next game, we need to talk about Lode Runner, released back in 1983. Here's the DOS version. The game itself isn't all that important here. What's important are these purple and white dudes that chase you around. Why are these important? Well, Hudson Soft got the license to port the game to the Famicom, or NES, which they did in 1984 in Japan and 1986 in North America. They also gave the game a graphical overhaul, and here's the design they came up with for the enemies in the game. The box art shows them to be pretty generic robots, if you ask me. 1 year later, the decision was made to make a version of Bakudan Otoko for the Famicom, and programmer Shinichi Nakamoto made Bomberman for the Famicom in a legendary 72-hour programming session. Or did he? For a story that often gets shared around as a fun fact, it was surprisingly difficult to verify definitively. Wikipedia sources it from this Kotaku article here. It's worded in such a way where it really is not 100% confirmed here. Do people know where this story is coming from? Well, Bomberpedia sources it from a dev interview in a later guidebook, which does seem more plausible, but said dev interview has no full English translation, so I really can't say for 100% certain. Well, regardless of whether this was finished in 72 hours or not, I'd say Nakamoto did a pretty bang-up job. Oh, and those Lode Runner enemies? Well, here is what Bomberman looks like in the game. They recycled the sprite for him. This game was released in 1985 in Japan and 1987 in North America. This time, Europe got the short end of the stick. It was also later ported back to the MSX. Looking at the box art, we can see that both the Japanese and North American releases had a somewhat edgy-looking robot design, but the instruction manual showed Bomberman like this. If you didn't know who Bomberman was, which of these three designs do you think would win out over the other two? I mean, there was Act Zero, but that's still far in the future from where we are here. Now, the story in the game is the one that is most often brought up as Bomberman's original origin story, at least outside of the community. Sorry to say, but this isn't the first Bomberman game, nor does it really connect to later games, but be that as it may. In this game, Bomberman is a robot who produces bombs for unnamed evil forces in an underground facility, together with other fellow robots. Bomberman hates doing this, but here's a rumor that anyone who reaches the surface can become human. So Bomberman starts his escape, but when they hear of this betrayal, large numbers of the enemy set out to stop him. Are these enemies the same as those fellow robots put to work in the underground facility? And who were these evil forces compelling them to work there in the first place? Is it the Bungling Empire mentioned in Lode Runner? That all remains unanswered, but Bomberman is now on a mission to defeat the enemies, reach the surface, and become human. And he gets his own music now. Movement is fluid now, and if you hold up and right, or any diagonal combination, you do this. Since half steps are gone, bombs are always placed on the nearest panel space. That means no more shenanigans with half-destroyed blocks. Bombs can't be walked through anymore, at least initially. That counts for both you and the enemies, though we can stand on top of a bomb after we place it. This can actually be used to our advantage. If we ever find ourselves cornered with an enemy headed our way, we can place a bomb under our feet so the enemy can't get us. Now, we do have to hope that he goes away before the bomb explodes, so it is risky, but better than just letting the enemy kill you. Speaking of which, enemies. We start with balloons, but as we progress we come across a whole variety of them. Some are faster, and some can even move through walls. And they all have names. There's Ballon, obviously based on balloon, but the English version called it Valcom. Here's O'Neill, or O'Neill. And here we have Parse, or Pass, and they all have death animations for when you blow them up. Meanwhile, Bomberman just explodes. We now also have power-ups to find, one in every stage, and picking it up changes the music. useful for remembering if you've found the power-up panel in that level yet. In the previous games, we consistently had 5 bombs we could place at once, each exploding with a range of 2 panels. Here we start with 1 bomb in 1 range. Man, 1 bomb, 1 range is a sad existence indeed. This is the only time in the game where we're at risk of running out of time, which in this game spawns a bunch of late-game enemies. Good luck if you have to face them without any power-ups. Our power-ups are Fire Up, which increases explosion range, Bomb Up, which increases bomb capacity, the Skate, which make you faster, and a bunch of ability power-ups. Here we have the remote control, which allows you to set your bombs off with the press of a button. What? When you cause a bomb to explode, it's called detonating the bomb. The device that detonates bombs is a detonator. Remote control. What are we, watching TV? This is Bomberman we're talking about. This is serious business! Also, why is it a heart? I mean, I do love the power-up, and I guess Bomberman loves it too. Anyway, the remote control is pretty overpowered, and you lose it and all other ability power-ups if you die once, so use it responsibly. We also have Fire Pass, which makes you immune to your own bombs, Wall Pass, which allows you to walk through bombable walls, Bomb Pass, which allows you to walk through bombs, and the Question Mark, which makes you invincible for a short time. Even comes with its own music. And there are some special power-ups for bonus points if you complete certain conditions, like defeating all the enemies with only 7 bombs, and stuff like that. The game consists of 50 levels, and this time you actually need to use the exit door after defeating all the enemies in a stage. Bombing the exit door or a power-up will again spawn a bunch of enemies, which again might be something you want to do if you're going for the high score, but I wouldn't recommend it if you're just trying to get through the game. And there's very little variety. Only things that change are you getting more power-ups and there being more and different enemies. It is an exercise in patience, especially since Bomberman in general takes some time to learn to play properly. The only thing that mixes things up are the bonus stages after every 5 levels where you are invincible and try to kill as many infinitely respawning enemies that you can until the time runs out. The music here is probably more associated with the later battle modes, but it started out as, well, just the music for the bonus stages. At the end of the game, Bomberman reaches the surface and becomes Lode Runner. Yeah, that's right, no more Bomberman. The English version doesn't say so specifically, but the Japanese version straight up says Lode Runner. In fact, this isn't even really a twist. In the Japanese manual, it specified from the start that this is the backstory for Lode Runner. That's also why I wouldn't really consider this game the definitive origin of Bomberman. Aside from one game we'll get to soon, this isn't ever really referenced in later titles except for the odd "let's do this again for old time's sake" title. And it isn't the first game either. If we're going by seniority, Bomberman is a treasure-seeking archaeologist named Eric. If anything, this game connects to the Lode Runner universe, if there is one. Maybe I should play through all the Lode Runner games and figure out that franchise. On the other hand, I got my hands full with Bomberman. One last thing about this game. There's a move Bomberman can pull off which is arguably one of his strongest moves, and it appears in most of the regular 2D Bomberman games, and hardly ever gets mentioned. All those of you theorizing what Bomberman's moveset would be if he was in Smash, especially what his final Smash should be, pay attention here. When I first figured this out, I thought it was a glitch or exploit, but it's possible to do in many other games. A later character will use it, and it even got a name in a guidebook for a later game. Bakudan Cross Attack. Bakudan meaning the smoke from an explosion. It was also called Fire Pillar Attack in a later manual, though I don't think it ever got a name in English. I've been calling it Bomb Rampage. It comes about as a combination of 2 things. Whenever you're immune to your own bombs, whether that's from Fire Pass, invincibility, being in a bonus stage, or later the vest, you can stand inside a bomb explosion without getting hurt. The second is that a bomb that is hit by a bomb flame will immediately explode. This means that you can stand in a bomb flame and place another bomb in it for it to explode, then place another, and just keep placing bombs continuously, and if done right, the result is this. year 1986 came and went without a Bomberman game, save for the MSX port of the NES game, but I'm only counting original release dates here. 1987 saw the release of Bomber King for the NES, the first game we'll be looking at that was released everywhere, though in the West it was retitled Robo Warrior. Let's have a look and, are you sure this is Bomberman? Looks nothing like him. And though there is a lot of bombing things to progress involved, we mostly fight with this laser here, at least at the start. Why are we looking at this game? It was listed on Hudson Soft's official list of Bomberman games, though only the Japanese release of the game even mentions Hudson Soft. The international release doesn't mention Hudson Soft at all. So, did they make this game or not? There appears to be some confusion here and I can't figure it out. It seems to me Hudson Soft was involved in its publication in Japan and decided to file it under their Bomberman games for some reason, but I can't say for certain. The only other connection it has to Bomberman is with the MSX release, which has a really long death sequence. Getting back on topic, the box art for the MSX version recycled the character from the NES box art. But that's about it. The story has no connection to Bomberman whatsoever, or stories. The Japanese and English stories are quite different. Our character isn't even called Bomberman or anything resembling it. In Japanese, this is Knight, and in English, he's called Zed. I wouldn't really consider this a Bomberman game, but it is listed as such, so it needed to be mentioned here. Moving on. 88 and 89 were 2 years in a row with no new Bomberman games. Don't get used to it though. We are about to hit the 90s. And we start the decade strong in August of 1990 with Bomber Boy for the Game Boy. The second game to be released everywhere, if you count Bomber King as the first. And here we start to get into some name shenanigans. You see, Bomber Boy didn't stay Bomber Boy. In Europe, the game was renamed Dynablaster, and in North America, it was renamed Atomic Punk. As far as I know, there's never been an official statement on why they renamed it, but the consensus on Europe is that it still had a lot of three-letter abbreviations in living memory. You know, IRA, RAF, ETA. So they weren't too keen on selling a game called Bomberman. Makes sense, I guess, but why rename it Atomic Punk in North America? It doesn't exactly make it less violent. Were they trying to make it more violent? Looking at the box art, we see the European box zoomed in on the character because they really liked that character, I guess. Meanwhile, the North American box art has this entirely different character. What was wrong with the original box art? Did they think this would appeal more to the North American audience? Well, whatever. The Japanese manual doesn't have a story for us, but the Japanese guidebook tells us that Kid here is the star of the game, freeing his fellow robots from the humans that captured them and put them into factories. The European version has no story, but the North American story is a real treat. See, this is Atomic Punk. He is the son of Bomberman. They live on a planet called Atomica, which has been invaded by radiation thieves called Nukies, who have captured everyone in the air way and trapped them in factories. So Atomic Punk and Bomberman split up. Atomic Punk will free the people on the surface while Bomberman returns to the underground to defeat the enemies there. Wait, if he returns there, shouldn't he be Lode Runner at this point? I guess he turned back into Bomberman. Or if this is the context of the NES game, why does it say that he returns there? I mean, the story is exclusive to the North American version anyway, so I don't know. We boot the game up and find Game A and Game B, although they were labeled Bomber Boy and Bomberman in the original Japanese version. Game B is a re-release of the NES game, except on the Game Boy, and the stage is a bit smaller, and the Fire Pass item doesn't appear here. And at the end, Bomberman escapes and becomes human again. Wait, escapes? Didn't he decide to go there while Atomic Punk takes care of things on the surface? And for that matter, how is he the father of Atomic Punk? Can robots procreate? He must have fathered him after becoming human, but this game takes place after Atomic Punk was born, so Bomberman must have become human after the NES game, then fathered Atomic Punk, then turned back into a robot, and then this game takes place where he becomes human again. Or the North American story isn't canon. Trust me, there's a lot more confusion where that came from throughout the franchise. But of course, the meat of the game is in Game A. Here we actually have a world map with 8 areas and a shop called My Town in the middle where we can buy and sell power-ups. This girl who runs the shop remains unnamed in all versions, sadly. At first we can only buy bomb-ups, fire-ups, and elixirs that allow us to respawn after taking a hit. But completing levels unlocks power-ups in the shop and you can tackle the levels in any order. So go for whichever power-ups are most important to you. The hardest level, Faria, has no power-ups, so it's meant to be beaten last. The way power-ups work here is that you can choose which ones from your inventory you want to equip for every single stage. Bomb-up, fire-up, and skates are reusable, but all others can only be used once per item slot. So if you equip the remote control and beat the stage, it's gone unless you have another one in the inventory. And if you die, you lose everything you had equipped, even the 3 basic power-ups. And you don't find many power-ups in the stages, so make sure you have a good stockpile of them before equipping all of them and being left with nothing. You get money by beating stages, and each level has its own tile set and its own little twist, except for the shortest one, Haval. Stages in Grad are split into 4 segments, with these caves appearing in the hard blocks that teleport you to the other segments. Stages in Thulia wrap around themselves vertically, and hard blocks can be destroyed if you bomb them twice. Windria has strong winds that push you around. Walther is covered in water, which doesn't do anything as far as I can tell, and Faria has flames for hard blocks that will kill you if you run into them. One difference to note from the other game is that if time is running out, the screen starts flashing and we get this hectic music. Timeout kills you here instead of spawning enemies, but you can equip this timer power-up to make the clock go slower. There's also this rare Game Boy power-up that gives you extra points. Bombing the exit door does nothing in this mode, and instead of a question mark, we get an exclamation point for invincibility, along with different music for it. We face a whole new set of enemies here. These pieces of cardboard here are called Fleepies. There's Spid, which will chase after you and run away from bombs, Rocky, who can disguise as a block, and Bad Bomber. So is Bomber already its own species here? The flames here don't seem to have a name in English, but in Japanese they are called Mora or something like that, I think. It is noteworthy that fire kills fire here. Your own fire, that is. The fires that are hard blocks kill you, but not the fire enemies. Only your fire kills the fire enemies. After each level, we free the people trapped inside, and they call us Kid. Another thing they didn't change from the Japanese original to coincide with the story in the manual. And after the last level, we run away from the collapsing building and are celebrated as a hero. The end. Certainly an interesting spin on the Bomberman formula. But this game is very significant for something I haven't mentioned yet. It's right here in the title screen. Versus Mode. With 2 consoles, 2 cartridges, and a link cable, you can experience the very first Bomberman Battle Mode. There's Panel Mode, which starts you off with no power-ups, so you need to collect them in the stage, and Powerful Mode, which maxes you out from the start. And you can choose 1 to 5 required wins to win the match. Player 1 starts in the top left and Player 2 in the bottom right, and is a darker version of Bomberman just as we'd expect. You could argue this is the first appearance of Black Bomber, although if you are Player 2 the colors are reversed so you always play as the lighter one. Oh, and this music I've been playing? That is not the music for Battle Mode, but for the bonus stages in Game B. What did you think? No, they made an entirely different track for the battle mode here that would never appear again in the franchise. In fact, I think none of the original music in this game ever appears again anywhere else. Too bad. I kinda liked the Faria music. But be that as it may, this is the very first Bomberman Battle Mode music. Our next game is Bomberman. That's right, just Bomberman. Released in December of 1990, just 4 months after Bomber Boy. Originally on the PC Engine, which in case you don't know is not a PC but a video game console. Hudson's very own, in fact. But it was renamed to the TurboGrafx 16 in North America, or TG16, which is way less confusing than PC Engine. This game was also released in North America, though the console never really caught on outside of Japan, so for Europe they ported it to some other systems, thus making it a game that was released everywhere. The box art saw some changes across regions again. The North American box art has whatever this is supposed to be. This music sounds a bit off. Something's not right. There we are. This is what I remember. Dynablaster on DOS. Possibly the very first game I ever played. And yes, this game was renamed Dynablaster in Europe, though it wasn't renamed Atomic Punk in North America. It retained its Bomberman title there. Except the title in Europe is Dynablaster, 2 words, not Dynablaster, 1 word like in the Game Boy game. I wonder if this is ever going to cause a problem. Now, before we get into the story, some things to note. Bomberman canon is something that doesn't exist. Except for some times when it feels like it. That explanation makes sense? No? Well, neither does Bomberman canon. They make these games with all kinds of stories that contradict each other all the time, but there are occasions where an element of one game connects it to one of the previous ones. And these elements only start here in this game. So all that stuff about Bomberman becoming Lode Runner or escaping the Underground Empire or looking for treasure while fighting balloons, that's gone. It might get a nod here or there in later games, but for all intents and purposes, the beginning of Bomberman canon, if it exists, most likely starts with this game, Bomberman for TG16. And that means we need to define some terms here. This is Bomberman. That much is clear, but in these games he is just as often referred to as Chara Bom, usually translated as White Bomber, White Bomberman, or just White. Especially when there are other bombers involved such as Black Bomber, who makes his first official appearance as such here, being more than just a dark recoloring like we saw in the last game. Bombermen can refer to the species of robot as a whole, but usually just bomber, plural bombers, is used. As a rule of thumb, if this guy is the only bomber, or if there are only a few rival bombers in a game, he is referred to as Bomberman. If there are a lot of bombers around and he interacts with them more than a little, this is White Bomber. He did get a few other localizations in some games like Cheerful White and even Ivory in one game, but these are exclusive to the English versions of those games. In Japanese, he is usually either Bomberman or Chara Bom, Bomberman or White Bomber. With that out of the way, let's talk about our story. It all starts with Dr. Mitsumori, a scientist living hundreds of years in the future. He builds White Bomber, the first prototype Bomberman, and he is programmed to be a justice bot. Afterwards, he builds Black Bomber, but a programming bug makes Black rebel against Mitsumori and kidnap his daughter Lisa, and so it's up to White to defeat Black and rescue his creator's daughter. So the question, who is Bomberman and where did he come from, should be easily answered, right? He's a robot built by Dr. Mitsumori. But of course, this was the North American story. The original Japanese story does say that Mitsumori built Black Bomber, his second robot capable of thought, in a future century. The programming error turns him evil and he kidnaps Lisa. White Bomber is not specified as Mitsumori's first robot capable of thought. It doesn't say if he was built for justice, and in fact White Bomber isn't mentioned in the story at all. I mean, we play as him and he's in the intro, so it stands to reason he is the first robot and he's the hero, but it isn't specifically said. This is the kind of confusion we are dealing with when talking about Bomberman. It's the beginning of the canon and we're just looking at one game here and it's already this confusing. For all intents and purposes, let's just say Mitsumori built him. I'm sure nothing later on in the franchise will cast any doubt onto that. We start the campaign and see Black Bomber kidnapping Lisa from the lab and bringing her to his castle. Ever since then, one thing has been on the fandom's mind. What is up with this green dragon? It never appears again. I mean, Black has a bunch of monsters in his following out of nowhere, and even a castle, that I can take. Every game needs regular grunts and such, but what happened to the dragon? That they could have had Black ride it for the final boss fight, or maybe it could have been the second to last boss, but no. The dragon helps Black kidnap Lisa and then never appears again. Not in this game and never again in the entire franchise. Rest in peace, Green Dragon thing. You will be missed. After the intro, we see our quest takes place in 8 different areas, 3 of which are different floors of the castle. And each area has 8 stages, making 64 stages. The stages come in 3 sizes. One that's just the size of the screen, one that scrolls vertically, and one that scrolls horizontally. As per usual, we start with 1 bomb, 1 range, and each stage has only 1 power-up. Though this time, if we defeat all the enemies, the block with the power-up under it will blink for us, making it easier to find. The block with the exit door will not, though, so we still need to look for that. But don't worry, if the very last block you bomb is the one with the exit door, we get a Mitsumori power-up for bonus points. This is significant because we actually get to see his face from the front here. There's also a Lisa power-up for standing on the exit when the time reads 3:33, but there isn't much detail on her face, sadly. This is all we're getting. Our main theme has been extended here. In fact, it's gotten 2 different extensions. There's this one. Oh, that's what that part was supposed to sound like. In the DOS version, it sounded like this. There's also this extension of the main theme. And then there's a track we hear in 2 areas of the castle, which was cut from the DOS version for some reason. And where the DOS version switches between just 2 tracks every stage, the original TG16 version switches between them every area. These changes just baffle me. Also in the DOS version, with the remote control, we can detonate bombs twice. Collecting a power-up doesn't change the music here, but instead we get the power-up music from earlier games when we pick up the fire suit, or vest, which replaces the question mark and fire pass and makes its first appearance here. The invincibility music from the NES game is gone. We don't have that music in the DOS version though, nor can we use Rampage here. Also in the DOS version, if we tap the arrow keys, we can stand walk. We get a few new enemies here, but the existing ones have new names in English. Remember Valcom? Well, that's Barom now. Pass is now Parse with a C. I mean, was it too much effort to look up what they were called in English in the NES game? Ah well. I'm sure they'll settle on English names for reoccurring characters eventually. As hinted at earlier, this game has bosses now. One at the end of every area. These range from giant snakes to grape spawners that... Wait a minute, it pulls the grapes around itself in a formation? This thing teleports around? This thing shoots flames? They didn't do any of that in the DOS version. And with bosses we get our very first Bomberman boss music. Unless you want to count Bomber King. Probably the track they butchered the least in the DOS version. Not much happens throughout the game. There are no bonus stages. We just go through all the levels, beat the bosses until we reach the final stage, and... Red, blue, green, and yellow bombers? Where did they come from? Did Mitsumori build them too? Jumping ahead a bit here, a much later Bomberman guidebook called Bomberman Maniax will refer to these four as fake Bombermen, whatever that is supposed to mean. So I guess they aren't real bombers. That's why they can turn into donuts and... Wait, they shoot flames when they do that? Black Bomber can teleport and shoot fire? We have a separate track for the final boss? None of this was present in the DOS version. So we defeat Black Bomber, he brings Lisa back, and... gonna get your hand out of my eye? There we go. In the DOS version, she doesn't poke your eye. Black is doing a Dr. Wily. You know, this whole thing is kinda similar to Mega Man. Won't be the last time Bomberman copies other popular franchises. And then the credits roll... Wait, what? There's another scene where Lisa comes back to her father and the castle is destroyed? You know what I'm about to say. Let's say it together. That wasn't in the DOS version. It seems Hurricane here is responsible for that version. Shame on you, Hurricane. Our battle mode now goes up to 5 players. Oh, that makes sense now. See, the DOS version only went up to 4 players, but still had green in the top here for the standings. That's a leftover from the TG16 original. Depending on the number of players, we get enemy grunts in the stage, an uncommon sight in battle mode. We also see the introduction of the skull item here, giving you a range of negative effects from always placing bombs, not being able to place bombs, making you slower, and even making you faster sometimes. The effect can be spread to other players by touching them, so everyone can share in the fun. Unlike in the last game, we have a time limit now. If it runs out, everyone dies and it's a draw. This is also the first time the bonus stage music is used for the battle mode, and that theme got an extension too. If we get a game over in the campaign, we get a password that we can enter to start from the stage in the game that we died in, and with a secret password we can enter sound test to listen to all the tracks, including a few that didn't appear in the game but will be used in later games. So where will the franchise go from here? We have a hero, we have Black Bomber as an established villain, a professor character, and even a damsel character. We'll have to see how things develop from here. But before we do that, here is the battle victory music from the DOS version. The year is 1991. Technically the start of the decade, if you want to be a nerd. And our first Bomberman game of the year is Bomberman. Again. Except now it's as an arcade cabinet. Developed by Irem, this game was released in all 3 regions and renamed in North America and Europe again. Europe got Dynablaster, while North America got Atomic Punk. Our story can be understood as a sort of a retelling of the TG16 game. Except we have King Bomber instead of Black Bomber. King Bomber, not Bomber King. And we also have a year in which the game takes place, 2091, exactly 100 years after this was released. Robot contests have become a popular sport, with Bomberman and King Bomber being the best robot team. Until one day, King Bomber attacks humanity because... no explanation is given, and so it's up to Bomberman and Bomberman II
The Squeakquel
to stop him and save the day. There's no world map for us this time. We jump right into the first stage and just sort of launch ourselves to the next stage each time we've beaten all the enemies. What's notable here is that a second player can join the fun, playing as Red Bomber, or Bomberman II, I guess, making for a co-op game. And if you're playing the North American or European version, it actually goes up to 4 players. This game is quite a bit harder than the last one. Often you're spawned right in the middle of the action. Power-ups don't carry over between stages. If you beat a stage, you start the next one with nothing. Accordingly, we find lots of power-ups in every stage instead of just one, and in boss stages they're just lying around from the start. Deaths and game overs don't restart the stage, so if you have enough quarters you can just keep going until you've beaten it. Our death animations have us either tipping over or being covered in soot, depending on whether we were killed by a bomb. There are no new power-ups, and our remote control is actually not a heart here. What? How could they not make the remote control a heart? It does change what bombs look like though, giving them an antenna receiver. A first for the series. The enemies seem to be entirely new, and even include fire-breathing dragons and some evil bombers that can place their own bombs. But the highlight for me has got to be these guys who look kinda like the Game Boy Atomic Punk artwork. Hit them once and they lose their clothes, so then they run around covering themselves. It's kind of adorable. We switch between 2 music tracks, both of which seem to be original to this game. The bosses are sometimes vaguely inspired by the bosses from the TG16 game, but there are also a few unique ones like this star thing that bounces around the stage, and fart cloud? Our final boss is pretty much a copy of the last final boss fight. King Bomber has his 4 bomber minions, albeit with different colors, who can turn into flames and shoot fire, and then King himself will teleport around and shoot flames, while his force shield flickers on and off. At the end, peace is restored and King Bomber and his cronies have to clean up all the debris. The end. Our battle mode supposedly also goes up to 4 players, but the mode doesn't seem to be accessible from the European version here, so let's try it in the Japanese version where we only have 2 human players. The music for the selection screen is this. Here we see blue and yellow bombers are labeled as 3 and 4. It's pretty much what we'd expect from battle mode. The only new addition is computer-controlled opponents for the first time. Our lose screen is noticeable for saying OMG, and the draw screen has this girl here who only appears here and doesn't seem to have a name. Meanwhile, blue bomber is farting? If time is running out in either mode, our music speeds up until we get a game over or draw at the end. Also, tapping the movement input quickly lets us stand walk again. Overall, this game makes for an interesting graphical upgrade from the home console game, even if our story is a bit watered down and best considered a spin-off. The most noteworthy things from this game would be the very first co-op mode and the very first calm opponents for battle mode. But what's next? Will Europe ever decide if it's Dyna Blaster or Dyna Blaster? Will North America decide if they want to rename the franchise to Atomic Punk or not? I mean, geez guys, make a decision and stick with it. Later in '91 we got Bomberman II for NES, released in all regions. As per usual, it was renamed Dyna Blaster in Europe, one word this time, and they left out the 2, so I guess there's some more potential for confusion here. Meanwhile, it retained its original title in North America. Last time, Black Bomber kidnapped a damsel and brought her to his castle. This time he makes a reference to Eric and the Floaters? No, he stole some money and frames White Bomber for it, who ends up in prison and has to escape and prove his innocence. The Japanese story in the manual specifies that White Bomber is a minor for some reason. There's this new $sign power-up for bonus points, but weren't we trying to prove that we didn't steal money? Why are we picking up money here that doesn't belong to us? The music is a pretty laid-back version of that one extension of the main theme from TG16. We switch off between that track and a new rendition of Black Bomber's Castle music. Picking up a power-up changes the music again to the theme from the NES game that was used for invincibility in the TG16 game, though it has a new extension here. There are no bosses at the end of areas, though we get our bonus stages back, together with the music we'd expect, and occasionally another Bomberman will run across the stage. Catch him for an extra life. The enemies are all ones we've seen before, except for this frog thing here that can turn into a bomb. On our journey, we go through prison, to a forest, to a mountain, to the marshes, to a cave, and back to prison again for the final area. This time with new music. I don't think this music ever appeared again anywhere else. And there's some serious potential to run out of time in these later stages, which kills us instantly. What kind of prison even is this? No guards, just enemy grunts who are in Black Bomber's following? I get that they're in the forest to stop White's escape, but in the prison? At the end we catch Black by going around the other side of the screen and he does his apology thing again. The end. Roll credits. Are we going to put Black in prison for the robbery? Did White manage to clear his name? All of that remains unanswered. Also, if this is hundreds of years in the future, why does the city look like it's in the present day? So many questions, but no answers for now. Battle mode is back, though this time we have battle mode and versus mode. Versus mode is for 2 players, the second being Red Bomber for some reason. We start with some power-ups and it's always up to 5 wins. Battle mode goes up to 3 players, we start with 0 power-ups and we can choose how many wins we need to win the match. Why they split this up into 2 separate modes instead of having it adjustable in one mode is beyond anyone's guess. One more game to talk about from '91. It's Bomber King Scenario 2 for Game Boy. That's right, Bomber King got a sequel. Except for the international releases, they renamed it Blaster Master Jr. in Europe and Blaster Master Boy in North America, thus tying it into the entirely unrelated Blaster Master series. Now for this game, we know for certain Hudson didn't make it, and it wasn't on their official list of Bomberman games either, but it's still begged mentioning here. And poor Bomber King. It really is its own thing, but the games keep getting counted towards other series for some reason. Ah well, I'll keep on with Bomberman. There's still a lot of games to get through, so sit tight. For 1992, we'll start the year with a game that isn't a Bomberman game, but he still made a substantial cameo appearance in it. Star Parodier, released for the CD add-on to the PC Engine, sadly Japan exclusive until 2008. Star Parodier is a sort of parody game of Hudson Soft's Star Soldier series, similar to how the Parodius games are parodies of Konami's Gradius games. It was scheduled to be released in North America under the title Fantasy Star Soldier, but it never was, probably because the CD add-on to the TG16 didn't sell very well. This girl, I can't figure out if she has a name, is from planet Parosun, which is being attacked by Mother Brain. No, not that Mother Brain, this Mother Brain, the villain from the last Star Soldier game. She sends a call for help to the Earth Guard Corps' Kagurasaka branch, which is received by none other than Bomberman. Is this Bomberman's voice? I wish I could understand what they're saying. I'm going entirely off of plot summaries here. So Bomberman consults with... Wait, wasn't Black Bomber a bad guy? And the rest of them too? Oh well, I guess they're good guys now. Bomberman decides to save the planet, so he readies 3 ships, our 3 playable characters in the game. There's Pyro Caesar, a take on the Caesar, the ship from the Star Soldier series, and... Wait, why are there 2 white bombers? He also readies a giant mech in the shape of Bomberman. Wait, there are 3 of them now, not counting the mech? And lastly, an anthropomorphic PC Engine console, which is just cute. But why are there 4 white bombers now? Where did they come from? The face on the Bomberman mech turns on like a screen here. Interesting. And so they all set out to defeat Mother Brain. I'll be playing as Bomberman, obviously, but the PC Engine console is pretty cute with how it could shoot cartridges and CDs as weapons. Not much to talk about with this one. It's a pretty straightforward space shooter. I'm sure a lot of these stages reference things from other Hudson IPs. The interesting stage for us is Stage 6, the second half of which is themed after Bomberman TG16, tile sets and enemies and all. What a cute cameo. And the boss of the stage is Black Bomber. Wait, wasn't he just in the intro? He seemed to be aligned with White Bomber. Why are we fighting him here? Did he turn traitor? Also, how did he get so big? Wait, White Bomber here is a mech suit piloted by White Bomber, so if Black here is this size compared to the mech suit, is Black Bomber piloting a mech suit which is piloting another mech suit? I'm overthinking this. The stage end screen has Black crying with White comforting him. Aww. The mini-boss of Stage 8 is... Red Bomber? Did he turn traitor too? Where's his antenna? And he's piloting a mech here with a ball and chain, but same thing as last time. Considering the size of our mech suit, is this another mech piloting a mech? Don't overthink it. There were multiple White Bombers in the intro. Maybe there are multiple Black and Red Bombers. Hey, it's just a cameo appearance. It's not canon. It can't hurt you. Not much else to talk about here. At the end, we defeat Mother Brain and save the universe. Oh look, Black, Blue, Red, and Green have their own mech spaceships. And I gotta say, I do love how the pilot of Pyro Caesar is dressed like Bomberman. It's not a Bomberman game, but it is the first time Bomberman is a space traveler, unless you count Bomber King, and the first time Bomberman is part of a larger justice force instead of just on his own or with a few allies. Okay, back to an actual Bomberman game. This is Bomberman World. Actually, there were two Bomberman Worlds, the second one being a much later game, so this is the first one. It's another arcade cabinet developed by Irem and released in all regions and renamed in all regions. North America got New Atomic Punk Global Quest, and Europe got New Dyna Blaster 2 Words Global Quest. This is the last time we are going to see either of these alternate titles for Bomberman. Sure, games will get different titles, but from here on out it's going to stay Bomberman at least. So to recap, not counting Bomber King Scenario 2, in North America we went from Atomic Punk to Bomberman to Atomic Punk to Bomberman 2 to New Atomic Punk Global Quest. In Europe we went from Dyna Blaster 1 Word to Dyna Blaster 2 Words to Dyna Blaster 1 Word to Dyna Blaster 1 Word to New Dyna Blaster 2 Words Global Quest. Whew. Good to know it's just gonna be Bomberman from here on out. We won't see Atomic Punk or Dyna Blaster ever again. Or will we? I see they still can't make menu music. We start the campaign and we're back in the continuity of the other arcade game, unsurprisingly. King Bomber. 1 word? Last time this was King Bomber 2 words. Is this a different guy? No, it's just a typo. Just roll with it. So King Bomber apparently tried to reform himself but reverted to being a bad guy again, sending his robot armies to take over the world. And he even captured the UN building, so it's up to the Bomberman brothers this time. They still have their number labels. To save the world from the evil takeover. We have an animated world map this time, though it doesn't change the gameplay any. Just shows us where we're going for each area. Whoa, what happened with Bomberman's shoulders? Is he wearing arm floats? The clock power-up is back. This time it freezes enemies for a few seconds. Just like last time, it's a co-op adventure for up to 4 players. And again, like last time, we lose most power-ups each time we start a stage and find multiple power-ups in every stage. Sadly, we don't explode ourselves to every stage like in the last Irem game. We just sort of appear in the next stage every time. Our bomb's death animation is the same, but our other death animation has us spinning in place first now. There's another new power-up, Flame Split. If a long flame of one of our bombs hits an edge, it splits off and extends around the corners. That power-up actually stays with you from stage to stage. Sadly, it doesn't stack with the remote controls, so it's either one or the other. We also have combo power-ups, giving you 3 extra bombs or flames, and super boots that instantly give you the maximum speed. We now switch between 3 different stage themes. Each stage now has a letter to collect, the 5 letters spelling the word bonus. Collecting the letters gives you extra time to look for bonus points in the bonus stage. Man, making roast chicken out of your enemies will never not be satisfying. Most of the enemies are from the last game, but there are some new ones like the chickens in Japan, evil snowmen in Greenland, these giant lipped things here in South America. Oh, they can eat bombs. They still explode after a while, but still, another first for the series. And then there are these skull-wearing dudes. Bomb them once, and hey, it's the armored guys from the last arcade game. They can take an extra hit now. The second hit blasts their cape off and they're left naked again. This time accompanied by an oh no. There's just something adorable about that. Our bosses are all new and include this sunglasses-wearing sun in Africa. And Japan has a green centipede. Our final boss, King Bomber, is piloting a mech. When that's destroyed, he has a rocket launcher, and after that, he uses Baku and cross attack, proving to me that the devs definitely know this attack exists and it isn't just some glitch. So King Bomber, one word again, is defeated. The long and brutal was over. The long and brutal what was over? King's system is repaired, and he will never malfunction again. And apparently he runs a sushi restaurant now. The end. Our battle mode tells us we are in the year 2092, 1 year after the last arcade game, and we're competing to win the World Championship 2. It functions much like it did in the last arcade game. We have AI-controlled opponents again, and 3 different music tracks depending on the rounds. Our win screen has this girl, and our new win streak record-setting screen has us surrounded by bunny girls. The draw screen has Red spitting... What are you spitting, Red? I sincerely hope that's chocolate. And our lose screen tells us, your history, man. My history? What about my history? My history for the past several years has been learning about Bomberman's history, and I intend to go through the rest of it, so I'll be moving on. The year is still 1992, and we got Bomberman 93 for the TG16. So called because it was released in 92. Guess it would make too much sense if it was released in 93. I mean, I guess the North American release was in 93, so there it made sense? No release in Europe, though, until 2006. Thus ending our streak of games being released everywhere. Man, we had a great run, though. Our story involves Black Bomber, referred to as Evil Bomberman here, who, together with 6 of his cronies, steals the 7 vital chips from the Pan-Galactic Mother Supercomputer in the 6 planets of the Magellan Solar System. And so it's up to White Bomber, referred to here as the #1 super detective in the Pan-Galactic Federal Bureau, Bomber Cop, to get them back. Bomber Cop, huh? Did he join the cops that arrested him in the second NES game? So it's the first time we can actually select an area to go to, though we can only select the first one at the start. Each time we start an area, we're given a small description of the boss we'll be facing at the end of it. Planet Quarry? Digger? The manual called these things Planet Aegon Star and Manga. Geez, could you coordinate what's in the manual with what's in the game already? I don't know which of these is more in line with the Japanese original, so I'll just stick with the in-game names. Right up front, I should mention the music here. A lot of these tracks would reoccur once or twice in later games. My favorite has got to be the music for the final planet, Teko. That's right, not Techno, Teko, like the Neopet. How's that crossover for ya? Anyway, we get another extension of Bomberman's main theme here, which never comes back anywhere else, which is too bad. It's probably my favorite extension. I've used it before at the start of this project. Sounds a lot more like mystery music than anything I'd associate with final level music, but I just really like it. We meet old and new enemies as usual. New ones include this evil Pac-Man. Here's an evil bomb that creates a second explosion when you bomb him. Make sure that doesn't happen when he's right next to the exit. A few new big enemies that take 2 hits, these wheels, and generally enemies themed after the worlds we're in, like these Inuit dudes in the ice world. Planet Teko has some giant versions of enemies we've seen before that spawn a few smaller ones when you bomb them. And these robots here can place landmines, another first in the series. 2 of the planets have these 2 pink and purple recolorings of Bomberman as background elements, which could be viewed as the first appearances of Pink Bomber and Purple Bomber. We're back to just 1 power-up per stage, as usual for the non-arcade games, but at least the block with the power-up blinks for us again. No new music when picking it up, no music for the vest, and bonus stages are gone too. We have a bunch of new power-ups though. Line Bomb allows you to lay all of your bombs in a line in front of you. The Heart allows you to survive 1 hit. Slow Shoes, these sandals that make you slower. And probably most significantly, Bomb Kick. So you can actually move your own bombs after placing them for the first time, and you don't have to rely on these big lip dudes from the second arcade game. We're finally back to having a few stage gimmicks like we did in Bomber Boy. Many stages have warp pads that teleport you around. There are floors we can't place bombs on, conveyor belts, and these rotary doors. And we're not strictly tied to the grid anymore. They actually decided to mix things up a bit by having longer stretches of hard blocks and arranging them differently. Our bosses include Digger, who flashes us, this flower monster named Petunia, a fire-breathing pterodactyl named Blast Bat. Hey, any relation to that dragon from TG16? There's this head thing named El Baal with 3 weak points that turn on and off, a concept that would be used occasionally in later games. And the Cockle Twins, 2 giant bubble-spitting crabs. It's not the first time we're fighting crabs, but bubble-spitting crabs? Thus began Bomberman's obsession with bubble-spitting crabs. And Grumpus, a yeti on a flying saucer. Don't worry about blowing them up though, we make friends with them all. After collecting the 6 chips from the 6 planets, we unlock the aforementioned planet Teko, which ends with another match with the 4 fake Bombermen, except they're in bikes and can place landmines. And finally, Black Bomber piloting a mech. After wrecking the mech, we can dance around on him if we feel like it. Don't feel bad about it though, we seemingly make friends with him and even get to play with him and his mech we just destroyed. And thus the mother computer is restored and the credits roll. The end. Battle mode goes up to 5 players again, and for the first time we have different stages to choose from, each with different gimmicks from the campaign. New things include all your power-ups scattering across the stage when you die, and the stage slowly filling up with blocks from the outside in, when time runs out. It doesn't fill the whole stage though, it leaves a small area in the middle, with a timeout resulting in another draw. We can pause the game, showing us this girl, and our windscreen has us being flung around. Well, what a game. Cementing Bomberman as a space traveler and a force for justice, and, spoilers, ending the era of Black Bomber being our main villain. Who's going to replace him? And whatever happened to Mitsumori and Lisa? Yeah, remember them? Well, it turns out they never appeared again in another Bomberman game. But Black Bomber being our main villain did somewhat connect these games. Bomberman II on NES and Bomberman 93 both assumed we knew who Black Bomber was. But the other characters from TG16 are nowhere to be seen. This is what I mean by Bomberman canon only existing when it feels like it. And it only gets more confusing from here. We have reached the year 1993 and... okay, so I lied. There is one other game with Black Bomber as the main villain. It just isn't a Bomberman game. Here is Battle Lode Runner, released exclusively in Japan for the PC Engine. Black, here with a blue body, breaks into the Kagurazaka Research Center. Kagurazaka being a district in Tokyo. Hey wait, in Star Parodier, Bomberman was part of the Kagurasaka Force. Is this a typo on part of the plot summary I used? Well, Black steals all the research funds and escapes in a time machine, and it's up to Lode Runner to chase him across space and time and get all that gold back. Probably much more significant for Lode Runner, but still begged a quick mention here. Here we are, a much more well-known game, Super Bomberman, released for the Super Famicom or Super Nintendo in all regions. The first game to be released in all regions and retain its title everywhere. Hey, that's interesting. The North American box art colored Black and Red's arms and legs white. They were skin colored normally, even in previous North American box art. Now, the Japanese version has an intro cinematic for us to go with the story, which was cut for the international releases because they felt like it, I guess. Bomberman is just living his life in the peaceful town of Peacetown, while far to the north, in Diamond City, the evil ruler Carrot Diamond and scientist Dr. Mook, these are their European names, are modifying bombers to be more aggressive so they can host a Bomberman tournament. Diamond builds a fake Bomberman to go and capture White Bomber because he heard of White's fighting ability. Black here heard of the plan and went to stop the fake Bomberman. Is it because he's friends with White now, or some other reason? Why would he try to help White? Another mystery. But in the process, Black is defeated and he loses his castle. Wait, you're bringing back the fact that Black has a castle now? Are you gonna have continuity or not? Also, that castle was destroyed at the end of TG16, so how is it still standing here? Anyway, Black manages to escape and warns White of the plan to abduct him while the evil robot army invades Peacetown. So now the two must unite and face the threat together. If that story differs from what you may have heard, it's because I am going off of what Deep L gave me for the Japanese story. One would think that Dr. Mook, being the scientist, built this fake Bomberman, but it says Diamond created it. Maybe Diamond ordered Mook to do it and it counts as if he did it? It's also not clear what exactly Carrot Diamond rules over. And going by what I see here, it seems they can only modify existing Bombermen to be more aggressive and build fake ones, not build real ones from scratch. The European story mostly follows this, but the North American story says that Bomberman lives in Diamond City, while Peacetown isn't mentioned at all. Mr. Carrot and Dr. Muck here creates the ultimate battle robot, and then, after that apparently, abduct Black so they can model their robot after him. But Black escapes from captivity and warns all his fellow Bombermen of the plan, so White joins Black on Black's quest to stop them. Yeah, we'll just go with the Japanese story for this one. Also, the community has generally elected to use the European localizations for these guys' names. So it's our first co-op adventure that isn't an arcade game, and the first game where we can play as Black Bomber in the campaign and not just the battle mode. The campaign takes place on this island here in these scattered areas. No selection though, we move to the different areas automatically. The first area even shows Black Bomber's castle standing right there. In line with the arcade games, there are multiple power-ups in each stage, and if we die once, we lose a life at respawn without resetting the stage. Our death animation shows Bomberman's face flickering off as if it was a screen. There are two new power-ups that are notable. First being the Punching Glove, Power Glove, or Bomb Punch. It allows us to punch a bomb we're facing, flinging it a few spaces forward. If it lands on something solid, it will continue to bounce forwards until it reaches an empty space. And if you punch over the edge, it comes back from the other side. So we actually have some verticality here. The other new power-up is Penetration Bombs. Here it makes your bombs red. With it, our flames aren't stopped by the first soft block anymore. They can go through them and hit everything behind them. And in their first appearance here, you can actually have both Penetration Bomb and Remote Bombs at the same time. They don't cancel each other out like they will in most games after this one. I should mention that kicking a bomb into an enemy damages them, which makes the game very easy. Luckily, this is only the case in this game. Stage tile sets change multiple times per area. The last few stages of Area 1 sort of resemble Black Bomber's castle as we saw earlier in the world map. New enemies include these flamethrower tanks, bomb eaters, not the first enemies to eat bombs, but the first to eat bombs and make them disappear. We have chameleons that turn into white and black bombers, a lot less effective at confusing you if you're playing alone. Bombs that detonate themselves without dying. UFOs, and these armored knights that block attacks from the front with their shields. Our music starts out with new renditions of our two main theme extensions we got from TG16. We also got a new rendition of the music from Black Bomber's Castle, except it doesn't play in Black Bomber's Castle, it plays in Area 3. Area 5 is actually a sort of bomber duel boss rush, as we fight against the bombers that Diamond and Mook modified. But let's face it, we want to listen to that boss music, don't we? Is it just me, or is this part of the music taken from the TG16 boss music? As bosses, we have giant robots, a giant clown face whose hurt animation kinda makes me uncomfortable, and a mech piloted by Dr. Mook, upon whose defeat a bunch of bombers show up to celebrate. So if bombers weren't an entire species of robot up to this point, they most certainly are now. The final boss is this mech thing here that shoots bombs at us. Upon its destruction, we face Carrot Diamond and Dr. Mook in a floaty thing that you can't bomb because it's floating above you. Wait a minute. Verticality! That's right, we got our power glove here to punch some bombs up to them. If you don't have one, power-ups do spawn out of nowhere here, so you'll get one eventually. As the building crumbles and everyone escapes, we give the two one more punch to the face for good measure, upon which they do that apologizing thing. The credits show us some inspirational stills from the adventure, I guess. And is this supposed to be the villains in prison at the end? We also see White and Black Bomber riding on top of enemies. Is that a spoiler for what we'll see in a few later games? Battle mode hasn't changed too much, except there are more stage gimmicks and of course the punching glove that allows for some more options, just like the kick did in the last game. Speaking of the kick, we can now press R to stop a kicked bomb where we want to. It doesn't have to slide until it hits something. And a punched bomb that hits someone on the head will stun them momentarily. Line Bomb from 93 isn't present here though, but it'll be back soon, don't worry. As Bomberman games go, this one was fairly short, but I wouldn't say that's a bad thing. It's more densely packed with alternate tile sets and new enemy gimmicks and switches between them more frequently. A good change of pace from the previous games that could get monotonous and really drag on. There was an official guidebook for Super Bomberman, and this is where I have to mention that a lot of games had official guidebooks explaining the story in comic form, and a ton of other Bomberman media has been appearing in magazines, including 4 Comas. Tons and tons of 4 Comas, which are 4-cell comic strips, usually for one small gag, and it would be amazing to go through all of them, but most of them aren't translated, so I'm going to have to stick with just what's available. Just looking through them can be pretty fun, though. We can also look through the Super Bomberman Secret File, which appeared in an unofficial magazine. Ever wonder what the inside of Bomberman's chest looks like? Also, who's this? Is Pink Bomber her own separate character now? In the manga, many pages later, she looks like this. And White Bomber looks pretty ripped, if you ask me. And of course we get a panty shot of her because Japan. Yeah, this isn't official by any measure. I really should be sticking to the more mainline stuff in this project, but I will occasionally mention something of note. For instance, it's in the guidebook for Super Bomberman that we find a developer interview confirming the 72-hour crunch session for Bomberman NES. And it's in this guidebook where Baku and Cross Attack got its name. but again, without a full translation, I can't verify this. We should really move on, so let's briefly talk about a really obscure game called High 10 Bomberman, which was never released to the public. Information on it is rather sketchy, but from what I can gather, it was played at Hudson's Super Caravan events in Japan, and was battle mode only. It was played on a very wide screen. Some people call it the very first game to be played on a widescreen HD TV, though this is disputed. It ran on a system consisting of 2 PC Engine consoles and some other boards, making for up to 10 players. Certainly impressive for the time, but this doesn't change much about Bomberman as a whole. The next game, however, will be quite the doozy. The year is still 1993, and we have Bomberman 94, so called because it was released in 93 in Japan. Kinda like how Bomberman 93 was released in 92, although the North American release was in 93, but I guess that made too much sense. They must have learned their lesson from that one, and when Bomberman 94 was released internationally in 94, they retitled it Mega Bomberman. Okay, the retitle was probably because Bomberman 94 was for the PC Engine, which as we know didn't sell well overseas, so they ported it to the Sega Mega Drive, also known as the Sega Genesis, for the international market. Most notable changes between the versions are the graphics. They're a lot darker here in the first area, and a lot of things are less detailed. And the music, running mostly the same MIDI tracks but with a different sound set. They even came up with 2 different original tracks for the first 2 worlds in the Sega version. But enough of that, you're probably wondering what these adorable little fluffy kangaroo rabbit things are that Bomberman is riding. Well, Yoshis were introduced to Mario in 1990, and Hudson figured Bomberman needed something similar, so here we have Louis, or Ruiz, or... usually Louis in English, so that's what I'll go with. Much like Yoshis, and Bombermen for that matter, Louis, plural Louis, can refer to the species as a whole, or to one specific one if that's the only Louis that appears in that game, usually the green one. But name shenanigans aside, they function as a sort of item. Like Yoshis, you find them in eggs. Collect one and you can ride around on it. Each colored Louis has its own special ability you can use while riding it. The green one can dash, blue can kick bombs, much like the Bomb Punch did in Super Bomberman. That power-up doesn't appear here. Yellow can kick soft blocks around, purple can jump over them, and pink can... dance. Oh, and they can take a hit for you, functioning much like a heart. Our story involves an entirely new villain and his robot army invading Planet Bomber. This is the first time we have Planet Bomber instead of Earth, though it still looks like Earth. Maybe after pretty much the entire population was bombers, they decided to rename the planet? Anyway, Planet Bomber is protected by 5 spirits, but the bad guy shattered the spirit pictures, the source of the 5 spirits' power, thus splitting the planet into 5 pizza slices. So it's up to Bomberman to restore the spirit pictures and put the planet back together again. Wow, the music is pretty upbeat for such an apocalyptic event. You know, the North American and PAL versions further specified that animals on the planet were brainwashed into joining the invaders. Is there maybe a way to save these little bunnies here? I guess not. It can't be helped. Oh well, better blow them to pieces. Our goal here isn't to defeat all the enemies, but to destroy these nodes here so we can collect the picture piece. Oh, that means the bunnies didn't have to die? Oh well, too late now. Levels are much longer and more elaborate. They have implied higher and lower planes, bridges, and some levels consist of multiple rooms. We can actually go back to previous areas and levels we've already completed. Though once we've collected the final piece of the picture, we're forced into the boss fight. The first one being this monkey and a giant monster banana. Upon defeat, the monkey does this. After beating the first area, we see the villain punching the other 4 bombers, leaving them injured. So why are there 4 more bombers here? Was it originally a team of 5 that split up to the different areas, but then 4 of them got beat, so White had to restore the areas they were going to save? The story only mentions White bombers, so what is up with these other 4? That odd scene was removed from Mega Bomberman. The second world introduces us to minecarts and these volcanoes that shoot falling rocks occasionally. The boss has different music than the others, and it's unique to him for some reason. We then find ourselves in the underwater world. Man, how could there be so many cans here? Has pollution gotten this bad? Our boss is a bubble-spitting crab. Just one, though. But when we beat him, it reveals another bubble-spitting crab. And here we are in a spooky house. This is the first time we see some light gimmicks where we can only see what's close by. Also these birds with giant eyeballs, and it all amounts to this bat dude. World 5 is an ice world where we get cheered on by penguins, and they shoot rockets at us. Thanks a lot. Also, we find a bunch of igloos we can hide bombs under, causing the tops of them to get flung. Wonder if that will be a returning gimmick. And here is a random ice princess lady. And with that, we've restored the spirit pictures and can put the pizza slices back together. But there's still that villain to deal with, isn't there? So we board his ship for one last really long level with steam blowing blocks that can stun you and these one-way gear setups that fling you in one direction. Also these skull blocks that explode like bombs. The music for this level is actually a reoccurring theme in Bomberman that first appears here. And finally, we face this fuzzy guy. I've been putting off talking about him and mentioning his name for long enough. This is the first appearance of the #1 reoccurring villain of the Bomberman franchise. He would see a few different designs, but would mostly look like this. I think he looks like a blue Lorax. Blorax? But no, his name is not Blorax, his name is... It's complicated. At least in English. In Japanese, it's pretty simple. Bagura. The first part, Baku, is actually a loan word from English. Bug, as in computer bug. As such, this name isn't unique to him. There's a Digimon called Baguramon, localized as Bagramon in English. Now, let's face it, Bagura doesn't make much sense in English, so you might want to modify it or change it entirely to, I don't know, Dr. Evilface or something. I'm not entirely against changing names to something that makes more sense in that language, but they didn't go this route here. So, if you were an English localization team tasked with writing Bagura in English, would you localize it as Bagula, Buglier, Buglar, Bugler? Bugler, by the way, is a word in English. It means a person who plays the bugle, like this guy.
Not that one.
Bugler with 2 G's, Buglar with 2 G's, Burglar, Bagular, Bagalard, Boogaloo, Boogerbra, or all of the above. If you chose all of the above, well then you'd be wrong because I made up those last 3 ones, but all of these other ones have been used as localizations for this guy's name. I mean, geez guys, I get there might be different teams for different games, but this is just overkill. What am I supposed to call this guy now? Apparently the most consistent, or least inconsistent, one of these is Bugler with 2 G's, but I think I'm just gonna stick to Bagura even if it doesn't make much sense in English. or occasionally use any of the other ones, just know that they all refer to the same character and this is just a localization flub. I memean, come on, let's try and be consistent here. This is Bomberman after all. Oh, wait. Okay, with all that out of the way, we can see that Baku, as he's called in this particular localization, has an antenna ball. First he floats around with laser shooting things. After that he boards this dragon mech thing. Hey, I wrecked your mech. What now, Bagura? Oh, a bomb? Okay, now we can see the antenna a lot better. Is he also a Bomberman? Seeing how he explodes and smokes when we beat him, he might very well be at least partially a robot. Normally, Bomberman just flies away, but if we beat the final boss while still riding a Louie, we get this scene. I'm really not sure why he stays behind. He isn't needed there. Bagura's ship blows up just fine without him, and it looked like there was room for him in the ship, so why is he staying here? Perhaps we'll never know. As Bagura is thrown out of the ship and the other bombers on the planet celebrate, our credits roll, with enemies, Louis, and bosses dancing in the background. Even Bagura gets to join. The end. Multiplayer has seen a change. We can now choose different characters that appear in each of the player colors. The localized names are Bomber Lady, who is in fact our first official female bomber, Kamikaze Bomber, Grandpa Bomber, Big Bomber, Tiny Bomber, Bookworm, Bomb Saver, and Construction Bomber. As the Sega Genesis only goes up to 4 players, we only got 4 players in Mega Bomberman as opposed to 5 in Bomberman 94. We can also put players in 2 different teams for the first time. Of course, we have a bunch of stage gimmicks from the campaign in the battle stages, and Louis can appear. There's a strategy that's been around since the heart item appeared. If you know you can survive a hit and your opponent can't, you can go for a suicide attack that's more sure to hit them while you just take that hit and survive. Here, this is also possible with a Louie, so even the sacrificing of the mount from Mario's Yoshi carries over here. The different characters don't function differently when played, but as AI opponents, they will use different strategies, being more aggressive or more defensive, but I wouldn't know that. The only acceptable way to play this is with all 5 big bombers. I mean, just look at this. It's beautiful. This should be a send this to your crush without context video. And that just about covers 94 and thus the year 1993. We now have our Louis, Planet Bomber, and our main reoccurring villain. But we still have the bulk of the 90s to get through. We have reached 1994 and we have a huge fan favorite, Super Bomberman II, released on the Super Nintendo in all regions. The Japanese box prominently features Gold Bomber, who first appears here, though he's only a multiplayer gimmick. Our story introduces us to an evil team of bombers. Now, there will be quite a few teams of bombers throughout the franchise, most of them only appearing once or twice, but this first one would reoccur quite often, and make a lot of cameos. They are called the 5 Bad Bombers. Yeah, that's what they're called in English here. Now, in a much later game, they would be given the name 5 Dastardly Bombers in English, which apparently isn't as close of a translation as Bad Bombers, but Dastardly just sticks in your mind more, so they have become more commonly referred to as the Dastardly Bombers, so that's what I'll be going with here, even if they're not called that yet. The 5 Dastardly Bombers, or the Dastardlies. So, the Dastardlies are built by an alien who wants to conquer all of space, or multiple aliens if you're reading the English manual, and are sent out to capture the original prototype Bomberman. So, where White Bomber being the first one in the TG16 game was only implied at best in the original Japanese story, here it is confirmed even in the Japanese original. So, the Dastardlies managed to capture him, and now our hero has to fight through their base and escape. The English manual further specifies that he is captured from Earth, even though we already had Planet Bomber in the last game. But I mean, Super 2 here is more of a sequel to Super 1 than to 94, which was on a different console, so maybe this is taking place in different continuities? From what I can tell, the Japanese manual doesn't mention any planet, but I could be wrong here. One more thing to note is that the Dastardlies are referred to as cyborgs here, not as robots. The nerdy technical difference is that a cyborg is usually a human or humanoid that has been mechanically altered. Sort of a half-living creature, half-robot. So did this mystery alien use human test subjects to make them? We'll get back to that one much later. The first thing we notice is that we have no co-op mode like in Super 1. I mean, 94 didn't have one either, but that one had an excuse because it was on a different console, but this is a sequel to Super 1, so it really has no excuse for not having a co-op mode. It doesn't fit the story, but they could have, I don't know, said the Dastardlies captured both white and black instead of just white, and there we go, an excuse for black to be there for player 2. But no, white's gonna have to do this one alone. The second thing we notice is that the music is entirely new, and not just the sound font. This game, from what I can tell, recycles 0 melodies from earlier Bomberman games. A bit of an odd choice, but I do like the music in this game. Our death animation has us sitting down and crying? This is why I make mention of death animations. They keep changing. He explodes most of the time, but I am pointing out when something else happens. In our game over screen, whoa, weren't your eyes vertical just a second ago? If we don't continue, his face flickers off again. Another hint that it might be a screen. We start in Magnet Bomber's base where we see a bunch of magnet-themed gimmicks, like, well, magnets, and magnet enemies. We also see red spots on the floor that strengthen the flame range of bombs placed on them to the max. The stages themselves are much more elaborate with winding paths, and the exit door is a part of the stage now instead of spawning randomly. Much like 94, we have switches to bomb to open the door, but we do still have to kill all the enemies too. After 6 stages, we face Magnet Bomber, who has, what else? Magnet bombs. After the duel, he boards his mech, which looks a lot like the one Dr. Mook had back in Super 1. And that's music. So Magnet's part of the base is destroyed, and we move on to Golem Bomber's base, where we find the red penetration bomb power-up. Despite the power-up showing us a red bomb like in Super 1, penetration bombs now have spikes on them, making them a bit more distinct. We also have blocks that we can push into holes by bombing them, opening new paths. Some blocks can't be moved until we bomb a switch that activates them. If you liked having combined remote penetration bombs in Super 1, I have bad news for you. Penetration bombs and remote bombs now cancel each other out. You can only have one from now on. Oh, and be careful not to put a bomb in front of the furnaces. So we face Golem Bomber, and hey, he can throw bombs? Oh looky, it's a blue glove power-up. This allows us to pick up bombs we're standing on, carry them around, and throw them. Much like the punching glove from Super 1, but useful in different situations. Golem's mech has 4... cannons, shooting flames that explode on impact and damage not only you, but also him. Thank you for doing my job for me, Golem. Pretty Bomber's base section has trampolines that can really throw you off if you don't know what you're doing. I swear. This part right here is the death of me. These enemies are invincible until you bomb a switch. These enemies ride around in shells or sometimes tanks. Blow them out and you can ride them instead. Wow, Bomberman in a tank is so adorable. These level exit switches can be turned on and off if you bomb them multiple times, and the exit only opens if they're all on at the same time. So you actually need to plan out how you're going to bomb them, adding a bit of a puzzle element to the game. And this stage has submarines and fireworks. Why fireworks? Who cares? It's fun. And so we face Pretty Bomber, with her heart bombs that chase you around. Despite being part of a team of 5, she will actually make quite a lot of cameo appearances throughout the franchise on her own, and is in fact the leading female Bomberman character despite not being the first. You know, a lot of these evil bomber teams are mostly dudes with just one girl. Smurfette principle much? Pretty Bomber's mech is a giant sun. Hey, didn't we already face a sun in Bomberman World Arcade? What's the deal with all these suns we have to fight?
You know the only one to blame would be my enemy, the sun.
Hey, at least they don't appear as much as the bubble-spitting crabs. After that sun battle, we move on to Brain Bomber's base, where we have enemies that create soft blocks and moving platforms to get around. Brain Bomber's gimmick is that he has a remote control, but he's so slow and his bombs have just one range, so at this point in the game we can just run circles around him. The official guidebook to Super 2 says that Brain here is the inventor of the remote control. So did he invent it before the events of TD16? The remote control was already present there, even though White and Black were the only bombers at that point. Did his original human form invent it before he was turned into a bomber cyborg? I'm thinking too hard about this. Brain's mech is a giant Bomberman that places giant bombs. Upon its defeat, Brain disappears, leaving only his cloak behind. And here we have the final part, Plasma Bomber's base. Whoa, it's dark in here. Better turn on the lights. Some of the floors will crumble and become impassable if you walk over them. There are these hurt blocks that damage you if you walk into them, and in later levels they are invisible until you're right next to them, which can get really frustrating. But with this music, I really can't complain. This gives me Diddy Kong Racing vibes. Plasma Bomber doesn't really have a gimmick, he just has a throwing glove and really strong bombs. Then he boards his mech, a giant skull thing that lunges forward at you. Hey Plasma, I wrecked your mech, so what now? Oh sure, we can be friends. Oh. Whoops, I think you forgot about something in your mech. It is... the Wise One from Golden Sun? No, the official guidebook refers to this thing as G-Ganzu, and it is the alien that created the Dastardlies. Much like Carrot, Diamond, and Dr. Book, it floats around above the reach of your bombs, but hey, that's what the new throwing glove is for. And so the Dastardly's base is destroyed, the credits roll, and White Bomber falls back down to the planet to his friends. The end. Multiplayer has seen a few changes, most notably if you win one match, you get to play as Gold Bomber in the next match. There are in fact 15 different palettes to choose from if you can find out how to unlock them, which I can't. But this does mark the first time for a lot of these colors that they are playable Bombermen. And you get to play roulette for a power-up that you get to start with when the next match starts, giving the winner an extra advantage. Whether this is fair is up for debate. We also see the Jelly Bomb power-up here, causing your bombs to bounce back and forth when kicked and hop all over the place when thrown. And we have the Power Bomb, which gives your first bomb, and only your first bomb, maximum flame range. If nothing else, it can replace Jelly Bombs if you picked one up and are trying to get rid of it. Just like for the rest of this game, the music is entirely new, and we have a few different tracks for battle mode. Man, when you listen to that music, you just think, someone should put lyrics to that and make a music video out of it. That was what you were thinking, right? Yes, this is official. It's from a bit later, but I just had to make mention of it here. One last thing to talk about would be the comic from the official guidebook. I can't find a full translation, but wow, what a face. Wait, does this mean Jesus is canon to the Bomberman universe? No, they're just adding in random English profanity. Wouldn't be the first time they did this. Bomberpedia has some summaries of the story. Here it is specified that Bomberman is captured from Earth. And here, Plasma states that he and White Bomber have the same creator. Wait, does that mean Mitsumori built them? Or that G Ganzu built White Bomber? Or that Mitsumori turned into G Ganzu? This is so confusing! I should just move on. Well, that's Super Bomberman 2. Sometimes seen as one of the best Bomberman games, though that's arguably because it's the last of the Super Bomberman series to be released everywhere. I really love the campaign mode and the music, but the lack of co-op kinda sucks. Most notably though, we now have our most reoccurring evil team of bombers and our lead female character, Pretty Bomber. Let's see where we go from here. Next game is High-10 Chara Bom. Just like High-10 Bomberman before it, this was exclusively playable at that year's Hudson Caravan event. Compared to High-10, Chara has more playable characters, including some other Hudson characters like Bonk and Mylon. And we have Pretty Bomber, except she isn't wearing her headpiece, so we can see that she is in fact a brunette. Well, that's because in many commercials, promo videos and the like, actress Haruka Sawaguchi was put in the role and helmetless Pretty Bomber was modeled after her. And from what I can tell, that song based on the battle music from Super 2, Mr. BB, was produced in the context of High-10 Chara Bom, complete with live concerts and apparently a CD release? Info is a bit sketchy on it, so I should move on to the next actual game. It's been a while since we had a game on the Game Boy. Last one was Bomber Boy, or Bomber King Scenario 2, if you count that. But here we have Bomberman GB, not to be confused with Bomberman GB that was actually Bomberman GB 2. These are two different games. And then there's Bomberman GB 3, which is entirely... Okay, I should clarify just what the GB trilogy is here. So, in Japan in 1994, we saw the release of Bomberman GB. Simple enough. Now, when it came time for the international release, they made some changes. Those being that they added a few Wario sprites and retitled it Wario Blast featuring Bomberman, and sold it as a Wario game. Hudson Soft was Nintendo's first licensed third-party developer, so they always had a close relationship to make a crossover game like this possible. But do not be fooled by the marketing here. Despite the game's title, this is a Bomberman game with Wario tacked on, not the other way around. Jumping ahead a bit to clarify the trilogy, Japan eventually got Bomberman GB 2, and when that one was released internationally, they thought calling it GB 2 would be too confusing since outside of Japan there was no GB 1, that was Wario Blast, so they retitled GB 2 to just GB. As is so often the case, the attempt to make things less confusing just made things more confusing. Now, if you say Bomberman GB, you have to clarify whether you mean the Japanese GB, which became Wario Blast, or the international GB, which was actually GB 2. And then there's GB 3, which when it was released well, it wasn't. It was Japan exclusive, cause of course it was. With that out of the way, let's talk about Bomberman GB/Wario Blast, released on the Game Boy in all regions as mentioned earlier. The game does have a multiplayer battle mode, but only if you're playing on the Super Game Boy, with stages and power-ups themed after the campaign, but let's have a look at our story. Japanese GB actually has an intro sequence for us. One day, Bomberman was riding his motorcycle, the Moto Bomber, when all of a sudden, Black Bomber and his gang attack him and steal all his power-ups. So it's time to challenge them and get all those power-ups back. Wait, wasn't Black Bomber established as a good guy by now? Meanwhile, in Wario Blast, there's no intro sequence, but the manual says Wario found an extra-dimensional portal leading to Bomberman's universe. So Wario goes in to look for treasure and to see if he can recruit the Mad Bombers into his following. They resist, and he has to fight them. We can also play as Bomberman in Wario Blast, but there's no specified story for his mode. Putting together Wario's story with what we see here, we can sort of assume Bomberman's universe is being invaded by a bunch of dark Warios we need to fight. The game mainly consists of bomber battles. We fight against one opponent in multiple rounds, power-ups reset after a round, and the best 2 out of 3 rounds win. And winning twice skips the third round. Then we have 2 opponents, best 2 out of 3, 3 opponents, best 2 out of 3, then the 3 enemies merge into a boss for a boss fight, after which, for the first 5 bosses, we receive a permanent power-up that we always start with from now on, and we're back to fighting dark enemies. Rinse, repeat for 8 worlds. Japanese GB has us playing as White Bomberman fighting 1, 2, 3 Black Bombers. And if we're playing Wario Blast, Wario has to fight against the Mad Bombers, which are just the Black Bomber sprites, while Bomberman has to fight against unnamed entities, who we'll just call Dark Warios. The gameplay is exactly the same, no matter which of these 3 options we're playing. It's just the sprites that get mixed around a little. Most of the stage gimmicks are things we've already seen before. Warp pads, arrows that redirect kicked bombs. There are some stages where bomb fuses are shorter and they explode a lot faster, so be careful in those. And in this stage we have paralyzing gas blowing out of some of the panels from time to time. Our boss reward power-ups are the kick, with kickstop included, a dash, which makes you faster while holding B, tackle, which allows you to dash into enemies to stun them, making the game way too easy, line bombs, which aren't very useful here, and the aforementioned Moto Bomber motorcycle, which allows us to jump over hard blocks. Now, Wario's more well-known motorcycle is called the Wario Bike and is canonically built by Dr. Krygor from Wario's own universe, the much later WarioWare series. But Wario Blast does mark the first time we see Wario on a motorcycle. It just isn't his own. As mentioned, they tacked Wario onto a standalone Bomberman game, Japanese Bomberman GB, and since Bomberman had a motorcycle in it, they had to make a sprite of Wario riding it as well for Wario Blast, so the concept didn't even come about because they wanted a bike for Wario. It just sort of happened as a consequence of the crossover. Now that I think about it, the WarioWare games took place in Diamond City, and Super Bomberman 1 took place in Diamond City. Did Wario stay in Bomberman's universe and the WarioWare games have been taking place in Bomberman's universe all this time? I have no idea. Our music is pretty dang solid for the Game Boy. Our bosses, the fusions of whatever enemies we're fighting, are a teacup monster, a top, a bear floating with balloons who is way too hard to hit, a monster flower, no specified relation to Petunia from 93, this dude in the lightning cloud, a 2-legged spider thing, an armored knight, and the final boss, referred to in Japanese as Death Bomber, with 3 phases. We keep blowing off parts of them until he's just ahead. And then we have victory, I guess. The credits roll as Bomberman rides through the desert to the left, even if we played as Wario. And then, in GB, Bomberman gets chased by, I guess, Black Bomber, and then he chases him back, and that just keeps repeating forever. Meanwhile, in Wario Blast, Bomberman gets chased by Wario on a motorbike, then Bomberman chases him back, and that repeats forever. So, did White Bomber manage to bring Black to justice in the end in GB? Did Wario get any treasure and recruit the Mad Bombers like he wanted to? Did Bomberman get rid of the Dark Warios? All of that shall remain a mystery. In December of 1994, we see the release of a very significant spin-off game, Panic Bomber, released exclusively in Japan for the PC Engine CD add-on. The story tells us that Bomberman is just chilling out here on Nogisusu Star in a distant corner of the galaxy when all of a sudden, the Devil King Bagura appears. Now, this would technically mean it's Bagura's second appearance, but I mean, just look at him. Are we sure this is the same character? Did Bagura shave? It's only the second time the name Bagura appears and we already have confusion here. And it doesn't even stem from name shenanigans. Anyway, this Bagura boards the floating castle in the sky and sends his underlings to destroy the star. And he's doing this to get revenge on Bomberman. Not because Bomberman foiled his plans in a previous game or anything, but because Bomberman is living peacefully on this star. Yeah, that is the reason he wants revenge. Or technically, first his underlings start destroying the star, then to get revenge for Bomberman living peacefully on it, Bagura boards the floating castle. Seems like an odd order of events, but I'll go with it. We start the game and there's a tutorial for us that I can't read, but a later one had one in English. Panic Bomber is very similar to Puyo Puyo. These bomber heads fall down in groups of 3. If you align 3 of the same color, they disappear, and it makes a bomb appear. If you create a whole chain of combos of aligning bomber heads, you get a whole bunch of bombs. And occasionally a red bomb will fall from the top. Use this to detonate your bombs to send garbage tiles to your opponent. The more bombs, the more garbage tiles. You win when your opponent's screen is filled up to the top so they can't put the next piece in. Your bombs start with very low range, but the range increases as you progress through the round. Garbage tiles can be bombed away pretty easily with just one row of bombs, giving you a lot of leeway once you have enough flame range. And to top it all off, when your yellow bar fills up, you get a giant bomb that gets rid of all tiles within range and sends all the more garbage tiles to your opponent. So a good strategy is to build up a bunch of tiles in a U shape to hit as many as possible with the giant bomb. Now, if only I was actually good at this game, I'd be able to set that up consistently. But luckily, if you lose a match in the campaign, it only resets your score. You can try the same opponent over and over again, so I can keep trying and eventually get through. There is a multiplayer mode for up to 5 players with a remix of our battle mode music. There's even a challenge mode with goals like getting a bunch of combos, but let's just start the campaign. It's a pretty detailed world map, but we can't move freely on it. It just walks us to every opponent one after another. It's been a while since we faced these regular enemies, balloons and the like. We start from... wait, is that Mitsumori's lab? His lab appears here, but Mitsumori himself is still nowhere to be seen? We get so many hits to the TG16 game throughout these games, but we still don't know what Mitsumori has been up to. Are you gonna have connectivity across games or not, Bomberman? Oh well. A lot of these opponents have really good remixes of Bomberman music. Even a remix of Bagura's spaceship music from '94. But the original tracks are pretty good too. After facing all the generic enemies, we reach the floating castle and fight against Bagura. So, is this the Bagura from '94 or not? He has the same music as the last boss phase from '94. His voice isn't what I'd imagined it to be, though. Speaking of voice, is this the first time Bomberman has a voice, barring that odd occurrence in Star Parodier? Be that as it may, we keep fighting Bagura until... She knew? She knew what? What did she know? And who are we talking about? Well, whatever. We beat Bagura and... Oh, looks like there are a few more rounds. Black Bomber, what are you doing here? You were supposed to be a good guy. I mean, I guess you were evil in Japanese GB, but... forget it. I want to know how Golem Bomber and Pretty Bomber made it here. Did they survive their ship exploding? What happened to the rest of the Dastardlies? There is no dialogue in this game aside from some laughs and gasps for when you win or lose. All we have to go on is that story. Oh well. Golem Bomber has a really solid remix of the Dastardly Bomber's machine music from Super 2. So we beat Golem, then Black, then Pretty, and then our final boss, this guy. Yeah, there's no name for him anywhere, so let's just call him the Panic Professor for now. After a lot of retries, I finally beat him, and Bomberman reaches this machine. I guess Bagura's underlings were trying to destroy the planet, so was this the machine that was gonna do that? Anyway, Bomberman makes the machine self-destruct, the floating castle explodes, and we're left with this end screen. That's a to be continued in the bottom corner there, by the way. I've tried beating the game on hard mode, there is no different ending. We never did find out what that machine was doing, so who was that professor? Was he the mastermind behind Bagura? You know, I have a theory. I think I know what's going on. I know what he was doing. He was emulating old Bomberman games on his PC. What a monster. I mean, who does that? Hey, did you pay for those ROMs? Get yourself a cartridge, you filthy emulating pirate! Moving on, Panic Bomber was ported to arcade cabinets in the Neo Geo. This one was released everywhere though, so should I count it as a separate game? It's watered down compared to the PC Engine one. There's no world map and there are only 9 rounds. 7 of them are generic enemies and then it's Black Bomber and that other Bagura again. No story, no real dialogue, but we do have credits. White Bomber is voiced by Kazuko Sugiyama. And Panic Bomber was ported to a bunch of Japan-exclusive home computer systems that are hard to come by, but here's the FM Towns version. It's even more watered down than the Neo Geo version. Still 9 rounds, but much fewer music tracks, and what, purple? What did they do to you, shaved Bagura? Nah, I ain't done yet with Panic Bomber. In March of 1995, we have Super Bomberman Panic Bomber W. The W probably standing for World. It was released for the Super Nintendo exclusively in Japan. Ah, we have a story again, and dialogue. And the Shrine Place has translations for everything, so we might actually be able to tell what's going on. So Bomberman has just defeated the 5 Dastardly Bombers, yes, this game makes direct reference to Super 2, and decides to take a beach vacation when suddenly the Bombermen from 5 countries, also known as the World Bombers, go on a rampage. What exactly this rampage looks like isn't specified, but after defeating the first one, it turns out they were brainwashed and or mind-controlled, so it's up to Bomberman to bring the World Bombers back to their senses and find out who's behind all of this. We see that this game takes place on Earth, and yes, this is also referenced directly, still no sign of Planet Bomber from '94. Our first level is Jamaica, where we face 2 generic enemies, and then the World Bomber of Jamaica, Rasta Bomber, or Terror Bomber, I guess. The boss fights work a bit differently here. There are random special effects, such as turning all your garbage blocks into bombs, reversing your controls, making all your bomber heads disappear, freezing your controls for a time, and a whole bunch more. So even if you kinda suck at this like me, you can just keep going until RNG gives you a victory. Rasta Bomber points us to the England. Yeah, cause this is the flag of England. I'm sure everyone in the UK is perfectly fine with this. As per the rhythm of this game, we face 2 generic enemies, one of which threatens us with England attack. And Pass here says he's been waiting 100 years to fight us. Wait, 100 years? I mean, it's been a while since we met him back in '93, but he was in the other Panic Bomber games, so is all that 100 years ago? Nah, if I'm gonna get frustrated about something, it'll be one of the backgrounds here. The Loch Ness Monster. Cause you know, Loch Ness is in England. The boss of England/UK is Metal Bomber, who has a really nice jam. We then go to the US and fight some Hey, why'd the music stop? Wait, we just got interrupted by Pretty Bomber, who wants to avenge her friends. Does that include Golem? He was alive in the other Panic Bomber. Ugh, I need to stop trying to connect these games and just enjoy the music. Pretty concedes but isn't going to give up, and we can move to eventually face Bomb Gunman. After him, we go to Kenya to fight Animal Bomber. Wait, how come Rasta was black but this guy isn't? And why is the only African character so far an animal? I'm just gonna move on. We reach our 5th area, Japan, where we have another interruption boss, Shadow Bomber. We beat him so hard it knocks his face off, revealing it was Black Bomber all along. He isn't evil though, he just wanted to join the fun and wishes us well on our quest. How nice of him. At last, we face the World Bomber of Japan, Karaoke Bomber. He tells us the villain that's been controlling them ran away to space. So off we go to space and face Shaven Bagura again. Yeah, I'm just gonna call him that now. Now, there's a chance those interruption bosses don't appear in the campaign, in which case the game ends after Bagura. But if we did fight them, we have the true final boss, Space Bomber, who says he's going to take the Earth, followed by Itadakimasu. So he wants to eat the Earth? What does that have to do with the World Bombers? And what does that have to do with Shaven Bagura mind-controlling them? And yes, Bagura says he was the one mind-controlling them, so where did this guy come from? Were Bagura and Space Bomber in cahoots? Neither of them even mentions the other. We just fight one and then the other. No connection given. And this is just within one game. Ah well, so we fight Space Bomber and... what are you groping at? Keep your hands to yourself. After a long and arduous battle, he gives up and leaves. So peace is restored. Bomberman and the World Bombers stand in the sunset and the credits roll. The end. The only substantial addition to multiplayer is the option to have the random effects from the boss fights. Altogether, this is probably my favorite of the Panics. It didn't have as many cool music remixes as the PC Engine game, but the original tracks are neat. There is still more Panic Bomber to come, don't worry, but for now, we're going to get some more traditional Bomberman games next. April of 1995. We're halfway through the 90s, but don't worry, the second half has much more than the first. Super Bomberman 3. Before we talk about the game though, I should mention this commercial for the game. Recognize her? Remember how Pretty Bomber without her helmet was played by Haruka Sawaguchi? Well, I don't know when exactly it happened, but evidently by the time they were making commercials for Super Bomberman 3, they swapped actresses for her. She is now played by Chiyomi Takahashi. They also gave her a redesign. She now dresses like a cowgirl and is named Honey. Now, helmetless Pretty Bomber was always called Honey.
どうだハニーちゃんの歌えりミスタービビって歌だろもうあれハニーちゃんが歌ってんのか
プリティボンバーハニーちゃんだよ
ハニー
But the name is much more associated with this new design. Pretty Bomber was often seen with Plasma Bomber chasing Bomberman around, but now she is mostly seen with her new companion, a samurai named Kotetsu, and they sort of became Hudson's unofficial mascots. Here's a song from a bit later promoting Hudson's Caravan event of 1995.
アラームアラームパニックモードの嫌な一日始まったお姉ちゃんのんびりバスルームなの早くお願い遅刻なの部屋ケアネルケアメイクアップにブレ
You may also notice they changed her hair color to black and shortened it a bit, though in these commercials she still has longer brown hair. The exact timeline is really tricky to get straight, so don't quote me on anything. But is this still the same character as helmetless Pretty Bomber? In October of '95, one of the many non-canon mangas said Honey was a middle school student who was captured by Bagura and turned into Pretty Bomber. This comic, by the way, isn't the one from October of '95. It is a 4-coma from 1996 saying that Plasma Bomber brainwashed her into becoming Pretty Bomber. So, are they the same character? Well, the answer is sort of and sort of not, depending on what Hudson feels like at the moment. This is Bomberman we're talking about here. You should be used to this by now. As for Kotetsu, well, nobody really cares about him. These two are now often seen together chasing Bomberman around. Okay, that tangent out of the way, let's go back to April of '95 and finally talk about Super Bomberman 3. Released for the Super Nintendo in Japan and later in Europe, but not in North America. I admit I'm surprised how many of the older games were released everywhere now that I'm finally charting all of this. But here's another one that an entire region missed out on. The story is that in the last episode, Bomberman had defeated the 5 Dastardly Bombers. Oh, now you're making a direct reference to a previous game again, just when we thought they gave up on continuity. But the new villain appears, called Professor Bugler / Buglar, just 20 words later, / Bagura. But wait, he isn't new. He was already there in Bomberman '94. I guess he's new to the Super Nintendo, if indeed these are separate timelines. Also, either his beard grew back really quickly or Shaven Bagura was a different character after all. And Bagura is the creator of the 5 bad bombers here. What? Super 2 said they were created by an alien / aliens, later revealed to be G Ganzu, the floating eyeball thing. This is from the European manual, but the Japanese manual also states Bagura is the creator of the Dastardlies. So at the same time as going out of their way to create some continuity from an earlier game, they also go out of their way to retcon something from it. Throw G Ganzu in the cell with all the other one-off villains we never saw again. But that's just Bomberman for ya. Anyway, Bagura salvages the Dastardlies from the wreck of the ship from Super 2. I guess that in-between stuff with Golem and Pretty and the Panic Bomber games doesn't exist anymore. And he repairs them. Yes, Plasma Bomber is green now. And together they invade the Bomber Nebula, which consists of 5 planets, each of them having the mother computer of the United Planet Federation. Wait, if each planet has one, wouldn't it be a mother computer, or maybe a part of it? The computers helped keep the peace throughout the nebula, but our villains steal the computer chips that ran them and take over the planets. Thus, the Federation calls upon Bomberman to fight the villains, retrieve the computer chips, and restore peace and order to the Bomber Nebula. Of course, none of this is to be confused with the plot to Bomberman '93, where evil Bomberman and his 6 followers steal the 7 vital computer chips to the Pan-Galactic Mother supercomputer in the Magellan solar system, and the Pan-Galactic Federal Bureau calls upon Bomber Cop to restore the chips and save the day. Even has the same music. Phew, that was a mouthful. But now we can say that this is a sequel to Super 2. We boot up the game and the Louis are back. Yay! And co-op mode is back. Haven't seen that since Super 1. The art style is quite different than it was in Super 2. You know, this is way more like Bomberman '94, what with the art style, the 5 worlds followed by Bagura's spaceship, the presence of Bagura and the Louis, and the structure of the levels with bombing nodes to collect a piece of the computer chip in the bubble, being able to select beaten levels, the room with the restored computer chip turning into the boss room. Is this a port of '94 that they decided to also make into a sequel to Super Bomberman 2? The Dastardlies really feel tacked on here. Remember that Magnet Bomber had, you know, a magnet gimmick going on? None of that is here. He's the boss of the jungle forest world, and instead of fighting him, he boards a mech that has nothing to do with him. It's a pretty generic Japanese cultural reference. Well, they had to shoehorn in the Dastardlies somehow. The music for our first 2 worlds are remixes of the extensions of our main theme from the TT16 game. And of course, these stage gimmicks are from '94. The Louis abilities are switched around a bit though. Pink doesn't dance anymore, it jumps. Purple used to do that, but there's no purple here. Green still dashes, blue still kicks bombs into the air, yellow still kicks soft blocks, and the new brown Louis can use line bomb. So that's a Louis ability now instead of a power-up. Much like how Blue's ability kinda replaced the boxing glove. Speaking of power-ups, the penetration bomb got a new icon on the power-up reflecting what the bombs look like now. Golem's mech is very similar to the second boss in 94, and that boss music? That's one of the unused tracks from the TG16 game from 1990. Took them 5 years to use that again. The music for World 3 is from Bomberman 93. World 4 is a desert planet, less like the spooky world from 94 and more like Planet Wither from 93. Even has its music. World 5 is an ice planet, but again uses the Ice World music from 93, and that story was really similar, so Super 3 is sort of a sequel to Super 2, and sort of a port of 94, and sort of a remake of 93. Yeah, that sounds about right. Pretty's mech is a water turtle thing, Brain's mech is 2 cacti, and Plasma's mech is an ice princess, kinda like in 94. These bosses really don't seem like they were designed as mechs. I swear, they just tack the dastardlies on here to sort of zoom into them and then escape when they're defeated. Come to think of it, that co-op mode is technically from Super 1. Should I add that to the chart? With all 5 planets' computer chips restored, Bagura's spaceship shows up, so let's go in there and finish the job. These robots that shoot bullets and these nodes with electricity between them actually make for a decent challenge. We don't have Bagura's spaceship music from 94 here, but instead a pretty cool remix of the power-up music from the NES game. After a very long level, we face Bagura in a bomber duel. We can see that he uses those annoying jelly rubber bombs that bounce all over the place, and he stands in a protective purple cube when he feels like it. And he floats around, cause walking is for losers. After that, he summons the Dastardlies for a final phase against a giant combined mech. That music? That's the other unused track from the TG16 game. Wow, both of them. I could add that to the chart, I guess. Here, the Dastardly's gimmicks finally factor into something. The mech uses lasers from Plasma, the heart bombs from Pretty, missiles for Brain, and shoots magnet-shaped hands, all of which indicated above Bagura's head. After enough hits, Bagura is defeated and Bomberman escapes the exploding ship. But something flies away from Bagura. Thumbs up for a job well done. Bomberman returns to that space station and celebrates with the World Bombers. We'll get to them soon. The credits roll, and at the end, oh dear, a brain in a jar. That must be what flew out of Bagura. He ain't finished yet, is he? The end. Concerning those World Bombers, let's talk about multiplayer. It has different selectable characters in all the colors, sort of an amalgamation of the characters from 94 and the World Bombers from Panic Bomber W. My, this chart is getting crowded. The only one who carried over from Panic Bomber W is Metal Bomber, though he much more resembles Kamikaze Bomber from 94 now, what with the sunglasses. And of course, England with UK flag, everyone's favorite. Pretty Bomber is a World Bomber now, hailing from French, corrected to France in the European version. Despite her music and Panic W being more of a Spanish flamenco. Remember how Kenya was located in Africa in Panic W? Well, it's now in Brazil apparently, and written with an I, corrected to a Y in the European version again. The character from Kenya is Bomber Uho. Next please. Good old America is represented with not Bomb Gunman, but Bomber Kid, because who knows. Remember the Jamaican guy, Rasta Bomber? Well, the design was repurposed into Mexican Bomber. Not anything associated with Mexico, just Mexican Bomber. That's like if Bomber Kid was American Bomber. Meanwhile, his belt says USA. Hey, every country that isn't Japan is the exact same, right? Then we have Bomber Cossack from Russia, Bomber Chun from China, and looks like there's someone from Japan. Last time Karaoke Bomber represented Japan, but he's gone, so who do we have for Japan? Maybe like a Samurai Bomber or something? Nope. just regular Bomberman. As far as actual gameplay goes, this battle mode allows the option of Bad Bomber, which would later be renamed to Revenge Bomber. Now, if you die, you can still throw bombs into the stage. You can't get back in though, so it's really just for petty revenge. And if you win, there's an optional soccer minigame so you can aim for a power-up to start with. Gold Bomber is present if you win a match, but only if you enter a password. Speaking of which, here's Pretty Bomber. Put in a password and she'll take her helmet off. Yep, still brown hair. Honey exists at this point, but not entirely yet, sort of, maybe, depending on how you look at it. This is Bomberman after all. Overall, I do miss the art style Super 2 had going on, but if this style is more your thing, hey, more power to you. One last thing to mention. All those enemies, those are copied from Hudson's earlier Neotopia games, so... yeah, that seems about right. Now this next thing, the release date is a bit iffy. It is an anime short called This, which translates to Thanks for the Courage, Bomberman, I Will Hear. This is sometimes referred to as the Bomberman OVA, or Original Video Animation, though that name is a bit misleading. See, it isn't so much a Bomberman video as it is an earthquake safety video with some Bomberman shenanigans thrown in there for the kids. Which earthquake? Why, the Great Hanshin earthquake, of course, which occurred in mid-January of 1995 and killed many thousands of people and destroyed lots of buildings in southern Japan, in and around the city of Kobe. The disaster caused a push for more earthquake safety awareness, and as such, even Bomberman had a take on it. When exactly this video was released in theaters is really iffy, though. All the Japanese sites seem to say it was in 1996, but none of them provide a source for it or a more exact date. The copyright in the video itself and the posters, meanwhile, is for 1995, and the Shrine Place lists April 13th, 1995 as the release date. From what I can tell, nobody has made subtitles for this short, but the Shrine Place has a plot summary and it isn't too difficult to figure out what's going on. The short stars a girl named Riko Watanabe, living with her little sister and parents in Kobe. Her parents are deaf, and they communicate with actual Japanese sign language here. This is all based on the real-life experiences of the actual Riko Watanabe, who survived the Great Hanshin earthquake together with her deaf parents. She made front-page news back in the day for her courage in volunteering in the shelters and raising awareness for people with hearing disabilities, which she does to this day. She's also a singer and songwriter and runs her own blog, so go check that out if you want. Anyway, in this short, Riko likes to draw Bomberman. Cut to some Bomberman shenanigans. Pretty Bomber gives White Bomber a present, which turns out to be a bomb. Big surprise. Then Bomber Chun blows him up with a power bomb. Thanks a lot, old man. Now we're in a game show hosted by Black Bomber. What is this image? Our contestants are Pretty, Bagura, Louie, and White Bomber, who thinks it's his face, but nope. It's a power socket, silly. Metal Bomber is the camera guy, I guess? But it's late now, so Riko goes to bed. During the night, the earthquake happens and her parents are injured and the phone is out. But they manage to find their way to a shelter where her parents' hearing disability causes a misunderstanding. They can't understand what this angry guy is saying, and he's about to beat them up when Riko rushes in and explains that they are deaf, resolving the situation. He even comes back later with a written apology letter. The little sister isn't buying it, but he gives her some snacks, and it's all good. Cameo of series creator Shinichi Nakamoto. Riko starts helping out at the shelter, gives this old lady some hot tea. This is so wholesome. The kids in the shelter start getting rowdy, so Riko shares her self-drawn Bomberman comics with them. Cuts to Bomberman fighting with those two cacti who were a boss in Super 3. Then an earthquake happens and Bomberman is buried in the rubble. The cacti laugh at him, but then they get angrily stared at by the 5 dastardly bombers. Wait, in the game they were a mech piloted by brain bombers, so how are they acting on their own here? Anyway, the cacti feel bad about laughing at Bomberman's predicament, and Bagura says... Oh, that's his voice now? So the cacti help Bomberman out of there and carry him to safety. A bunch of the world bombers put out a fire and, hey, remember Mexican bombers built that said USA? Here they corrected it to UMS, United Mexican States. Black Bomber and Louie carry Bomber Chun around in a stretcher and we cut back to the real world. Eventually, Riko leaves the shelter and tells her class all about her experiences. Even the mom comes to class and why is this so heartwarming? Finally, Bomberman gives us some earthquake safety tips. Always keep an emergency pack, attach cupboards to the walls, turn off electronic devices, help out the elderly and the injured, wear a helmet, and don't forget to play Bomberman. I can't make jokes about this. This is so wholesome. You know, in Bomberman, we blow people up. Evil scientists want to take over the universe and escape as a brain in a jar, but they all put their differences aside to help each other out here. I just can't. May of 1995, and a Bomberman info book is published called Bomberman Maniax. It has some tips and tricks and explanations for a whole bunch of the Bomberman games. It's also where the 4 colored bombers in TG16 are called fake Bombermen. What's interesting here is the interview with the developers concerning Super Bomberman 3, for which there actually is a translation on the Shrine site. They talk about bringing mechanics from the PC Engine games to the Super Nintendo because the install base for the PC Engine was small, and sort of fusing everything together in Super 3. Yeah, we know all about that. The interviewer asks some in-universe questions, like where do the bombs come from? Apparently that gets asked all the time, along with what's Bomberman's antenna for, and is he a human? That's an odd one to me. So far, nothing has really contradicted him being a robot. Either way, the devs say they will never reveal where the bombs come from. That's the difference between Mario and Bomberman. Mario has an established universe. In Bomberman, nothing is set in stone. Okay, so Mario is an example of an established universe? Not an example I would have gone with, but okay. Then the devs say it's fun to see how different people imagine Bomberman to be and making up their own mind. I kinda like that. And only a child can answer with authority what his antenna is for. Who knows, it could be a solar panel that powers him. And who created him? Why, Mitsumori. Nope! We have a new backstory that never got fleshed out. Apparently, this otherwise unspecified Bomber Mother created him. Or something like that, the word isn't that specific. And his form is modeled after her son. So, kinda like Astro Boy? Meanwhile, Bomber Mother has a younger brother, Bomberman's uncle, who is none other than Bagura. Interesting thing for them to be related. Yeah, it seems this was a scrapped storyline for Super 3, so nothing to go by, but still interesting. The interview then goes into mechanics they have planned for future games. It's an interesting read. But what's this about Bomberman having no canon? Then why does it sometimes connect? You know what I say to that? If nothing is canon, then everything is. June of 95, and I should talk about the Club Nintendo comics. Club Nintendo was officially publishing magazines featuring Nintendo characters. In June of 95, Wario's Christmas Tale was published in Germany, and there is a fan translation for it. So this is a take on A Christmas Carol. Wario is Scrooge and Bomberman is our Bob Cratchit, but he isn't a Nintendo character. Wario and Bomberman cross over yet again. Bomberman works for Wario's bomb shop, gives this, I think, Kremlin customer a marzipan bomb of all things. Wario treats him poorly while sitting around watching TV. Here he scolds Bomberman for asking to have Christmas Day off and then fires him. As the story goes, Wario is visited by the ghost of the past, Toad, then the ghost of the present, Link. He looks a lot like CDI Link here. Black Bomber is sad he doesn't have any money to buy presents. But who is saying this other thing here? Is it Black or someone behind the tree? What exactly is the relationship here? Is Black supposed to be Tiny Tim? Wario is visited by the ghost of the future, amends his ways, rehires Bomberman, yay, and celebrates Christmas. Cute little comic and another Wario Bomberman crossover. Alrighty, it is July of 95 and we have another Panic Bomber, released in Japan and North America but not in Europe, mainly because it was on the Virtual Boy, Nintendo's early attempt at a virtual reality headset. Long story short, this Nintendo console was a huge failure and so was never released in Europe. In fact, across both regions, only 22 official games were ever made for it, which makes it all the more amazing Bomberman had a game on it. How many non-Nintendo characters can say they had a game on Virtual Boy? Let's boot up the game, and yes, my footage is purple, just go with it. This adventure takes place on Evermist Island. It is said anyone who collects the 3 medals on the island will have a chance to obtain the golden statue of Bomberman. So Bomberman sets out to get the golden statue. It's pretty much what we're used to for the Panic Bomber games. The title up top says we go through some ruins, the forest, a desert, and then a castle. For the first 3 areas, we always fight 2 generic enemies and then a boss. The enemies have new localized names here, and they went way out of hand on the name changes. Drifty? What, was Valcom or Balam too complicated? And here is Pass. Try and guess what they called him in English. Come on, try and guess. You'll never guess it. Cecil the Tiger. I am not making this up. Our bosses are known as the Midnight Bombers, and they also fell victim to localization changes. Zack here is actually Bomber Wolf in Japanese, Parts is supposed to be Monster Bomber, Rahtut is actually Bomber Mummy, Count Dracu Boom is Bompire. I say this because they had one other appearance later in English where their names were closer to the Japanese original names. If you get a chain of 4 combos, this character here, Machine Bomber, will show up. Clear your screen and send some garbage tiles to your opponent. The other games also had animations for long chain combos, but this one involves a new character, so I'm mentioning it here. Our music is what we'd expect. A mix of remixes of the most common Bomberman tunes and some Panic Bomber tunes, with a few originals. It's a short game. The first 3 bosses award us with medals. After getting the 3, we go to the castle to fight Bompire. So Bompire turns into a bat and then back again to give us the statue. Look at it in all its 3D glory that this recording doesn't recreate from the original console. But wait, that was on very easy. Fine, I'll do it on hard. So after going through everything again, I beat Bompire and... Ms. Flashy. She wants the statue for herself. Okay, true final boss, here we go. This music isn't unique to her, but I associate it much more with her because it took me over a half hour of trying over and over again before I finally beat her. She's sad, but then we both sit together and watch fireworks and the credits. The end. A multiplayer mode was planned for this game, but the connection cable for the Virtual Boy was never released, so it's inaccessible. This music track is in the game's files, though. Overall, definitely less interesting than Panic Bomber for PCE or Panic Bomber W, but a game on Virtual Boy is certainly an achievement in my book. August of '95, and we have another proper Bomberman game. Bomberman GB 2. Now remember, GB 2 was renamed GB in the international market, so don't confuse it with the original GB that became Wario Blast. Unlike for GB/Wario Blast, there are no major differences between the versions except the title, so I'm just going to be referring to this one as GB2 to avoid confusion. Okay, GB2 was released for the Game Boy in all regions. For one of the first times, they didn't change the box art. We'll get to the guy in the middle, but Bomberman with a gun is certainly an interesting sight. Also, I think Blanca's holding that sword the wrong way around, but I'm down with Black Bomber carrying a sword. So this guy with a hat is referred to in English as Bomberman, but in Japanese this is a different character, Indie Bomber. Apparently there have been multiple generations of Bombermen, and this one can be seen as a grandfather to our White Bomber. Indie is from a time when Bombermen were a bit inferior and were produced for exploration purposes. Indie will always see a missing through to the end. You don't think our Bomberman learned that from someone? Okay, so now we have Bomberman before the time of White Bomber, the first prototype Bomberman. Wonder how that works. And not only is Indie a grandfather in quotation marks to Bomberman, but Bomberman also got his determined spirit from him? So they canonically met? Or it's a very meta reference to Eric the Archaeologist as the precursor to Bomberman. Even that can't really be said for sure. So Indie is in the jungle looking for the legendary treasure, the Ring of Wishes, said to be able to grant every wish. Then a pit opens and he falls in and the adventure begins. Let's explore the dungeon and find the treasure. Like GB, GB2 has a multiplayer battle mode if you're playing on a Super Game Boy. Our 4 players are Indy, White, Black, and Pretty, and again we have the power-ups from the campaign. Depending on the stage, we start with different power-ups. Not much else to say about this mode except to showcase our new battle mode music. We start the campaign and we see that we no longer have to fight bomber battles like in Wario Blast. We're back to more traditional gameplay, but with a twist. Each and every world has a special condition to beat it, and you can always choose between 2, usually the second one being harder. In the first world, the castle, either the challenge is a time limit or you have to kill each enemy in the correct order indicated by this arrow. In World 4, the pyramid has unbeatable enemies until you bomb all the crystals. In the harder version, there are fake crystals that bring poison gas into the mix. World 5, the desert has these tongue things that move you around when you step on them, and it always moves all of them on the stage. So there's an extra layer of challenge to keep things interesting. After each of the first 5 worlds, we receive a permanent power-up just like in Wario Blast. Instead of a kick, we get a whip, completing the Indy reference. It even comes with its own whip stop. Then we have Dash, Tackle, Line Bomb, and Moto Bomber, as was the case in Wario Blast, but this time the Moto Bomber doesn't just jump over hard blocks. It also serves as an extra hit you can take, just like a heart. If you pause the game, Indy will dream of Pretty Bomber. But Indy was Bomberman's grandfather. Our bosses are themed after the whole exploring ancient ruins aesthetic. A mummy, a brick thing, a frog in a pot that shoots frogs in pots, I guess, a mask thing. Again, the music here is really solid. Someone should do an organ cover of that one. After trekking through the castle, swamp, ruins, pyramid, desert, cave, and jungle, we receive another power-up. This time, it's one that maxes out all our stats from the start. Nice. I wonder if a challenge is coming. Oh dear, it's a boss rush. Okay, fight them all again, beat that mask thing, and... Wow, this music. I'm sorry. It is a giant Olmec head thing that reminds me of Crazy Frog. Afterwards, 2 Greek helmet head things. Only the brighter one is vulnerable to attack, and they keep switching. Okay, that head thing out of the way. This skull. This friggin' 3-eyed skull. I cannot for the life of me figure out when exactly he is vulnerable to attack. Apparently there is a trick to him, but I can't figure it out. So after a very long time of just trying to hit him until it works, we finally beat him. Indy reaches that ultimate ring of power and... just leaves it there. Why did you leave it there? That means we did all that for nothing. Great way to waste effort. We aren't given a reason as to why he leaves it there. So are we to believe Indy Bomber did all that, went through all that effort, not because he wanted ultimate power or something, but just to prove that he could have it if he ever felt like it? But that way, it actually sounds pretty awesome. February of 1996, sort of. You see, this game was planned to be released at that time, but it was cancelled. There was a lot of promotional material for it, though. It is, of course, Virtual Bomberman. Yes, a second Bomberman game on Virtual Boy was planned, but as the Virtual Boy failed to sell, the game was cancelled, and we're left with just the promotional material. The maps are, well, read as we'd expect from the Virtual Boy. It was going to be a more traditional mainline Bomberman game with 5 worlds, each with its own rideable mount, similar to the Louis. And this purple guy here? That's God Bomber. The story is that after the last game where Bomberman saved the Bomber Nebula, yes, a direct reference to Super 3, this guy, God Bomber, appears, together with his otherwise unspecified companion, the ultimate machine beast god. And we need to fight him, but he has eyes so filled with sadness. A friend or a foe, looking sad. So probably there was going to be some sort of big twist involving this character, and we were going to fight him multiple times at the end of every stage. It was going to be in the form of a bomber duel, not unlike what we had with the Dastardlies in Super 2, and we'd have to find a secret exit to access the boss fight with him. And that's about it. The flyer had more information on the challenge mode they were planning, but yeah, as far as plot and characters go, that's about all we know about what this game was going to be. So at this point, we've already seen them coming up with other origin stories for Bomberman. Apparently he had a grandfather, or at least he isn't the first bomber anymore. So if I tried to bring up the whole Mitsumori story at this point, it would make me look kinda silly, wouldn't it? Well then, please explain to me. What is he doing right here? Remember when I said he never appeared again in another Bomberman game? Well, this is DoReMi Fantasy, sequel to Milan's Secret Castle. A game developed by Hudson and released in March of '96 exclusively in Japan, though there is a fan-translated version. Hudson characters had been making cameo appearances in each other's games, and here it isn't just Bomberman. It is Dr. Memory. Interesting. And he just recently constructed these Bombermen. So 6 years ago counts as recent? You can pick either one to bomb this wall here blocking your path, and that's it. That's the cameo. 6 years after we'd heard nothing from him, suddenly Mitsumori does still exist, and here it is finally said, in Japanese, that he is the creator of Bomberman. Except his name is Dr. Memory now, and it's just a cameo appearance, so it isn't canon. But the information in the cameo could be. Somebody at Hudson still remembered Mitsumori as the creator of Bomberman all these years later and put him in here. Possibly the art director Shoji Mizuno, who also did character design for Bomberman. So although it's obscure, someone at Hudson still considered Mitsumori to be Bomberman's creator at this point. That's why I can't dismiss him entirely. But that would mean he should be hiding somewhere in the Bomberman universe. Hell if I know where. Him as a dentist, though? I'll pass on that. Phew, that out of the way, let's look at our next proper Bomberman game, Super Bomberman 4, released exclusively in Japan for the Super Famicom. The game isn't very text-heavy. It is possible to play through it without knowing Japanese, but nonetheless there is a fan translation for this one. Super special thank you to Svambo here for the translation. It's a brain. Following up on the brain in a jar we saw at the end of Super 3, we see that Bagura has a new set of bombers to send after us. White and black bombers are just, napping in a space bus, as you do, when they are attacked by Bagura's minions and sent into a time portal. And Honey falls in too. She'd been featuring in a bunch of commercials, now she gets to be in the game as well. Guess she was on the bus too. Oh, and Blue just sleeps through the whole thing, I guess. And there goes Kotetsu. As for the new team of bombers, there are some more name shenanigans involved. They are called the Bomber Shitenu, and their leader is Bomber Great. Shitenu means 4 heavenly kings, and it is a concept from Buddhism. But these characters did see one other appearance in a later game that did get an official localization, and there they were called the 4 Bomber Kings in English. Not Bomber King, and not King Bomber either, 4 Bomber Kings. And the leader was called Great Bomber instead of Bomber Great. I'm going to be using these official localizations even if they're not called that yet. So white and black bombers need to fight their way through different time periods, defeat the Bomber Kings, Great Bomber, and Bagura, and return to the present. We have co-op mode again, and what's this? No Louis, but we can ride on top of some of the enemies we defeat, be they organic or mechanical, and they give you special abilities such as dashing or passing through walls and such. We can even defeat multiple of the same enemy and have some extra eggs to carry around with us. So if we lose one mount, we can take another from our stock, provided they weren't destroyed by an explosion. They drag behind you and can be destroyed, so take good care of them. One new item here is the cage. Bomb it open to free an assistant bomber who will try to help you out on the stage. The assistance bombers that can appear are red, green, light blue, dark blue, gold, honey, and kotetsu. We start in the first area, prehistory. It has dinosaurs that float, and caveman huts that spawn infinite cavemen until you destroy the hut. Hey, are we killing people in the past? One of those could be Dr. Mitsumori's ancestor. Dr. Memory. Stuff changes, you know? Try not to change too much stuff in the past or you could create a paradox or a timeline split or something. The node bombing from 94 and Super 3 is gone in favor of killing all enemies again to make the exit appear. So, time paradoxes are mandatory. Oh well. If anything, it might help make more sense of how this franchise fits together. World 1 recycles the music from World 1 in 94. And if you're confused about these other portals behind hard blocks, those are only accessible in co-op mode. See, the glove doesn't just allow you to throw bombs here, you can also throw other characters that aren't generic enemies that kill you when you touch them. So you can throw the rival bombers and even your co-op buddy. The portals lead to bonus stages where you can collect a bunch of goodies. Nice! In Area 1, we face the first of the 4 Bomber Kings, Hammer Bomber, so called because he doesn't have a hammer but instead a flail that he can swing around. This new P power-up? That's not a power bomb, that's a push. Use it to push other players around. Our music for the rival bombers and the area bosses are the tracks used for the regular bosses and the final boss in Super 3 respectively. Area 1's boss is this Octorock? Floating on a rock. With the prehistoric area behind us, we move on to Edo period Japan, complete with multicolored ninjas, minecart springs, and the Planet Inferno music from 93. So we face Jet Bomber, who can launch himself at us with his jetpack, followed by this mechanical shogun with cannon arms who somewhat resembles Dr. Book's mech and Magnet Bomber's mech from Super 1 and Super 2. On to the modern era with skunks and fart clouds and self-promotional material. Oh dear, the present is starting to reference itself. I told you not to change too much in the past, Bomberman. You ruined the timeline. And here are some blue dudes with hammers. 'Cause that's what you think when you think of the present day. Hey, they have more hammers than Hammer Bomber, another remix of a long-standing Bomberman track from TG16. On to fight Lady Bomber, who can shoot a laser. Not Bomber Lady, Lady Bomber. Cause female characters are defined by their gender and don't get more creative names to keep them apart. Although King Bomber, Bomber King, and 4 Bomber Kings doesn't help much either. After her, here is this army dude with a gas mask who shoots rockets and poison gas. You know, I've been able to disassociate Bomberman with real bombings, but this army dude actually makes me think of chemical warfare. Kinda creeps me out. On to the distant future. Wonder what the future looks like. We have droopy ghosts, cables everywhere, bouncing creep balloons, pink things with eye rays, Planet Wither music. How did the future get this messed up? Can I have that army dude back, please? Okay, more upbeat music again for Bazooka Bomber, who fires a bazooka, or more like a long-range flamethrower, but okay. He isn't too tough. This caterpillar ant thing, on the other hand, it shoots silk at you that slows you down. He's a real pain to deal with. So that's the future? Creepy enemies and a giant ant caterpillar things are the dominant species? How are we gonna fix the timeline now? We enter subspace for a rematch with all the 4 Bomber Kings. And we're cheered by a whole bunch of other bombers, and the blocks are burgers. Does that mean McDonald's rules the subspace between time periods? Wouldn't surprise me. Nice rendition of Bagura's spaceship music. For Bazooka Bomber, we get the Planet Blossom music from 93. At last, the leader of our rival bombers, Great Bomber. He can turn invincible for a short time, apparently. Oh, well, that was easy. Okay, Bagura and your weird new mech thing, it's on! Oh, the 4 giant bosses again. Well, alright then. This music is taken from Bomberman 94. Finally, Bagura. He sort of dispenses B-bombs until the large part is destroyed and then the brain is controlling just the flying saucer part. Enough hits and we send him through the time portal. And ourselves. And Black. And we wake up on the space bus. So was it all a dream? Both heroes seem to remember it, so probably not. The planet there doesn't look like any planet we've seen before. Oh well. The end. For battle mode, there's a champion mode where we can duel the 4 Bomber Kings a bunch of times in a row, and the new Maniac mode where we can set handicaps as well as define what power-ups and how many of them should be available in the match. The 4 Bomber Kings and Great Bomber are playable characters, complete with their special abilities, and our bonus game for the victor is this race car minigame. There's a new power-up in battle mode, Cosplay. It allows you to dress up as Honey or Kotetsu, functioning as an extra hit. Oh, and I like how if you put in a wrong password, Bagura hatches out of the egg. And that's just about Super Bomberman 4. Got a little creepy in some parts. Technically, Black Bomber already traveled through time in Battle Lode Runner, but now time travel is more or less canon to the mainline Bomberman games. We haven't seen the last of time travel, nor have we seen the last of Bagura and his brain. Wonder where he came from in the first place. Everything about him is a mystery. We'll just have to see if the next games will help us make more sense of this mess. July of 1996, and we have a big one. Saturn Bomberman. Released for the Sega Saturn in all regions, the Sega Saturn being the sequel to the Sega Genesis. We start up the game, and we have an animated intro sequence. Attacking him while he's sleeping, so cowardly. Roller coaster chase. Oh no, he's falling, but Black Bomber catches him. Into the portal to Edo period Japan. Oh dear, more time travel so soon? Here we are in the Wild West for a train crash. And in dinosaur times. They're shooting bombs at us. Whoa, nice catch. Oh. Oh dear. That doesn't look good. Good job, Bomberman. We haven't even done anything yet and he destroyed the world. I mean, this game is a sort of a soft reboot of the franchise. It doesn't have much that connects it with the previous games, so maybe that was symbolic of destroying the previous continuity we had going on, if you can call it that. Before we talk about the story, though, you may have noticed a whole bunch of new characters, both villains and allies. And with new characters, we also get some more name shenanigans. So, let's start with our allies. This is Dr. Ein.
Dr. Ein.
His name was localized to Dr. I in English in this particular game, but in all subsequent appearances he retains his Japanese name, Ein. He sort of functions as Bomberman's boss, more or less. In a few games he sends him out on missions to save the universe. Now immediately I must ask, if there's a scientist character who sends Bomberman out on missions, why isn't this Dr. Mitsumori? They wanted a scientist in this role and they already had one, so why come up with a new character? The devs just showed us a few months ago that they hadn't forgotten about Mitsumori, so who are you and what did you do to Dr. Mitsumori? Where has he been hiding? Another new character is Keppo. Yeah, just Keppo. He's a yellow fluffy thing built by Dr. Ein who just chills on this ship, I guess. Though the name also refers to the ship. On to our villains. These are the Hige-Hige-Dan. The Dan just meaning group. It should be noted the name refers to the whole faction, including their leaders, not just the grunts, which are called, well, grunts. Their normal localization is the Higgy Bandits, which really doesn't sound good in English, but they have HG plastered all over their equipment and stuff. So this was going to be a difficult one to localize. Doesn't mean they didn't try though. As with Ein, in this particular game that marks their first appearance, they are called the Meanie Gang in English, despite all the Hige-Hige iconography in the game. I'm going to stick to Higgy Bandits or Grunts or something like that, even if they're not called that yet. And we have the Crotch Man himself, Mujio.
Mujo-sama!
Like with many other characters debuting here, he does have a consistent localization, Mujo.
Mujo!
Except for this game where he first appears. Here they called him Mr. Meanie, leader of the Meanie Gang. Like with the others, I'm gonna stick to Mujo even if he's not called that yet. And finally, the Higgy dudes have their own evil scientist, Mikado.
Mikado no yatsumi.
He doesn't appear as often as the others and thus never really developed a consistent localization. In this game he is Mikado, in a later game he was called Mechard, but perhaps he is most well known as Mechadoc. You may have noticed that name in the subtitles of that clip I showed. So what's the origin of this name for him? Well, you're looking at it. These are unofficial fan subs for the Jetters anime, we'll get to it, and the fans that subbed it decided to render his name in this way, so it isn't an official localization, but honestly it makes a lot more sense in English than Mechard, so that's what I'll be going with, even if he isn't called that in this game or in any other game. Last name to go through, Tira. These dinosaur-type mounts that are similar to the Louis, called Dinosaur in English in this game and Tira in a later game. I'm gonna stick with Tira. Phew. None of these are as big of a mess as the whole Bagura conundrum, but so many name shenanigans at once are certainly an achievement. Let's start up the campaign. We have another animated sequence and... wait, what's this planet? The planet in the boot-up intro sequence was different. But it was also destroyed, so maybe they rebuilt it and made it look like Bomberman's face. But he's the one who destroyed it, making his mark on the world, I guess. Either way, this planet is called Earth, so we still don't have Planet Bomber like we did in '94. We're still not quite there yet. This animation actually got dubbed in English.
Oh, look! It's the legendary Crystal Tower! Yes! Oh, it's Krator, the legendary monster! But I have the monster controller! Take that! Soon, the whole world will be mine!
The Meanie Gang is trying to take over the world! The Meanie Land Amusement Park is their secret base! Hurry, Bomberman! Hurry!
Meanie Amusement Park is the secret base of the Meanie Gang? Not much of a secret. So it's up to Bomberman and his optional co-op buddy Black Bomber to retrieve those crystals and defeat the Higgy Bandits. We start in the first area, the Higgy Amusement Park, and we see we've returned to bombing nodes, or Zarfs, to progress. The cool new gimmick here are, of course, the Tiras. They start out small, but getting points and food items will fill this egg meter here. Fill it up and reach a new area, and the Tira will grow. This can happen twice for each color, and it enhances that Tira's ability. Also, the growth is permanent for each Tira, so if you lose a Tira of a certain color, the next time you find one with that color, it will be the same size again. Yellow Tira can roar, stunning enemies. Pink can jump over things. Purple has a detector ray that finds items in soft blocks and detonates bombs sooner. Blue can kick bombs into the air, just like the punch, and green can dash. Bomberman is also dubbed in English. We have two different tracks for the first area, used in different stages. And we often transition smoothly from stage to stage. Looks like the boss of World 1 are these three Higgy grunts. Wait, what's this? Alright then, Castle Joe it is. We even get to bomb the princess who comes out occasionally.
The second crystal is hidden in the Samurai World.
Samurai World? You don't mean Edo period Japan? It's a separate world? Not on the same planet? I'm probably overthinking this. Our Tira doesn't get to ride in the ship with us. It has to cling on to the outside. Poor guy. The Samurai World mainly consists of bugs, and our boss is J Ninja with a whole bunch of ninja gimmicks.
The third crystal is hidden in the Wild West. Hurry, Bomberman!
The Wild West? Alright, I love the music here. Walking revolvers with cowboy hats? I want one as a pet. A lot more stage gimmicks here. This train rushes through occasionally, more minecarts, a roulette cactus where you can try to get some extra goodies. There's a new power-up in this game, Bead Bomb, or Marble Bomb. Hold a button for 2 seconds and shoot out a bomb that explodes on impact. We have the same music for each boss, but is it just me, or does it seem like they composed it for this boss specifically? Also, I love what they did to Mount Rushmore in the background. On we go to Dino World, complete with creepy music. Bear traps? Who set those up? Must have been Egberdon.
We have all 4 crystals. Now we can defeat Krator.
Wait, Krator was the meteor that killed the dinosaurs? On to the second half of Dino World, the Ice World, complete with avalanches and dinosaur bones.
It's Krator! Why is he in this era? If his magic power isn't sealed, it could be infinite! Run away, Bomberman!
No, I ain't running. I'm guessing Krator is supposed to be a showcase of the Sega Saturn's graphical capabilities. Check out that crisp image rotation.
But Mr. Meanie and his gang have escaped to the future. You must go to Future City and defeat them to bring us true peace.
I need to go to the future to defeat them? Why don't I just change something in the past to prevent their rise to power? Facing them head-on at the peak of their power is the best way forwards? Oh well, on to Mr. Meanie's future world. You know, this future is a lot less creepy than the future from Super 4. Been a while since I've shown Bakudan Cross Attack. It's been present in almost every game, but combined with Line Bomb, it is really fun. We move from the future world to the secret base. Here we see how the Higigrunts are created. They're a lot creepier in-game than in the intro and boot-up animations. Alrighty, we fight Mujo in his mech, complete with a voice.
You keep getting in my way, Bomberman! But the Meanie Gang is forever! Get ready, Bomberman! The world is mine!
It's a pretty cool fight. He keeps destroying floors on this building we're fighting on.
The world is mine!
Down he goes, but Mechadoc is still out there. He hasn't really done anything so far. He has a whole bunch of Higigrunts and then...
Not bad, Bomberman. You destroyed all of my robots, but now you haven't got a chance. Are you ready, Bomberman? This is my masterpiece!
Was that supposed to be a Mexican accent? This is your masterpiece? A unicycle robot with a fan? And bubblegum? I'm sure there was something going on here, Mujo being presented as the leader but Mechadoc being the true final boss, but there's no big twist or anything. As Mechadoc's airship is destroyed, we have a fully animated ending sequence. That tower from the beginning is destroyed. We have to leave the Tiras in the past. Aw, they're sad. Looks like we affected the past though. Mount Rushmore has an addition. That totally needs to happen, by the way. Japanese castles have golden Tira statues now. We return to the present to celebrate, and... what's this? A bomb in a museum next to some dinosaur bones? Why, that's so irresponsible of him, it might just explain the soft reboot. No, I'm serious. That museum bomb is a piece of bomber technology. Bomberman was the first prototype Bomberman, but he left this bomb in the past at some point. Maybe people in ancient times were able to harness the technology from the bomb and develop Bomberman before the present. So when Bomberman returned to the present, it was a world where past Bomberman already existed. That way, White Bomber is the first prototype Bomberman, and there were others before him. But Ein and Mujo and the gang existed before Bomberman went to the past. In this game, but he already went to the past in Super 4 and returned to a planet we hadn't seen before. He must have left the bomb in the past in Super 4, and the timeline split occurred at that point. The museum bomb explains a part of how this fits together. Just a theory though, don't go sharing this around as fact. The credits roll. The end. Battle mode goes up to 10 players. Just wanted to mention that outright. What was previously only achievable in the event-exclusive Chara Bom and High 10 Bomberman is now available on home consoles. Some have argued Saturn Bomberman can be seen as a port of High 10 Bomberman. All the cameos from other Hudson characters would certainly point towards that, Mylon, Bonk, etc. Most stages only allow for up to 8 players, but the one wide stage has 10 players, yeah. Of course, if you want all those players to be human, you need to either connect to multitaps or use Sega's online services that ran at the time. A new gimmick here is the Devil. If you pick it up, all players get a negative effect for a short time. And here is Combine, or Merger. Pick it up and run into other players to absorb them and increase your own power for a short time. Our Victor minigame is a claw machine, with character cameos as plushies in the background, including some of the World Bombers, a Louie, Pretty Bomber, and Honey? The old Honey design I've been calling Helmetless Pretty? But Honey is a playable character, and it's the newer Honey. How come both Honey designs are in this game? One of the power-ups we can pick up here, provided we're playing on the wide stage, is Bamura, who wasn't mentioned in the international manuals for some reason. Pick him up, and the next time we're playing on the stage with a lot of players, he shows up and wreaks havoc during the match. He'll leave if he's hit enough times or time is running out. And then there's the Master Game, where you can practice the Way of the Bomb. The goal here is to get through 20 floors by defeating all the enemies, grabbing items for points, while also using as few bombs as possible. We have new tracks for the levels and the bosses. Every 4th floor is a boss fight against one of the 5 bomber instructors. There's Bomber Bomb Kami, who is made up of bombs, Bomber Debugon, who fights with a stick, Bomber Jockey, who likes to drink beer, Bomber Miyagi, who shoots energy balls, and Bomber Dragon, who can turn into a dragon. You're graded on your performance at the end. The English manual says that Master Game leads to Mr. Meanie or Mujo at the end, but it doesn't. It also says to look for the descending ladder, but we actually went up the ladders. Who translated that manual? And that's just about Saturn Bomberman. There are those who view this as the peak of the series. Really, who has played every single Bomberman game in existence and can say with authority? Not me, I'll tell you that. Popularity goes more by availability, and this game is no exception. Saturn Bomberman was released everywhere, just like Super Bomberman II, but the console, the Saturn, wasn't that great of a success, so this one remains a bit more obscure despite being a pretty big game, at least to the broader gaming community when compared to Super 2. But there are far bigger things in Bomberman that remain far more obscure than this. Let's talk about something that's not a game or a manga, but an entire sub-franchise of Bomberman that never made its way outside of East Asia. When you look at Bomberman, you see that his main gimmick is that he uses bombs. Sure, there's a huge amount of really obscure stuff to the franchise, as I'm sure you're aware by now, but everybody knows that Bomberman uses bombs. So how's about we ditch the bombs entirely and make him shoot marbles instead? I introduce you to Bomberman B-Daman. Now, you may have heard of B-Daman as a marble-shooting toy, but B-Daman actually started out as a spin-off of Bomberman, Bomberman B-Daman. The sources I can find say this toy spin-off started sometime in 1993, and there are toy versions of White Bomber, the Dastardlies, a whole bunch of multicolored bombers, etc. All of this exclusive to East Asia, of course, so I really can't go into that much detail, but I'm bringing it up now because there is a game tie-in to the toy line. Bomberman B-Daman, released in December of 1996 for the Super Famicom exclusively in Japan. Even came with a gold Bomber B-Daman toy. The game isn't particularly text-heavy, so it's playable without being able to read the menus. Yep, he's shooting marbles alright. You can choose a color and a face, and we see that this game actually does involve bombs, which Bomberman B-Daman as a franchise actually rarely does. We have these stages, we can shoot a marble from anywhere on this bottom line, and even curveballs. and the goal is to get the timing and positioning right to make the bombs set each other off and get as many as possible for the high score. Each level consists of 10 challenges, and there are 100 challenges in total. Oh looky, the Dastardlies make cameo appearances here. And the World Bombers. And Honey and Kotetsu. We have different settings like a bowling arena, a forest, a beach, outer space, and there are gimmicks like fuses, arrows that redirect the marble, stuff like that. Beat all the stages to at least an acceptable level and you get a scorecard, and that's basically it. No story or anything, just a bunch of beat-em-on challenges. Also all original music, no Bomberman music to be found here. There is a multiplayer mode where you shoot marbles at each other, but that's about all there is to say about that. But the sub-franchise goes deeper than that. I've mentioned there's been a ton of Bomberman mangas that aren't translated. Some of them tie into the games, sort of. Some of them do their own thing, and some of them are, well, Bomberman B-Daman Bakugan. The main manga series, yes there are main Bakugan mangas and spin-off Bakugan mangas, started being published in October of '96 and consists of Bakugan 2, 3, 4, and 5. I guess they're based on the different toy lines, and that's why there's no 1. They didn't make one for the first toy line. Just a guess though, the info isn't quite clear. And then the Bomberman B-Daman Bakugan animes, plural. Let's jump in and see what we got. Okay, so the first anime started airing in February of '98, and this old dude is telling us the legend of Bida, which takes place in the Blue Solar solar system. Prince Whitebon here is practicing his marble shooting, but White's father, King Goldbon, appears to be corrupted by something. He has renamed himself to Emperor Darkbon, founded the Null Arc Empire, and is taking over the solar system. He sends Blackbon to fetch his son White to join him, who refuses, and so he is locked up. But Redbon, yes, Red Bomber is a girl here, helps him escape together with Professor Grainbon, who somehow knows that Gold is being possessed by an evil spirit. They make it to Neptune with the help of Yellowbon, where a rebel army is already forming to fight the evil empire. They even have mechs. Very marketable. I like how all the animals also have marbles. They fight off the empire, and now they need to find all 7 of the planet emblems and find the 7 chosen heroes, which they promptly do in the next episode. Black joins them, and they vanquish the evil that was possessing Gold, Dark Mother, who vows to return someday. Wow, done in 2 episodes. That was fast. Remember how this is all the legend of Bida being told to us by that old guy in the beginning? Well, the actual story of the anime starts in episode 3. Now in the present, in Bida City, Whitebon crashes into Professor Gray's airship. These characters are not the same ones from the previous episodes. That was just the ancient legend being told to us by the old guy. See, the various Bakugan stories actually have nothing to do with each other aside from Dark Mother being the eternal force of evil that comes back all the time. They just reiterate the characters every time, including their relationships and personalities. This anime is actually an adaptation of Bakugan 4, but they decided to have the first 2 episodes be a very brief summary of Bakugan 3. So where the mangas are 2 separate things, in the anime one story exists as a legend within another. Okay, so Bluebon here has a pet Rui, and after finding it and bringing a bunch of characters together, Gray explains they will have to fight the organization known as Dark Bida, and that's it. I mean, it has 48 episodes. The story does go on from here, but that's as far as these fan subs go as of now. Somebody subbed the first 3 episodes a long time ago and then stopped, so that's all we got. The episodes are all out there, and there are plot summaries to be found, but I am actually going to hold off on this until somebody makes fan subs for the rest. The second Bakugan anime, Bakugan 5, started airing in February of '99 and is an adaptation of, well, Bakugan 5. Again, the episodes are out there, but there are no subtitles. Thus, we have 2 full-length animes where Bomberman doesn't use bombs and it was all exclusive to East Asia. The only other thing that has a fan translation is one of the spin-off mangas, Bakushoden Victory 1. The plot is that our main cast from Bakugan and these guys, the 3 Devil Cannons, are fighting over the gems known as the Chrismons, but really since it's more of a parody spin-off, it's mostly just an excuse to pull off a bunch of gags. Here they are falling with parachutes, and they are too close to the ground for the parachute to open, so they blast a hole in the ground to give them enough height for the parachute to work. Should give you an idea of the kind of stuff going on in a good chunk of all of these Bomberman mangas. Phew. B-Daman and Bakugan are huge, but with so much stuff that isn't translated, I can't really go into more detail on it. B-Daman would eventually split from Bomberman and do its own thing, with later animes being officially dubbed and broadcast overseas.
It's impossible, you would think, right? I could have never imagined that B-Daman contained a secret like that.
My words exactly. There are 2 Bakugan games too, but I'll talk about those as best I can when we get to them in the release order. For now, let's finish 1996 with Bomberman GB 3 for Game Boy. Released the exact same day as Bomberman B-Daman, actually. Remember, GB became Wario Blast, GB2 became GB, and GB3 was Japan exclusive. This is another game that isn't very text-heavy, so it's well playable even if you can't read Japanese, but there is a fan translation for it. We boot up the game and it's a flat surface planet? Take that, globeheads. This planet is called Owan, but the fan translation called it Owen for some reason, so Owen here is the 11th planet of the Bomber Nebula. And it has an earthquake, or Owenquake, all of a sudden, which releases Devil Bomber. Devil Bomber would appear in one other game that would see an English localization, and there they censored his name to Evil Bomber. The fan translation calls him Evil Bomber, but I'm gonna call him by his original name, Devil Bomber. Devil Bomber overwhelms the planet's defenses and steals the energy from the bomber capsules. As White Bomber, Black Bomber, and a third new character sit there defeated, they set out to retake the bomber capsules and defeat Devil Bomber. Well, except for Black. He doesn't do anything in this game. He just sort of sits here in the intro. The manual has more character details for us. Bomberman is the commanding defense officer of the planet trying to stop Devil and restore peace. Devil Bomber was apparently built by Bagura, but his egotistical personality got on Bagura's nerves, so he imprisoned him. But now the earthquake released him, so he's trying to take over the world and stuff. This new character is called Cutie Bomber and is described as the only female scientist in the Bomber Nebula. Wow. Guess the Bomberman universe isn't big on women in STEM fields. I'd bring up Bomber Mother as a female inventor if she was more than just an offhand comment in a developer interview. Nice motorbike! We start the campaign and immediately have 3 areas to choose from. We can tackle them in any order. We have our traditional gameplay, but just like in GB2, each stage comes with a twist, such as defeating all enemies, defeating enemy spawners, bombing Pac-Man, I guess, to make him eat these things, bombing switches. The 5th stage of every world is a crystal collecting stage. Collect as many as possible while listening to this. To spawn some extra goodies for the boss fight. Search for the orbs in the chests to activate the exit and fight the boss. Every boss will drop some of the bomber capsules, which you can then exchange with honey for some permanent power-ups. Those being Kick, Dash, Line Bomb, Full Power, and 4 different motorbikes built by Cutie Bomber. They have different abilities, such as jumping over hard blocks, crashing into soft blocks destroying them, and being able to take 2 hits. If you lose one, you'll have to use a different one until it gets repaired. And if you lose all 4, then Kotetsu will tell you that none are available. That's basically the formula here. The worlds are what you'd expect. Forest, ice, factory. The ice area has ice that you slip on, cause that's always a joy to deal with. The factory has enemies on motorbikes that destroy soft blocks. That's an ability of one of the motorbikes that Cutie invented. Is she secretly supplying the enemy? There are even a few auto-scroller levels. After the first 3 areas, we face the next 3 areas. A pyramid where we get to push tiles around to match them while this thing chases us. And watch out not to bomb the skull bombs here or the whole place blows up. The volcano world has, well, volcanoes, and we get to push bomber heads to plug holes in the ground. Onto the lake with more auto-scrollers. A bit of a puzzle element with these underwater cyclones here. You bomb the switch to make them move, so make sure you position yourself correctly so you can get through. Most of our music is a rendition of our main theme, but there are some originals too. Our bosses are as generic as can be. Moth, snowman, squid, that sort of stuff. We go a layer deeper to the final area, the dark area, where the lights turn on and off. We also get Pac-Man to eat more enemies for us. We fight Devil Bomber's clone, who floats around and shoots orbs and splits into two. Well, that was easy. Okay, here's round 2. Now there are those insta-fail bombs in the corners we need to pay attention to. Oh dear, more levels. This time we bomb all the enemy spawners while avoiding the death bombs. Plus an auto-scroller because, of course. At least the level finish jingle is nice. Okay, this time for realsies Devil Bomber. He has a few new attack patterns, but nothing out of the ordinary. And then he's in the background as these hands clap on us and we bomb this spider egg thing that hatches. Is this Devil or is this Devil? And if either of them is Devil, then whose disembodied hands are these? Enough hits and... the bottom part of the planet falls off and everyone celebrates Bomberman's victory. Even Black Bomber, who did nothing throughout the game. And Bomberman is appointed the commanding officer of Owen's defense forces. But wait, he was already the commanding defense officer of the planet when he started. So what's the difference? Well, the translations on the Shrine Place wrote the manual description defense with an S and the ending cutscene defense with a C, so I like to think that was the promotion. He sets off to patrol the galaxy on his new Sky Bomber vehicle and the credits roll. The end. This game actually doesn't have a battle mode. Instead, there's a challenge mode, somewhat similar to what we had in Saturn. We choose some starting power-ups and then see how quickly we can get through a few levels and beat the boss and go for the high score, with a solid rendition of our battle mode music. We have reached February of 1997, and we start the year strong with Super Bomberman 5, released on the Super Famicom exclusively in Japan, thus finishing our Super Bomberman pentology. So our planet not only looks like Bomberman's head, it also has that pink moon now. And it's called Bomber World, or Planet Bomber. Finally. So this mysterious figure known as Emperor Terrorin appears. He's the ruler of a different dimension who has invaded Bomberman's universe and has freed the fiendish bombers from their prison, Bomber Prison. The fiendish bombers join his side as he creates another dimension known as Terrorin World. Wait, Louise can talk? So it's up to Bomberman and co-op partner Black Bomber to travel through Terrorin World and defeat the fiendish bombers and Terrorin. Together with the Louis, who now wear clothing and even have names. Kerui can kick bombs, Gyarui kicks soft blocks, Hanarui has a pogo stick and can jump over blocks, Magikarui can line bomb, Marui is pretty chonky and can roll forward, which is basically a dash, and Nagurui can punch other players to stun them. Whoa, what happened to Bomberman's arms and legs? Why are they skin-colored? A quick look at our world map reveals that we actually go through all the worlds of the previous Super Bomberman games, with their respective enemies, tilesets, and stage gimmicks. We also see that beating a stage by killing all the enemies usually reveals multiple exits. Yes, this is a non-linear game. Each exit leads to a different level, a purple exit indicating you've already beaten that one. The game keeps track of all this with a save file, so explore different levels, different exits, and different routes to see where you end up. World 1 has a remix of our first main Bomberman theme. The bosses from the previous games aren't present here, just the world's enemies and tilesets. World 1 ends with Bomber Wolf, who buries landmines everywhere. World 2 is, of course, the Dastardly Bomber's spaceship, except there are no Dastardlies and the music is sort of a mix of Brain Bomber and Magnet Bomber stages from Super 2. The boss of World 2 is different depending on the route you took. It's either Dave Bomber or Gary Bomber, or Honey and Kotetsu. That duo is sort of a secret boss that can appear in a few of the worlds. World 3 is the Bomber Nebula from Super 3 and has a remix of our other main Bomberman music. The boss is again dependent on the route, either Muscle Bomber or Pirate Bomber, together with his underling Subordinate Bomber. Also, Pirate Bomber is riding a Louie of his own, Warui, who has no special abilities, but interesting to see an evil Louie. World 4 goes through the different time periods of Super 4 and has, I believe, the last ever remix of Bagura's spaceship music. Enjoy it while it's there. There are 3 different bosses for World 4, Iron Mask Bomber, Plunder Bomber, and Baron Bombano, each riding a Louie. And the stage has these 2 flame redirectors that you need to pay attention to. It should also be mentioned that a lot of these boss stages have no border, so it's possible to fall off the edge if you aren't careful. World 5 is where things get a bit more crazy. It has 2 map screens, and consists of these disjointed sphere things that are kinda like the beginning of Star Parodier. We get a lot more interesting gimmicks here, like magnets that pull bombs back and forth, and radio towers that spawn walkie-talkie enemies. A new power-up for the game is the Tracer Bomb, a special bomb that chases after enemies. We now face Terrorin. What? Wow, that was quick, wasn't it? This music is kinda creepy. He has a mech that shoots bombs, then it sort of rolls at you, and that's it. He and the fiendish bombers get away and the credits roll, except something doesn't seem right. The end. Backwards. Well, that sucks. Good thing it's only the bad ending. The game gives a completion percentage at this point, which might make you think the ending is dependent on how much of the game you completed. After all, you can load a file and start from any stage you've beaten to get new ones and eventually 100% the game, but the ending isn't dependent on it. It only depends on which route you took. It's entirely possible to get the good ending in your first playthrough without too much effort. So, now from a different route, we reach Terrorin again, and there's different music this time. Now, after destroying his mech, we face him in a bomber duel. He can create blue squares of death, similar to what Bagura did in Super 3, and can spawn a time-stopping clock, which you can pick up before he does to get a hit in, and then his head flies off. This time, the fiendish bombers are put back into their cells, although they appear in the credits for some shenanigans for some reason. Usually involves them getting punched. With Terrorin defeated and the other villains back in prison, Planet Bomber is saved and peace is restored. The end. Completing the game 100% doesn't do much, by the way. It just unlocks a New Game Plus mode and Gold Bomber for Battle Mode. Speaking of which, Battle Mode. All the fiendish bombers are playable, except Subordinate Bomber, and the custom mode is back for custom power-ups and handicaps. Our Victor minigame is bowling this time, and the Revenge carts have a change. Now, if you throw a bomb from a revenge cart and that bomb hits an enemy, you spawn back in the arena, so even if you die, there is a way to get back in and win the fight. Our 2 tracks are our regular battle mode theme as expected. And a remix of the one from Super 2, you know, Mr. BB. Altogether an interesting look back on the Super Bomberman series, if you can call it that. So despite Saturn Bomberman throwing all that previous continuity out, it's all back now. So how did Earth get this shape, and when did it become Planet Bomber, and where did that pink moon come from? Who knows. Our next game, Neo Bomberman, was released in May of '97 for the Neo Geo arcade cabinet, but not the home console. In all regions, sort of, maybe. The game's files have English and Spanish translations, but there's apparently no record of this being released outside of Japan, so... whatever, I'll just put it here. After a brief intro where Bomberman gets chased by Honey, Kotetsu, and a whole bunch of new characters, we have a tutorial. Was I calling this thing the throwing glove? I'm sorry. It's actually called... And our death animation has us lying down as our face turns off again. So that's still a thing. The story is told to us mostly through these short stills between worlds. Bagura, but he was just a brain when last we saw him, how is he in his normal form again? Has interrupted the Bomber Championship and kidnapped Pretty Bomber. But he's the one who built her, and she was a villain, so why is she a damsel in distress now? We haven't really had a damsel in distress since Lisa from TG16. So White Bomber and co-op buddy Black need to go save her. A quick look at the gameplay shows us this game takes a lot of beats from Super Bomberman 4. We can ride a lot of the enemies we defeat and use their special abilities. For some reason, penetration bombs are red again. This hasn't happened since Super Bomberman 1. And there are cages to bomb, giving us an assistant bomber. Those being Red, Blue, Rubber Bomber, Fake Bomber, Cat Bomber, Honey Kotetsu, Hayate Bomber, and Golden Bomber. This is another game that doesn't use any music from previous games, all original music. The bosses are kinda weird looking. Hula Hoop Dude, Goldfish, Pogo Stick Brain Thing who shoots musical notes. White and Black Bombers go through the sewers as Bagura instructs his new creation, Atomic Bomber, to stop them. At the end of World 4, Bagura has a bunch of multicolored evil bombers to fight us. We haven't really seen that since Bomberman 93. Bagura orders Atomic Bomber to kill, but he decides to yeet Bagura out of there first. Bakudan cross attack, kinda like what King Bomber did in Bomberman World. Pretty Bomber is freed, but Bagura activates his machine, sending White, Black, and Pretty to another dimension consisting of chess pieces, clocks, and 3D cubes. A reminder that it's 1997 and Bomberman has yet to make the dreaded jump to 3D. At last, we face this thing. Kinda similar to what Bagura's brain had going on in Super 4, but it's hard to tell if he's piloting this thing or not. Upon defeating it, we escape Bagura's trapped dimension and fly away on one of the rideable penguin enemies. And Pretty throws us off and leaves us with a heart bomb. So that's nice. As the credits roll, the duo keeps chasing after her. The end. Battle Mode has all the assistant bombers as playable characters with special abilities, and even Atomic Bomber is here. His ability is to turn invincible, kinda like Great Bomber from Super 4. Fake Bomber turns into a soft block. Rubber Bomber turns into a condom that can sneak through walls. Honey can use heart bombs, just like Pretty Bomber. Kotetsu can teleport to a random location, Hayate Bomber can place a fake bomb that fools enemies, Gold can dash, and Cat Bomber can use a different dash that stuns enemies. An odd little game and our last arcade game for a long time to come. And that jump to 3D is soon to happen. You may have noticed that this chart here doesn't really fit for games that weren't published in Japan. But Bomberman is Japanese, so what game wouldn't be? The answer is Atomic Bomberman, not to be confused with Atomic Bomber, who we just saw in Neo Bomberman. Atomic Bomberman was developed by Interplay with a license to do so from Hudson and published in July of 1997 for Windows PCs in North America and Europe, but not in Japan. Take that, Japan! That's revenge for all the Japan exclusive games. They really didn't miss much though. Man, why do Western clones of Bomberman always make him more robot-like than he needs to be? Apparently they were trying to modernize Bomberman for a Western audience, but in doing so they just made it more 90s. These graphics look like they may as well come from a bootleg. There is no campaign mode here, no unique characters, just recolors of this design and only battle mode. Although internet functionality is nice. And the power-ups have new 90s sounding names like Skulls and The Spooge. There is a sort of a level editor here, and that's just about the game. There really isn't much to this here compared to all the console releases we've been going through. The only notable thing here is the voices. This game was voiced by Charlie Adler of Cow and Chicken fame and Billy West of Ren and Stimpy fame. 'Cause, you know, the whole thing wasn't 90s enough already.
Time's a wasted!
That was a 20 megaton blunder!
Game over, man.
September of 1997, and here's one a lot of people have probably been looking forward to. Baku Bomberman, released for the Nintendo 64 in all regions. If the title sounds unfamiliar, That's because it translates to Bomberman, which doesn't make much sense. So, for the international version, it was retitled Bomberman 64. With hindsight, this title brings up a problem though. See, in 2001 there was another Bomberman game titled Bomberman 64. Its international title was, well, it was Japan exclusive, so it didn't get one. In Japan, there is no confusion. This is Baku Bomberman, and this is Bomberman 64. But we here in the rest of the world have to figure out how to deal with the confusion now. I'm just gonna call this one Baku 64 from now on. Baku 64, despite being a huge break from traditional Bomberman gameplay, what with all the 3D, is arguably the most talked about singular Bomberman game. At least it was until some more recent releases. Remember way back when I said I grew up with 3 of the games? Well, there was that one time we were at a friend's house and played a bunch of Baku 64 battle mode, and had a great time with it. We asked our parents to get that game for us. Not Bomberman Hero, get us this one. Our parents, being our parents, got us Bomberman Hero anyway. I'll get to that game later, but for the longest time, I remember Baku 64 was the one we really had fun with, the one we actually wanted. Finally playing it for the first time as part of my journey, does it live up to my expectations? Well, let's find out. The intro shows us that yes indeed we are in 3D now, and not the kind that we saw way back in 3D Bomberman. They are kinda cheating on Bomberman's character model though. We are off the grid and can roam around freely. We can't jump though. We can place bombs that explode after a few seconds, but the explosions are round now instead of cross-shaped. We can pick up power-ups to increase our bomb count and explosion size. This power-up makes bombs red and increases their explosion size and destructive power in the campaign. Remote control lets you detonate bombs at will. Heart lets you take a hit, although you can only carry one at a time. As for kick and throw, those don't require a power-up anymore. Now we can kick, pick up, and throw bombs anytime. We can even spawn a bomb inside our hands so we don't have to place it and pick it up. Holding a bomb, we can charge it into a big bomb, or pumped bomb, with an even stronger explosion. Kick or throw a bomb into an enemy or another player to stun them, pick them up, and throw them off the cliff. So that throwing of enemies from Super 4 is back here now. We can even pick up power-ups, including negative ones like the skull, and throw them. Overall, it takes some getting used to, but honestly, so did the 2D games. It takes some patience, but if you're willing to read the manual and familiarize yourself with the control scheme, there is a ton of fun to be had here. In battle mode, we got some verticality going on, ledges to fall off. GB3 also had ledges to jump off, so that's nothing new. Instead of a revenge cart, if you die, you become a ghost and can possess other players to mess around with them. There's a devil item, censored to evil in English. Sounds familiar. It causes all sort of effects, like covering the screen in disco lights, messing around player sizes and speeds. During timeout, the walls close in. It's really great. Now on to the campaign mode. So our villain Altair and his underlings, the Masked Trio, just finished absorbing all the energy from this one planet into this cube, the Omnicube, and now set their sights on Planet Bomber, a peaceful planet that had never experienced danger, with the exception of all the danger it has experienced. The bad guy's base descends upon the planet and starts wreaking havoc and destruction. Bomberman rises up to fight them and is approached by this guy named Sirius. Sirius tells us we need to destroy the 4 anchors attached to the base and deactivate the shield so we can reach it and stop the villains. He also says he'll help us out on our quest. How very nice of him. We can now go to the 4 worlds in any order, each consisting of 4 levels. Sirius explains the controls to us. What a great pal. 3D gaming is still in its infancy, of course. Free movement is a lie. Bomberman can only move in 8 directions and snaps between them. There's also no acceleration or deceleration when walking. Now, the 2D games were also like this, so it does make sense. It's really more a matter of expectations. This is Bomberman and not Mario. A lot of people have trouble getting used to this game, but again, if you're patient, you can get the hang of it. The camera, on the other hand, and the way the levels are structured, that stuff is much trickier to get used to. Sure, you can rotate the camera, but it's always this bird's eye perspective. You can't move the camera lower to better see what's ahead, and these levels often have multiple areas and it's difficult to figure out how they fit together. I'm sure a lot of people grew up with this game and have everything memorized and can get around just fine. If that's you, that's great. More power to you. But jumping in during my initial binge of the games was not a pleasant experience. I talk a lot about navigation because the combat in the normal levels is not difficult. Kicking a bomb will always stun an enemy, so they're barely an obstacle. The challenge of the game is figuring out where to go and where some switches are that you may have missed to open up new paths. Bomb this head here to go through, kick a bomb under here. The focus is a lot more on exploration. Sometimes if you bomb something, you hear this sound. Means you either need to use a big bomb or find this power-up to make a red bomb. Or you can bypass these blocks by dropping from a ledge and bouncing from the bombs you've placed there. I love these enemies. They have these pointy sunglasses that make me think of Mauser. The second level is always a boss fight with one of the masked trio, except for the first world in which Sirius wants to test our strength. An odd companion, that one. Wait, how is he using bombs? A lot of these duels can be won very easily just by stunning the enemy and throwing them off the cliff. The next level has an interesting gimmick with these platforms. You can kick a bomb under them and lift off. Sirius tells us Altair isn't using the Omni-Cube to its fullest potential. It has the power to rule the universe, but he apparently doesn't know how to make use of it properly. Interesting. Turns out bomb jumping is a regular mechanic of the game. World 1's boss is this dragon here. Thanks, Sirius, for the remote control. Combat consists of pumping up a bomb, throwing it, and detonating it in midair. Again, with enough patience, you can get the hang of it. The water area has dams for us to open, some stairs to move around with switches. Artemis here can shoot flames, but otherwise just walks around. Oh my, she's dead, isn't she? What a happy occasion. This anglerfish who we fight on the raft makes for an exciting boss fight. The lava world is where things get much more confusing with how it all fits together, especially with these minecart tracks in the second level. Orion likes spamming this green force field attack that stuns you, making you drop your bomb. Sometimes you drop it on top of him. Oh right, enemies can throw you too. Try and keep that in mind. Oh, he's dead. Wait, he's piloting this lava mech now. How did he survive? Oh well, down he goes. On to the snow world, where Sirius tells us Altair killed his brother and sister. And that he isn't helping us for anything honorable, just for revenge. Kinda odd coming out of nowhere. Regulus goes down quickly because we upset his feelings, and then he just leaves. Wish all bosses were like that. A slippery ice floor. Always a joy to deal with. And what? What is the camera doing? What? No. No thank you. No. So in some rooms the camera just chills under the ice for some reason? I'm sure that's everyone's favorite. Slipping up and down these slopes is kind of fun though. An ice spider? That's pretty cool. Then it crashes the floor. Isn't a problem though, Sirius lifts us back up if we fall off. With the 4 bosses defeated, we move on to the main part of the base where we face a bunch of trains we need to dodge. And these homing sites that shoot at us. Kinda like DK64.
Get out!
And a mini-boss at the end. Then we face this cool sentry bot here. Onto this really long labyrinth with switches that activate lasers and elevators, and it's really long and confusing. I suppose this is where I should mention, remember how you can only carry 1 heart? You die really quickly in this game. And of course falling off a cliff kills you. Normally it spawns you at the beginning of a room when you do that, but if you run out of lives, yes this game has lives, you start over from the beginning of the level and have to start all over again. That's probably the only major complaint I have. I can patiently deal with these unfamiliar movement mechanics, and I can work with the camera. All of that requires experimentation though. And this quick death and respawn means if you mess up once, you're punished for trying new things, which goes against that. Okay, I want to fight Altair now.
You wanna fight me?
Yes. He has a pet drone that shoots lasers that disintegrate you. Kinda creepy to think about. Oh well, let's just yeet him out of there. He fuses with his drone, and now he can teleport. Whatever will we do? But then Regulus comes to save him.
You pig!
My mortgage? As Altair and Regulus escape, the base flies off and Sirius brings us back home. He's disappointed with us, though. Okay, roll credits. Some of the credits scenes show us where to find some secrets, and okay. So this was actually the bad ending. See, there are 5 golden cards in each of the levels, one of them for beating it in the time limit, one for beating enough enemies, meaning you need to go back and forth between areas so more enemies spawn so you can kill them and get the card. The other 3 are for exploring every nook and cranny, which wouldn't be a problem except for the punishing death mechanic. You saw what kind of setup you need to get to some places by bomb jumping, and if you don't place everything precisely where it needs to be, it's back to the start without the remote control, so you need to go get another one. Also, I should mention you can find custom parts for multiplayer in the campaign. Fun costumes for Bomberman. Okay, let's fight Altair again, but this time with all the gold cards. Spoiler alert at this point. There's a pretty major twist here. Whoa there, Sirius. Turns out they stole the cube from him. Whoa, F. So it turns out he was just using us to get his cube back. Everything was a lie and he's gonna kill everyone now. And he flies off. You could have just killed me right now, you know. I mean, you just killed Altair, but you're gonna let me live? I mean, I'm not complaining. Sirius runs off to the true final world in the clouds. There are more gold cards here, but don't. Honestly, don't. They are not worth the frustration. Level 2, mid-boss fight.
Welcome.
Devil? No, this is an entirely different character named Spellmaker. The scythes might throw you off, though. And this final castle where it takes forever to get the positioning just right to get up to these switches. Finally, the true final boss, Sirius. Oh, is he fighting us inside that cube? Either way, it looks like you can fall off the arena, so... He's about to blast us, but Regulus comes to the rescue and destroys the Omni-Cube. Okay, time to team up and take out Sirius. Regulus isn't much help, though. Boo. So Regulus brings us back home, but still doesn't like us, and promises to settle this some other time. Okay then. The base is destroyed and the credits roll, as we see more inspirational cutscenes from the game and fake outtakes. Yeah, slipping on that thing's gotta hurt. The end. Although there is a hard mode where you can get more costumes for multiplayer. Overall, there are some great mechanics here, but the way they're implemented is really janky and prevents you from experimenting as much as you might need to. I don't blame them though. 3D is difficult to do this early on, and Bomberman has always been a bit tricky to figure out, what with always fighting with indirect combat. Will we ever meet Regulus again? How will 3D do in games to come? We shall see. December of 1997, and we have not Saturn Bomberman, but Saturn Bomberman Fight, released for the Sega Saturn exclusively in Japan. An odd little game, being sort of an in-between of 2D and 3D, with an isometric perspective. Gameplay consists mostly of bomber duels in this new format, and while there's no campaign mode proper, there is a story here. A bomber tournament is being held and whoever wins can have one wish granted. Our contestants are White Bomber, trying to protect peace and make sure no bad guys win the free wish. Black Bomber, who is there too, I guess. Honey, who in this game is a bounty hunter and is in it for the money. Kotetsu, described here as Honey's apprentice, who wants to further his training. Denta, a ninja from Edo period Japan who was brought here by a mysterious light, and was told to go defeat White Bomber. He also has a rivalry going on with Kotetsu, even though Denta is from Edo period Japan, and Kotetsu is from... Actually, we don't know, so he might as well be too, I guess. Oh, and here's Keppo, not a participant but still in the game. Golem Bomber, who, presumably after the events of Super Bomberman 3, wandered around in the forest and was found by Mommy, a toddler who nursed him back to health. Then Mommy's mother fell sick, and since she doesn't have money for a doctor, both Mommy and Golem are competing to get the mother back to health. Louisa, a princess from who knows where who is tired of her sheltered life and wants some excitement from the tournament. Baguro, yes, Baguro, who is kinda based off of Shaven Bagura from the Panic games. He's a huge fanboy of Bagura and wants to take over the world, I think. I'm not sure. Rodibon, a robot built by the Higgy Higgy Bandits, but a failed one who didn't like fighting, so he was thrown into a dump, but ran away and wanted to run really fast, so he enters the tournament. Higgy Higgy Grunt number 12, who I guess wants to beat Bomberman. Pui Pui, a monkey who liked stealing food from the tournament, and somehow ended up a participant. Peggy Jr., a generic enemy from some of the older games, who never says anything and just stares, and nobody knows how he ended up here. Pampu, or Pump, a Shinigami, or death spirit, who is unhappy because she has only collected weak souls so far and wants to collect some stronger souls. And Daryl, a naked slime lady created from the data of past tournament participants by an underground organization. Which underground organization, though? The one from the NES game? No, that's too much of a stretch even for me. She looks like what I think is supposed to be the goddess statue that grants the wish, and she serves as the final boss for most characters. Phew, you got all that? No? Good. So you can play as all of these characters, and all of them can use bombs, including the toddler and the monkey. You pick one and you fight a bunch of rounds against various predetermined opponents with fully voiced dialogue before and after the fights.
Asari-san, kawaii.
Until you fight Daryl, and then you get that character's wish granted, more or less. It's very tongue-in-cheek. Honey, for instance, wishes for money, but then is buried in it so she can't move anymore. Some sites have translations and summaries of some of the dialogue between these characters, but not all of it, sadly. Honey is shown to be an abusive master to her apprentice Kotetsu. Remember how Honey was sort of Pretty Bomber? Well, Pretty Bomber was eager to avenge her fallen companions in Panic Bomber W, while Honey fights Golem Bomber for the bounty on him without a second thought. So that would be something that speaks against them being the same person. Golem says to Higgy number 12 that he left the Higgy Higgy Bandits a long time ago, meaning he was a member of it at some point. He's supposedly coming straight from Super 3, which was released before Saturn Bomberman that established the Higgy Higgy dudes as a faction, so how does this work? The Dastardlies are bomber cyborgs, meaning they're based on humanoids, so was he in the faction before Bagura turned him into a bomber? Of all the games that both explicitly connects to other games, while also directly contradicting them, this one might just go the farthest with it. Anyone trying to fit these games together will have a hard time reconciling this one. White Bomber mentions a professor to Mommy, but we don't know if this is Mitsumori or Ein. Black Bomber is shown to be much more rude than White, even saying a swear word, although it is bleeped out in-game. All these characters have different stats, speed and damage and health and such. Speaking of which, we have health bars now, so we don't die in one hit. Also, the stages have slopes, but for the very first time, we can jump on command, without the assistance of a Louie or Spring, and without jumping off a ledge. We can even double jump. Explosions are cross-shaped, but when this bar fills up, we get one giant bomb to throw. We don't need power-ups to kick or throw, and one new power-up is this horse here, called White Horse even though it's brown. We can ride around on it until we take a hit, but it doesn't die. Anyone who catches it can get back on. Story mode has us play through the aforementioned Bomber tournament with all the dialogue. Survival mode has us fighting duels with the goal of beating 50, and battle mode is, as expected, a more open multiplayer mode. You can give players handicaps, and the only music I could tell isn't original is the battle mode music. So, who won the tournament in the end, canonically? I don't know, let's just call it an Elder Scrolls Dragon Break and say everybody won. So, what's the deal with everyone being able to use bombs now? Not just cameo characters like in Saturn, but even all the guys in Baku 64 and toddlers and monkeys in Saturn Fight. I guess everyone can now, but as for who is able to build a Bomberman, well, the technology seems to have been invented by Mitsumori. The one Carrot Diamond and Dr. Mook built was called a fake Bomberman, so I guess it doesn't count. G. Ganzu built the Dastardlies, but was then retconned into Bagura. And Mechadoc used bombs but never explicitly built a proper bomber, so that leaves only Mitsumori and Bagura, who definitely 100% have the technology to do so. If Mitsumori invented it, I wonder how Bagura got a hold of the technology. Bagura is also shown to be a bomber himself since his introduction, and he has had explosions, so he is at least partially a robot, but he did have an organic brain, so he must also be a bomber cyborg. Wonder what human or humanoid he was built out of. And then there's the line from the Super Bomberman II guidebook, indicating that White Bomber and the Dastardlies have the same creator, which would imply that Mitsumori and Bagura are the same person. Oh, come on, that's dumb. That can't be. Mitsumori is a bald, egg-shaped scientist with a big bushy beard, mustache, and eyebrows who built an evil Bomberman clone and then disappeared. His cameo in DoReMi Fantasy would mean the devs haven't forgotten him, so he should be hiding somewhere, but I don't know where. Meanwhile, Bagura just sort of came out of nowhere. Everything about him is a mystery. And he's a bald, egg-shaped scientist with a big bushy beard, mustache, and eyebrows who built a bunch of evil Bomberman clones. Wait. No. Okay, if you'll allow me to indulge in some theory territory. Well. Has Mitsumori been hiding right under our noses this whole time? But how would that work? He's a good guy and Bagura is an evil villain. For a while I thought maybe Mitsumori was evil all along, but that couldn't be. Mitsumori doesn't explicitly build White Bomber for justice in the Japanese manual, but it does specify Black turned evil because of a programming error. So he was trying to build good guys, so what would make him turn evil? Well, what turned Black evil? The programming error, or computer bug. Bagu. Bagura. If Mitsumori invented the Bomberman technology, maybe he tried to turn himself into a bomber cyborg, but then the same programming bug happened and that's how he became the evil villain Bagura, who is now ever trying to defeat his original creation, White Bomber. It's all coming together. But if Mitsumori has been right under our noses this whole time, then what about his daughter Lisa? What happened to her? On the official side of things, we know even less about her than we do about Mitsumori. Not much to go off of here, but let's see. A girl, a damsel, pink dress, brown hair. No, it couldn't be. Pretty was Honey, except there's also evidence against it. Honey fights Golem with no hesitation and has black hair, whereas Pretty Bomber without her helmet has brown hair. The Dastardlies are bomber cyborgs built by Bagura and have the same creator as White Bomber. If that's true, then Mitsumori/Bagura would need a human out of which to build Pretty. And if all of that is true, then who might he have used if not his very own daughter, Lisa? I wouldn't know about the others, though. I don't know, maybe Brain is Dr. Mook? No, that doesn't work. Mook's mech is more similar to magnets, and Brain invented the remote control, which was present in TG16 already, and I don't know. Also, yes, I used Mechadoc's music from the anime for that part, but come on, the world needs more harpsichords. Okay, enough theories. Let's finish 1997 with Pocket Bomberman, released just one day after Saturn Fight in all regions. Originally for the Game Boy, but the international release was for the Game Boy Color 1 year later. Long ago, a dark cloud covered the sun because a monster had sealed the Sword of the Sun, and thus it's up to Bomberman to climb the evil mountain and fight the 5 monsters to collect the 5 Power Stones. Because Bomberman is the last one capable of doing so. So is this in the past? And Bomberman's the last hero? I should mention the Japanese version refers to this character as Hero. And what's Indie Bomber from GB2 doing in the background of the North American manual here? Bomberman appears to have an axe and a sword and armor in the artwork and the level intros, but during gameplay he looks pretty standard. The first thing to notice is that while we are back in 2D, it is now a side-scroller. We can walk left and right and place bombs and jump. Bombs can be placed in mid-air and used as platforms, making for an interesting twist to the series. There are gates to bomb open, blocks to bomb for power-ups, and enemies to kill to deactivate the gate. And seesaws. Some of the enemies are trees with sunglasses. All the regular power-ups are here. Bomb up, fire up, remote control, penetration bombs. World 1, the forest, has our regular theme extension we all know and love. And our boss is this floating tree thing who spawns caterpillars and butterflies. World 2 is an ocean. How is there an ocean on a mountain above a forest? With fish, flowing water, icicles. How do icicles fall underwater? And here's where we see a new power-up, wings. With wings, we can jump while in mid-air as many times as we want, thus giving us unlimited flight. Now, how exactly wings help you to fly underwater in an ocean inside a mountain above a forest remains a mystery. The boss of Worlds 2 is our oh-so-beloved bubble-spitting crab. Except it throws the bubbles more than spitting them? He spits them in the artwork, though. On to World 3, Wind, where we find, well, wind. Cyclones. And our boss is this undead pterodactyl. World 4 is the Cloud World with spring chickens, lightning, and this spider. But spiders have 8 legs, so this would have to be an insect. World 5 is called Evil. So the evil world of the evil mountain? Is there a good world of the evil mountain? Is there a good mountain that has a good world? This monster looks familiar, though. Watch out for black holes. And more undead pterodactyls. Also, the roulette from Saturn is back, so see if you can get some goodies while you're there. The final boss is called Babylon. No, that's not another misspelling of Bagura. That's what he's called in Japanese too. So is this Bagura's ancestor? Or a version of him that fell through the time warp? With Babylon defeated, Bomberman, or Hero or whoever, obtains the 5th Power Stone with which he can unseal the Sword of the Sun, giving him a costume change. Thus the sun started shining again. The end. No credits for us. No battle mode in this game, but there is a jump mode where we always jump and try to get to the top of this place. And here we have the only other appearance of the Midnight Bombers from Panic Bomber Virtual Boy. Except for Monster Bomber. Sorry, Monster Bomber. Though it's not a battle mode, we do have another remix of our battle mode music. $1998. This one might take a while. Let's get to it. In January, we have Bomberman World for PlayStation. Not to be confused with Bomberman World, the arcade cabinet. This one was released in all regions, though the North American and European versions have a few differences. The back of the North American CD case says it has the biggest bosses in Bomberman history. I don't know, I'd say Devil from GB3 and Mujo's Mech and Saturn are bigger than anything in this game. Well, it's very PlayStation-esque. I like this intro music. Our story is that a long time ago, the Dark Force bombers tried to turn the world into darkness, as you do. The North American version says this was in a Bomberman world far away, but Japan and Europe just have the world. Then our ancestors... Wait, does this connect to the real world again? Or is this the Bomber people telling us this? Our ancestors united and sealed the Dark Force bombers away in the blue crystal. But each of them is in a separate crystal. Why is this singular? And each has a different color, only one of them is blue. Hundreds of years later, or millions of years later if you're reading the European version, Bagura appears. That's Burglar in North America and Bugler 2Gs in Europe. North America says he mysteriously appeared, while Europe and Japan say he appeared from a different point in time and space. So is this the follow-up to the Time Warp in Super 4? Only like 1.5 other appearances. He destroys the crystals, recruits the Dark Force bombers, and takes over the 4 worlds. North America says he wants to take over the universe, while in the other versions it's unspecified. And so it's up to Bomberman to fight the Dark Force bombers and defeat Bagura. So, after Cyclone Bomber flashes her boobs at us, we see that Bomberman's spaceship is the same 2-seater from Super 3. But this game has no co-op, sadly. The worlds are based on the traditional 4 elements. We can tackle them in any order. Planet Forest looks like Earth, and we are back to our traditional grid-based 2D gameplay. Just with fancier 3D PlayStation graphics. Bomberman spoke sometimes in Saturn, but now feels the need to point out every single time he picks something up.
Start! Fire! Special! Bomb up! Bomb up!
What are you, a sheep?
Bomb up!
Notably, the North American and European versions have different voices for him.
Start! Fire! Special! Mistake!
Mistake, huh?
Mistake!
Yeah, that's shimata. It literally means mistake, but it's more something you say when something goes wrong, like dang it, or...
No!
Mechanics-wise, there isn't much here we haven't seen before. Moving platforms, stairs, all that normal stuff. A lot of these enemies are from Super 3, and in turn from Neotopia. Also, cows? In the levels we now collect crystals to open the exit. Earth Bomber is riding a mount. He demonstrates what it can do, and then leaves it. Wouldn't it be better to fight me with the mount? Oh well, we do get the mount as a reward for beating him. So the mounts in this game are based on the ones from the cancelled Virtual Bomberman. Cool to see them put to use. T-Bow looks similar to Keppo and can jump. Rick can dash, the others just shoot bombs in different patterns. After the bomber duel, the enemy boards a mech, the same way they did in Super 3. This tree looks like what we had in Pocket. I really like what they're going for with this boss music. On Planet Wind, we face cyclones, stairs, the usual fare, and Cyclone Bomber who can teleport. I love her googly-eyed mech.
This isn't happening!
Wow, how many stock sounds can you fit into one scene? After resealing her, we move on to Planet Fire with switchable minecart tracks, volcanoes, Fire Bomber can, well, shoot flames. His mech is something we've seen in GB3, but it looked like they were moving on their own there, and now they're a mech. Planet Ocean is an ocean, and flames travel through these pipes, which is kinda cool. Also, watch out for this claw. Aqua Bomber's mech is a giant squid, similar to something in GB3. With the 4 Dark Force bombers defeated, we unlock Planet Black, or Black Star. It feels the need to have this science fiction-y woo sound playing the entire time, even during cutscenes.
Start!
This head magnet thing is something we haven't seen before. Oh look, hologram Bomberman. Bagura has an English voice for the first time. You tell me if it sounds better in British or American.
Well done, Bomberman. Welcome to my world.
Well done, Bomberman. Welcome to my world.
He still floats around and uses rubber bombs just like in Super 3, and teleports all the time, which is a bit frustrating, but he's doable.
You can't defeat me.
But I just did. Thanks for the mech. And that friggin' woo is still playing. Okay, on to the final boss with... Is that gonna stop already?
A dark power is invincible. Give up, Bomberman.
Dark power? This mech is called God Header and has the same thing on its head as God Bomber from the cancelled Virtual Bomberman. Yet another connection. We beat it and... a butt? Oh no, that's his chest. Finally, that sound effect is gone as we have a final boss track playing. These side lasers are a bit tricky, but workable.
The dark power will never die. I shall return.
So, since when does Bagura have dark power? Either way, I don't doubt for a minute he'll be back. As Bomberman escapes in his two-seater, the planet explodes, thumbs up, just like in Super 3, and he returns home, where he is celebrated as a hero. Wait, if he returns to this planet and Earth was Planet Forest, are these two separate planets now? The credits roll. What was that? The end. There is a challenge mode, similar to what GB3 had and what was announced in Virtual Bomberman, and battle mode has a king sitting in the background. And the guy from Pocket at the end with the costume change. He's called Bomber Hero, although the European version changed him to Hero Bomber and the North American version changed it to Hero Bomberman. I'm just gonna stick to Bomber Hero. The guy in Pocket was called Hero in Japanese. Remember this. The king isn't playable, but we do have Bomber Bishop, Bomber Fairy, Bomber Ninja, Bomber Witch, and Bomber Merchant. They're sort of coming out of nowhere here, but it will all make sense soon, I promise. Our Victor minigame is this Spark Bomber game, and we have another remix of our battle mode music. While it's still January, let's talk about another German Club Nintendo comic. Never Say Holerö. One day, as Mario was skiing in Switzerland, he sees everyone has been turned into cheese. Except for TT from Diddy Kong Racing, who is apparently from Zurich. And Americans have been turned into hot dogs. They decide to go to Austria, where everyone has been turned into Mozartkugels, except for Bomberman, who is in fact from Vienna, but he was from Japan in Super 3. In Germany, everyone has been turned into cutlets and fries. Toad tells them this is the doing of an alien disguised as a singer called Heidi, who is singing Holerö and turning everyone into food that is typical of their country. Except for our trio and Toad, who tells them to go to the Taj Mahal and then disappears. So they go to the Taj Mahal restaurant in Frankfurt, where Mago the Omniscient tells them TT can freeze time, Bomberman throws bombs, and Mario can turn toilet brushes into zippers. To be continued in Part 2. In Part 2, while eating food that turns against them, the girls they're eating with try to play the Holerö song, but Bomberman stops them. Turns out they were aliens in disguise all along, so it's all good. They go to the old opera house in Frankfurt, where the aliens plan to eat all of humanity, and Toad gives them some secret agent gadgets. But they get captured by the aliens and trapped in the bathroom. Good thing Mario can turn toilet brushes into zippers, allowing them to escape. Turns out Heidi was Cthulhu all along. TT stops time, allowing the human-turned food to escape as Bomberman blows the place up. The people turn back to normal, but one UFO escapes. Heidi will return one day. So that's a thing that just happened. In April of '98, we have our next game, Bomberman Wars, released exclusively in Japan for the PlayStation and the Saturn. Haven't had a multi-plat release since the Panic Bomber games. In this one, you actually do kinda need to be able to read the text to play it decently, but luckily there is an English fan patch, so special thanks to these people for that. Our intro shows a whole bunch of new characters and those guys from World. We start the campaign and this lizard dude is about to step on some people, but Bomber Hero comes to the rescue, together with 4 friends. So this game is quite unlike other Bomberman games. It is turn-based, and more along the lines of chess or Fire Emblem. We can move each of our characters on each turn. They can place bombs that explode after 5 turns, and we can trap enemies by placing bombs and standing in their way. With the lizard dude defeated, Bomber Hero and friends are celebrated as heroes. Hero becomes king and rules the kingdom for a long time until Dark Bomber appears, looking suspiciously like Bagura. He plans to take over the world with the Dark Force Bombers, so the king assembles the Light Force Bombers to seal away the Dark Force Bombers and defeat Dark Bomber. So remember how at the end of Pocket, Hero had a costume change, and in World it said the Dark Force Bombers were sealed in the crystal long ago? Well, Wars is that very same long ago. It is a midquel to Pocket and World. In Pocket, Hero gets the costume change. In Wars, he becomes the king and seals away the Dark Force Bombers, and in World, the Dark Force Bombers return. The release order was Pocket World Wars, but the story order is Pocket Wars World. If that doesn't make sense to you, don't worry about it, I don't get it either. So in Wars, Bomber Hero, the guy from Pocket, defeats the lizard dude in the tutorial section and becomes the ruler of Bomberland, Bomber King. Not this Bomber King, not King Bomber, and not the 4 Bomber Kings. This Bomber King. Our world map consists of 24 levels and the palace where we can save, check the tutorial, buy things from the merchant, who we also saw in World, and assemble our party. At the start we only have the 4 bombers we had in the tutorial, but Hero aged and became an old man, so how did these guys stay young? And we can unlock other bombers as we progress. Each character has a movement stat, a bomb placing range, and sometimes a special ability. Bomber Fighter, looking like Bomber Hero before the costume change, is well balanced. Bomber Witch is slow but can place bombs very far away. Bomber Thief is fast. Bomber Cleric can pray, which increases the countdown on a bomb. Bomber Archer can decrease the countdown on a bomb. Bomber Monk looks a lot like what we had in Saturn for the Master Mode and can knock other bombers forward. Bomber Giant can lift and place other bombers and bombs next to him. Bomber Fairy can fly over water and lava. Bomber Bishop can also pray just like Bomber Cleric, as can Bomber Paladin. Bomber Musashi can bring a bomb count down to 1. Bomber Ninja can jump over things, and Bomber Prince just generally has good stats. Lots of strategy possibilities. We sally forth and conquer the squares one by one, by either defeating the enemy king or all of the other enemies on the stage. Bombs still explode in cross shapes, and you can also collect items to increase bomb range and capacity. You can get more money, use a remote control, and find 2 different alternate characters by collecting an egg. Bomber Dragon, not to be confused with Bomber Dragon from the Master Mode of Saturn Bomberman, and Bomber Cerberus. There's even Bomb Kick. Wait, the map in the background of the manual would have you believe this is all in ancient Greece and Anatolia. What's up with that? The overall situation can change every turn, so it's a lot more about planning ahead according to your and the enemy's speed, range, and abilities. Finding out where you can stand safe in messes like this one. I really love this. Why was this Japan exclusive? Eventually, we reach the 4 corners of the world map and fight the Dark Force Bombers proper. The same characters as in World. They have some other special abilities. Cyclone Bomber in particular was a pain to deal with until she ended up killing herself. I'll take it. When defeating the last one, Dark Bomber appears. Luckily, placing a bomb on lava will make it detonate immediately, so yay for stage hazards. So Dark Bomber is defeated. The B is shown, showing us that this is indeed Bagura, I think, and he becomes the skull we saw at the start of World. But in World he said he came from a different time. So did he come straight from Super 4, or did he go from Super 4 to Wars, was sealed away, and returned? The line about coming from a different time referring to him just coming from the past. Ah well. The credits roll, the end. We can return to one of the levels and fight... Honey? How the hell did you end up here? There is a multiplayer mode where 2 players assemble teams and face off against each other, but that's about it. Wow. With the Japan-exclusive midquel behind us, we have completed our Bomber Hero trilogy. If you can call it that, I don't know. I'd say there's another Bomberman Hero coming up soon. While it's still April, we got ourselves another big one. Bomberman Hero Rescue Princess Million, shortened to just Bomberman Hero internationally, released for the Nintendo 64 in all regions. And finally, another game that I grew up playing. Up front, I should mention, this game doesn't have a multiplayer battle mode. This alone earned it a lot of hate back when it was released. We all know Bomberman is only good in the battle mode. Nobody plays these games for the campaign. I've already mentioned that stuff at the start. It's an interesting conundrum that the first-person shooter genre often faces. Does it even need a campaign? Odd to see Bomberman go through the same debate this early on. Of course, with GB 3 and Pocket, this isn't even the first Bomberman game without a battle mode since the NES game, but Hero got the brunt of it. Back in the day, my siblings and I were disappointed, at least initially. We asked for Baku 64 and got Hero. Of course, when we decided to just play the game for what it was, we had a blast, and so did a lot of other people, it seems. But enough about that, let's boot it up and have a look. We start the game and see that Bomberman has a bunch of new gadgets, and we see him dying in each one. You'd think they'd want to show how awesome he is in all of these gadgets, but okay. So what's our story? Long ago, in a galaxy far, far away, Princess Leia was in her spaceship being pursued by the Galactic Empire. She gets captured, but gives the plans to the Death Star to her droid R2-D2, who escapes to Tatooine and finds Luke Skywalker. Thus, it is up to Luke to fight the Galactic Empire and rescue Princess Leia. At some point in time in the Bomber Nebula, Princess Million was in her spaceship being pursued by the Garaden Empire. She gets captured but gives the secret disc to her robot Piebot, who escapes to Planet Bomber and finds Bomberman. Thus, it is up to Bomberman to fight the Garaden Empire and rescue the titular Princess Million. This game is linear in that we unlock one level at a time and there's no overworld or anything, just a bunch of selection menus, but we can always go back to completed stages. Initially 5 planets, the first 4 having 3 areas each and 48 stages in each area. We started up and it is indeed another Bomberman game in 3D. Very different from what we had in Baku 64 though, and there is a reason for this. This is PC Genjin, more commonly known as Bonk in North America. Another Hudson franchise that saw a few games. When the Ultra 64, what would later become the Nintendo 64, was announced, Hudson began developing a 3D platformer with Bonk as the main character, this project being known as Ultra Genjin. Due to some development problems like figuring out 3D platforming, it was cancelled, but later picked up again and adapted into Bomberman Hero. That explains the differences between this game and other Bomberman games at the time. It's a Bonk game with Bomberman painted over it. Immediately we notice that we can jump. This was heavily criticized. No, I'm serious. There are reviewers out there saying Bomberman can't jump. We all know that. I mean, he has been able to jump in Saturn Fight and Pocket, but I guess they're the experts here. We can still place bombs and kick them. This time they explode on impact. We can even place them while in the air. We can climb ledges and we can throw a bomb with one button. No more generating one in your hands and then throwing it like in Baku 64. Our thrown bombs also explode on impact, making for a much more streamlined main attack. Useful if this is to be a 3D platformer. And charging up a bomb, we can throw up to 4 at once, though we hardly ever have to use this. Let's go into the building. So this robot thing trains us and later sends us off on our quest. As a kid, I thought there must be some connection between this robot and the professor dude from the DOS game I grew up with. Now that I've played pretty much the entire rest of the franchise, I can definitively say that I have no friggin' clue. As we ascend the elevator, we notice something from Spaceland on our planet. If at any time between growing up and starting my journey here, you had asked me what Bomberman music was, I would have started humming this. It sort of has that motif that's been there since TG16. Even back in the day, this game's music was praised. This one person writing is the only good thing about it. Ugh, whatever. So we can collect bomb-ups and fire-ups, as per usual, and bombs explode in sphere shapes. The bombs can and do arc over enemies, but if you learn proper positioning, you can deal with this. You can throw one bomb into an explosion and chain that back to yourself. Not very useful, but with a vest you can perform Bakudan cross attack. You can't walk around while doing it, but it is a proof of concept. We have a health bar now, and die after 4 hits. Health can be refilled with heart power-ups. There aren't very many in the game, but that's because of the version. There are tons of differences between the Japanese and Western releases, enemies and items being placed differently, the Western version being much more stingy with health refills. It's widely seen as the hard mode version of the original Japanese game. Collecting 200 crystals will increase your health meter up to a maximum of 8. Apparently in the Japanese version this is permanent, but in the Western version a game over or reload will reset your health back to 4. So yeah, a lot harder. On the topic of crystals, those, gems, and power-ups give you points, as well as killing enemies. And at the end of the stage, you're graded on how many points you get. The Japanese version is pretty lenient, but in the Western version, most of the time you absolutely need every single thing in the stage to get a perfect 5 rating, which can lead to some frustration. If you missed one thing, you have to do the stage over again. Luckily, a high rating isn't strictly necessary, but we'll get back to that. Stages mostly consist of getting to the end. Sometimes a stage has 2 exits leading to 2 different stages after it. Sometimes you need a card to open the exit. Sometimes these 4 crystals open the way forward. Sometimes there's a mini-boss at the end. Sometimes you bomb a lava dam or this water tank. There are gimmicks like moving platforms, secret passageways, teleporters, switches, a decent variety. In the first world, Black Bomber occasionally assists us with the 2-seater. This confused me as a kid. Wasn't Black Bomber a bad guy? But now I know he became a good guy in Super 1, so it all makes sense now. In one of the early levels, we find this purple orb thing, an ADOC bomb, a special collectible that doesn't respawn when we repeat the level. There are 24 total across the first 4 worlds. After the training missions, the robot thing sends us away to investigate that thing that crashed. It's in this area where we get our first gadget, Bomber Marine. Utter Chang? Otter Dang? Unner Gang?
Bomber change!
Oh, Bomber Change.
Bomber change!
Jeez, learn to enunciate. Normally, water spits us back out, which can be useful for gaining height sometimes, but with Bomber Marine, we can move underwater in a ravine, underwater in a ravine, underwater in a tunnel. Yeah, the underwater levels get kind of boring. There's one underwater level where we can get eaten by this thing. At least we have bubble-spitting crabs. It's also here where we get Bomber Jet. It is more fast-paced than Bomber Marine, and makes for some fun on-rails shooter sections. At the UFO crash site, we face this blue dude named Nitros. We face him once on every planet, actually, making for sort of a reoccurring rival character. And it's always in this subspace he calls ADOC. The connection between this ADOC and the ADOC bombs is unknown. Boss fight scores are handled with a timer, so make sure to learn his jump evasion patterns and beat him quickly. Nitros out of the way, Piebot greets us, gives us that secret disc, and tells us to, what else? Rescue Princess Million. What do you do if you have short render distance? Why, you pass it off as a stage gimmick, of course. We board this colorful spaceship that was chasing the princess in the intro, and as Nitros escapes with the princess, we fight Endol, who looks like an electric catfish. I know that because the manual told me so. Upon defeat, he explodes into money? And as we exit his ship, there's a dollar sign on it. Was he supposed to have a money gimmick going on at some point? Either way, Bomberman and Piebot set out to the second world, Primus Star. There are cutscenes in some places. Find the underground tunnel? This doesn't change anything in the game, we just keep progressing through the stages. Witness here the only time we need the multiple bomb throwing attack to activate this ice flower. The wall pass power-up exists, but it's only for very few specific walls in like 3 levels. After the waterway, there's this cutscene with... Okay, if that ain't Mario 64, I don't know what is. What's this, a bomb chew? Okay, I take that comment about the grass back. This is Mario 64. Remote bomb is here, though it isn't very useful in this game. We find Princess Million in this prison cell, but Nitros is here for round 2, and this time he uses bombs. As a kid, I thought his bombs must be ice bombs or something, what with the white explosion. But the red color makes me think they're based on the power bombs from Baku 64. Nitros defeated again, the princess has been taken to this clock tower. Enter Bomber Copter. We can climb, sink, and hover while dropping bombs. Actually pretty cool aerial combat. We climb the inside of the tower where these enemies shake their hips at us seductively while popping their pupils at us. No thanks, you're not my type. So we fight Baruda, Endel's first pupil. What? These bosses have relationships with each other now? This is never brought up again. Whoa, 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 whoa there, watch the inflation. Think you're straight out of DeviantArt. We fight him in an aerial duel with Bomber Copter. I think it's a pretty cool concept, though you don't have great depth perception to tell if you're hitting him. Also, why is his death sound the same as his laughing sound? What's so funny about dying? Piebot catches us in the two-seater to tell us the princess has been taken to the next planet, Kanatia Star. There are a few levels where you continuously lose health because of the heat, but you go into these air conditioning pods for a full heal. The game doesn't differentiate between regular damage and heat damage, so you can always go back here for a full heal, kinda like water in Mario 64. Here is where we get the last gadget, Bomber Slider, with some pretty neat music. Bomberman is ambushed and captured by this thing, and a cat lady, but instead of killing us, they just put us in a cell. Easiest escape ever? Admit it, if you grew up with this game, you did this. This level has bubbles with which we can float up. This time Nitros has a shield, taken care of pretty easily. Finally, Princess Million can be rescued and she's teleported away. This level has a throwing glove with which we can throw really far, but you have to wait for it to fade off before you can throw normally again. And here we have salt bombs, which are entirely useless except for killing slugs. We will see bombs charged with different elements in later games, but the very first alternate bomb type, not counting things like remote bomb, is in fact the salt bomb. We enter level Move Stone, in which we move stones. Let's enter the boss stage. What is this statue? I need to know. Nobody in the game references this. What is it doing here? Is it a leftover from when this was going to be a bonk game? Oh well, now we get to fight Bolban, who can turn people to stone. With Piebot saved, it turns out Nitros took the princess to yet another planet. It is here on planet Muzzone that we get to ride Louie, for a grand total of 2 levels. He can wall kick, cause that's mandatory.
I did it!
Yeah, we did it. It's also here in the jungle where the game can't handle the frame rate anymore. Oh, if you're struggling with this level, just go along the top and make the icebergs fall down in advance. It's here where we get the second elemental change to our bombs, freeze bombs, used to freeze the enemies so we can use them as platforms. And there are more of these statues. I swear they were supposed to be something at some point during development. Nitros wants the disc from us. Oh right, the disc. That was a thing. And this time he can line bomb. Sure wish we could. Now Princess Million wants us to get the other 3 discs, so I guess we're getting them now. These 3 levels have some pretty cool gimmicks, with this tall wind tunnel level, one where we turn gravity weaker, one where we have a mirror and we can enter the mirror. Whoa, there's an invincible ghost in there, looking kinda like the hologram bombers from World. We give the discs to the princess, but it wasn't her, it was the cat girl Natia in disguise. Now the Bakudan Empire can revive Bagular? Wait, if this was a cat girl in a human suit, does that make her a reverse furry? What would you call that, a skinny? But first, we fight her pet robot Cronus. Okay, make sure you don't get hit by a missile after killing the robot, otherwise Natia will just stay on her floating thing and the second phase of the fight won't start. Let's try it again. And she can throw knives and whip us? Okay, hold on a sec here. Electric shocks, inflation, bondage, furry S&M. I'm starting to see a pattern here. With Natia out of the way, we finally rescue the titular Princess Million, but we need to go to the final planet and take care of the Bakudan Empire. Off we go as Nitros uses the discs to revive Bagura from a brain. Wait, so is this what happened to him after Super 4? That was the last time we saw him as a brain. But then how did he end up in the past for Wars and World? The time warp might make sense, but how is he back to being a brain here? And how did he end up in Neo? And who was Babylon? Well, whatever. The 4 devils of Garaden, I guess that's what they were called, are revived, so rematch time. Underwater Boban is not a pleasant fight. But the Natias have a whole bunch of tiny Cronuslings that are kinda cute. I want one as a pet. Nitros is ready for the final fight with him and calls us Bomber Boy. Is this a reference to Bomber Boy? Probably not. He can now kick 4 bombs at once. Wish I could do that. Oh, as it turns out, he's from Planet Bomber and was a trainee there, but was brainwashed. But we knocked him back to his senses, and so he gives us a full heal and sends us off to fight Bagura. He has the amazing power of rushing forward. And he can throw purple force things, I guess. Well, that body didn't last long. And already he's back to being a brain in a jar, but this time with a TV screen? Oh well, just bomb the right one. And finally, a mech we get to destroy piece by piece. He has a goodbye gift for us, but we escape as the planet explodes. We return and the princess has another Mario 64 reference for us. And an actual rendition of the battle mode music. Or rather, a version of it that's been used as the level select music in a few games. Go figure. Roll credits, the end. If you mash the start button while booting the game, you can visit the moon of Planet Bomber for some bonus levels, but not much else to say about that. Wow, what a game. Oh right, the ADOC bombs. Well, they're not hard to collect. What's harder is getting a perfect 5 score on every single level. Whew. With that done, we can visit the secret 6th world, Gossick. Now, if only that didn't constitute a save reload, I'd still have 8 health. Someone who knows Bagura, huh? It is Evil Bomber. You know, the one who is actually Devil Bomber, but the name got censored. And the fan patch for GB3 maintained that censored name. He appears here in English, and Bomberman makes reference to already knowing him. Well, gee, it's a good thing GB3 wasn't Japan exclusive or anything, or people might be confused as to who this guy is and how Bomberman seems to already know him. Might come up with theories of him being Sirius from Baku 64 or something. No really, this old GameFAQs guide posits that theory. Oh, region restrictions. You create so much confusion. And for what? So how does Devil tie into this plot? Is Gossick that bottom part of Planet Owen that broke off? So it was you. Well, what was you? Did he create the Garadan Empire? Was he the mastermind behind his creator Bagura? Nothing is specified, so we're still left wondering. Devil can rush into us, but isn't too tough. With Devil defeated, we celebrate again, I guess. There are a few extra modes where you can treasure hunt and time trial one of the Bomber Slider levels, but nothing too special. Whoa, one of the most extensive Bomberman campaigns. I'm actually glad to have grown up with this instead of Baku 64 looking back. Although of course that could just be nostalgia talking. But the journey is far from over. August of '98, and here comes a racing game spin-off. Bomberman Fantasy Race, released for the PlayStation in all regions. We have another animated intro. That space bus isn't the same one as the one in Super 4, but we still have White and Black dozing off inside. Wait, is that Muscle Bomber? And Dave Bomber? They're from Super 5. But we put them back in prison at the end. How did they get out? Did they break out again? Then how come our heroes aren't trying to catch them again? Did they finish their time in prison? Oh well, they're just cameos. It is a racing game spin-off, so you might want to argue it's a separate universe or something. After all, Mario Kart never explains how Bowser is invited to join in. There's no story, so you just assume it's a separate thing. But we do have a story for Fantasy Race. This is a giant space station in the shape of Bomberman, built by Dr. Ein and maintained by these little dudes called the Petit Rescue 7. It's called Bomberman Fantasyland and is the largest amusement center in the galaxy. Ein hopes it will bring peace to the universe somehow. The largest event in the center is the Fantasy Race, held every 4 years, and Bomberman is invited to the 10th anniversary. Wait, 10 isn't divisible by 4, so why would there be a race on the 10th anniversary? Bomberman isn't interested in participating at first, but then sees Burglar in the list of participants and decides to investigate. But the character list says White and Black are here to get rich, so there's an internal contradiction for you. Bagura, meanwhile, is hoping to win the prize money so he can fund his conquest of the universe. He must have recovered really quickly from his defeat in Hero, then. Keppo is back again as a menu icon. Pretty Bomber is here, a new character named Mac Bomber is playable, as well as Higgigrunt number 15, localized to Mech Bomber 15 in English. Also, both the story and character sheet tell us Ein is the one who invented Bomberman. What? This is just 2 years after they finally confirmed in DoReMi Fantasy that Mitsumori is the one that built him. So what's the deal here? Did Ein just wipe everyone's memories so he could replace him? I do not trust this guy. Either way though, Mario has an established universe and in Bomberman nothing is set in stone. Then how come you're coming up with in-universe explanations for how the racing game spin-off ties into everything? Enough ranting. We have 6 playable characters, Bagura is playable for the first time, and the game has more of a career structure, in that we participate in races, win prize money, and use that money to unlock more races, buy single-use items, bet in 2-player races, and buy better mounts. Speaking of which, we do not race in carts. Instead, we race while riding Louis and Tiras, the only other time the Tiras appear outside of Saturn. The different colored ones have different stats on speed, handling, jumping, and such, and the more expensive ones have better stats overall. Generally, Louis have better handling while Tiras can run faster. Also, picking up an egg on the track will make Louis go faster for a while, but Tiras will get brief invincibility. Okay, the handling is tricky to get used to. Even after playing it for quite a while, I still don't feel comfortable with it. The game does set itself apart from other kart racers though. Our mounts can jump, and not only that, they can jump up against a wall and bounce off of it. Something I don't think I've seen much. I'm no racing game expert. Also, jump off of one of these pads on the wall to get a boost. Oftentimes, multiple boost pads link together, so make sure you get the timing right, otherwise you fall on your face. We can, at any time, dash, which uses up stamina. Stamina regenerates by not dashing, so there's some resource management involved. And we can, at any time, use bombs. Either drop them behind you, or charge them to throw them forward. Or charge them a little bit to hit yourself with it for a small boost. There's a lot going on here, and I still haven't mentioned the items. Most of them affect your bombs. Rocket bombs serve as sort of a red shell. Line bomb allows you to throw 3 bombs at once. Power bomb makes your explosions larger. Remote control is kinda useless here. Wing allows you to glide for a while. Time stop freezes other players for a few seconds. You can get a fake item block to place somewhere, but you might also get a skull, which mostly affects your bombs, which is harmless, but it can also reverse your controls. So you grab an item and suddenly your controls are reversed. Always a joy. And then there's pink poop. Your mount will stop to poop. Hey, at least the poop is happy. Some items you can only get by buying them before the race, such as the skates for some speed, a small heart for stamina, and a big heart with which your health points will remain the same. Phew. There are only like 8 tracks. On each we go for 3 laps. Sometimes there are shortcuts and you need to jump off the track at the right place to reach them, but often you fall off and then the Petite Rescue 7 need to rescue you. We have our standard raceway, a beach with a pirate ship, mountains, a fun variety, and the Bomber Castle. Oh, the Bomber Castle. It's the only one that recycles Bomberman music that I could tell. These corners, man. But really it doesn't matter too much how well you do. There is significant rubber banding going on. Meaning, if you mess up in the first 2 laps, usually you can catch up to the NPCs, but if you do really well, you never get ahead of the NPCs that far. They're always right behind you and ready to pass you if you slip up even once. So at least for me, the game consisted of hoping to get a time stopwatch near the end of the race to pass everyone. After beating the 7th stage, we get the credits, with some more animated shenanigans. Oh, and here's Buglar with 2 G's instead of Burglar like in the manual. Then we can beat all the tracks again in mirror mode and unlock all the mounts, and reach the 8th final track, but there's not much else to mention. There is another cutscene showing White and Black got rich, though I'm not sure there are other cutscenes for the other characters. You can bet your money in 2-player races if both of you have a save file. I do like the concept here. As a kart racer, it really does set itself apart from the gazillion other Mario Kart clones with the mounts and their abilities. I think if they improved the controls, they could really make something out of this. We'll just have to see if they do that. September of '98, and we have the new Bomberman Complete Encyclopedia, with guides, strategies, and enemy names for a whole bunch of games, and some dev interviews, with translations on the Shrine Place. Game director Fujiwara and character designer Mizuno talk about standardizing Bomberman's design for Super 2. Fun stuff. They're asked about rejected characters, and Fujiwara says he once asked Mizuno to draw Ultraman's parents to help visualize what Bomberman's parents might look like. What? He goes on to say one person might say Bomberman is a human while another might say he's a robot. And hey, everyone's opinion is valid and nothing is set in stone. I understand the sentiment, but even just recently in Fantasy Race, you said I'm built Bomberman, so really nothing has contradicted him being a robot. And now even that isn't clear according to the devs. Then why do the games sometimes reference each other? Bomberman isn't consistently a robot, except that he sort of is. He consistently uses bombs, except when he doesn't. Even the degree of consistency is inconsistent. Bomberman has ascended to a whole new level right here. It is December, and we have Bomberman for the PlayStation, released in all regions. Yep, just Bomberman. Not to be confused with Bomberman for NES or Bomberman for PC Engine or TG16. Thankfully, this was given a different title in North America, Bomberman Party Edition. Might help distinguish it from the others. We have an animated intro with the World Bombers from Super 3 and the 4 Bomber Kings from Super 4, appearing in English here. This game is mostly a remake of the NES game. You can play the campaign with the classic graphics and sound. Unfortunately, we don't click around when trying to go diagonally anymore. Oh, and Bakudan Cross Attack sounds like a machine gun. But of course, we can also play it with redone graphics. Mechanically, it's the same, no kick or punch or anything, only what was in the NES game. But we do have new colorful tile sets, sprites, some short skits with white and black after every 10 levels, and a few new extensions of the Bomberman main theme that I've been using as tangent music occasionally. Hey, remember Parse? Cecil the Tiger? How's about we call him Tiglon in English instead? When we beat the campaign, no matter the graphic style, we go straight to credits with some very basic shenanigans. No story here or in the manual, he doesn't turn into Lode Runner at the end. Just a basic rendition of the NES game. The multiplayer has a lot more going on though. We have all the options of the Revenge Carts, Victor minigame, Yo-Yo in this case, specifying which power-ups we want, a gazillion stages, and 3 difficulties? Yeah, you can sort of decide how complex the game should be. In Beginner, we only have multicolored bombers. If you kick 2 bombs together, they turn into a skull bomb, or dangerous bomb, that explodes beyond the cross shape. In Normal, the world bombers are playable. Remember they had names back in Super 3? Well, how's about we localize those original names they already had just to confuse people some more? Remember Bomber Chun? It's Bomber Chen now in English. Bomber Uho is now Barbarian Bomber, Bomber Kid is now Bomber the Kid, and Metal Bomber has been renamed to Punk Bomber. I'm sure all the music fans are fine with these names being used interchangeably. Normal also gives us the Louis, with the same colors and abilities as in Super 3. Advanced difficulty has the 4 Bomber Kings and Great Bomber playable with their special abilities. And Honey and Kotetsu, everyone's 2 favorite mascot characters. And we have 5 new animal mounts. Dox runs into blocks, pushing them back. Coney can line bomb and protect you from bombs from behind. Pytera can eat bombs and spit them back out. Drake can jump and crash into other players, and Simeon can lift and place soft blocks. You can use that to trap people. So overall, not too much new stuff, nothing too ambitious. Just a remake of the NES game with an extensive multiplayer. Nothing inherently wrong with that, but my journey here is focusing more on the campaigns. Speaking of which, Bomberman Quest, released on Christmas Eve of 1998 for the Game Boy Color in all regions. Once upon a time, Bomberman was transporting captured monsters to Planet Bomber when suddenly his ship was attacked by 4 mysterious lights that stole his 4 engines. His ship crash lands on a nearby planet that remains unnamed, and all the monsters escape and start harassing the population. Thus, Bomberman, after awakening, needs to recapture the monsters and fight the 4 commanders to retrieve his engines so he can return home. Wait, the town already put a sign next to the ship? Oh look, Keppo is here to save our progress. An overworld consisting of squares, the map screen, these houses, a shovel, a flute, other items that we collect to progress and get new abilities, dungeons with bosses, awakening. Yeah, this one really should be called Bomberman's Awakening. Peacetown has our ship and Keppo where we can save, the bomb shop where we can bring components to get new types of bombs, the card collector guy who we only need at the end, this house, the library. The guards won't let us go everywhere, so we start in the field zone. Bomberman interacts with the monsters quite a bit. We've seen him talking in Saturn Fight and a little bit in Hero, but here we see a whole new side of him. More on that later. So there's usually one monster on every screen. Some are in tunnels, these stairs, man, or in the clouds. We only need to beat them once, but we can return and fight them again for some health if we need it. Oh yeah, we have a health bar again. Our standard bombs explode in a cross shape, but there are other bomb types to unlock, like flak bombs that hit enemies in the air, bombs that drift to the right or left when thrown, landmines, lots of options here. And we can upgrade each bomb type individually with fire-ups, which are limited, so choose them wisely. The earlier monsters are the generic enemies we've had since the NES game. Oh, and O'Neill was supposed to be an onion? I always thought he was a water droplet. Eventually, we find the first dungeon and fight the Water Commander. Gotta say, the Commander's layer music could pass for Zelda music. Water Commander tries to hit on us, and we're having none of it. The layers all have the same music, but the bosses actually have different tracks for each one. With the first commander defeated, we get our first engine back and can move on to the Forest Zone. Here's where we see some new enemies, each usually taking some kind of trick to beat, like this mole who digs around everywhere. This bat wants Bomberman's blood. Wait, Bomberman has blood? Electro Commander is kind of a brat. After each boss, we can go to the previous boss's room to find Mommy? And later Louisa? Daryl? You know, from Saturn Fight? Well, gee, it's a good thing Saturn Fight wasn't Japan exclusive or anything, or people might be confused as to who these guys are and how Bomberman seems to already know them. There's some fourth wall breaking going on. Daryl saying she's the star of the game, Mommy saying she's a secret character. Mommy and Louisa say they want to fight us as a friendly duel. Okay, so I don't want to kill them. Oh dear. I murdered a toddler today. On to the beach zone, where we have the bubble-spitting crab, and eventually the layer leading to Hurricane Commander, or Hurricommander in English. The dialogue between Bomberman and the enemies normally ranges from silly to just generally confrontational, but when Hurricommander tries to intimidate him, Bomberman is all, "It's you who should be scared. I'd give up if I were you. Now give me that shuttle engine." Ugh, don't mess with Bomberman. Hurricommander is annoying to deal with since he teleports away when you throw a bomb at him, but if you place them instead, you can get him. In the desert zone, you stay away from my pot! Yeah, Bomberman, stay away from this guy's pot. He needs it. The wings don't give us infinite flight like in Pocket, but we can fly pretty far. We trek through the desert and the commander's lair where we fight Pyro Commander. With all 4 engines collected, we can take off and return to Planet Bomber. But is that really the end? Okay, the credits tip us off that we need to capture all the monsters for the good ending. So we go and get the rest of the monsters, collect the 3 trading cards of White, Black, and Honey to get the Robot Bomb, later called RC Bomb, that we can drive around. So that's cool. Okay, all the monsters captured, let's take off again. This time, somebody gets in our way. It is the true final boss, Chaos Bomber. Not bad for a little kid. Who are you calling a kid? You want me to throw you in a cell too? You're no match for my Chaos Power. Chaos Power. I'm not afraid of you. Take your best shot. Bomberman doesn't take crap from anyone. So we fight Chaos Bomber somewhere in the middle of outer space. Bomberman's a robot, so he doesn't need to breathe, but he did need a scuba set to go underwater in this game, and he did have blood apparently. So wouldn't the blood expand with a lack of air pressure? It's not a continuity thing, I'm just looking at one game here. Eventually, Chaos Bomber becomes a black orb, I guess, and with that behind us, he finally continues his journey home. The end. Oh, and if we go back, then Pump or Pampu is jumping up on the ship. Remember from Saturn Fight? Wow, certainly a Zelda clone, but honestly the formula works surprisingly well with Bomberman. It was a bit on the short side though. There is a battle mode where we can use all the items from the campaign. Also, winning or losing multiple times will morph you. Losing turns you into Chibi Bomb or Bomb Jr., Centipede Bomb or Bomber Worm, and Slime Bomb, while winning turns you into Bomb Fighter, Bomb Soldier, and Bomb Emperor. And what a year for Bomberman! We had an NES remake with focused battle mode, a more standard game, a turn-based strategy game, a racing game, a 3D platformer with Mario references, and a Zelda clone. Bomberman is everything and nothing in 1998. January 1999, and it is B-Daman Bakugan Victory Road for Game Boy Color, exclusive to Japan. With the other Japan exclusive games, usually you can rely on them being similar to all the other games, so they are playable. This one, on the other hand, is pretty much entirely menu navigation. You set up a party, build a deck, play different cards in turn-based combat that affect your stats, and hopefully beat the enemies, progress across this map, and finish the game, I guess. Yeah, being based on the Bakugan anime that I didn't watch, I'd have even less of an idea of what's going on here story-wise. Steamy Jimmy made a guide on how to play the game without being able to read the menus, so go check that out. It's a great watch if you want to brute force your way through this, but I'm honestly gearing toward holding off on this one until there's an English fan patch or something. Hey, B-Daman is sort of a separate thing, Bakugan is a spin-off of that, and this game is more or less a spin-off of that, so it's thrice disconnected from the main universe, if you can call it that. In June, we have another Club Nintendo comic to talk about. Freeze Frame. Benno here is sleeping when suddenly he is awoken by Diddy Kong in his TV screen, who says his world has been frozen over and only Benno can help him. So he's pulled through the dimension vortex, and the two of them find Yoshi freezing in the ice. After warming him up, they also find Kirby and Bomberman frozen in the ice. Yoshi thaws them out, and they reveal it was King K. Rool who froze everyone's world, so they head towards his ice castle to put an end to his misdeeds. After Kirby inhales some ice minions, K. Rool shows up, threatening them with his ice cannon, but Kirby spits the ice minions back at him. K. Rool defeated, Bomberman blows everything up to thaw the rest of the ice, and then we have this. This is one of the inciting things leading me to start my journey. In the Smash 4 character debates, this comic panel was sometimes brought up as a reason for Banjo and Kazooie being in Smash. They weren't yet at the time. All I could think was, Bomberman is right there too, you know? You aren't going to mention that? Also, Banjo only appeared in this one panel while Bomberman was actually involved in the plot. Let this sink in for a moment. This panel has Conker, Tiny Kong, Toad, and Benno, an original character of these comics. Other than those, as of recording, all of these characters are in Smash, except this guy who is an assist trophy and a Mii skin. We've already reached December, and we have Baku Bomberman II. Proof that Hero was really just a one-off, and Baku 64 is more the way 3D Bomberman is going to be. Baku 2 was localized in North America to Bomberman 64 The Second Attack, released for the N64 in Japan and North America, but not in Europe. Told you those categories would come in handy. Immediately we notice this odd fellow. Yeah, sorry to say, Keppo, but you've been axed. Say goodbye, everyone. Bomberman has a new round mascot character, based loosely on Keppo's design, it seems. This is Pommy, and there's a tutorial for us. So we mostly do the same things we did in the first Baku. Placing bombs, lifting them, spawning them in your hands, pumping them. Though we need to find a power-up to kick and throw this time around. One change to notice is that our regular bombs explode in a cross shape again, even though this is a 3D game. Let's see how that works out. Pumped bombs still explode in a hemisphere though. Chill in the menu for a while longer and we get a second part of the tutorial. Different elemental bombs with different effects, turning Pommy into different forms. We'll get to all of that in the campaign, but I should briefly cover battle mode first. So we actually have 5 different modes, but have to play through challenge modes of some of them to unlock them all. Survival mode is the standard mode we've always had, except it's more like Baku 1, and bombs explode in a cross shape. Oh, and the AI players are animals for some reason. We do still have a grid stage, except we aren't locked to the grid. We still have the open world controls, so it feels really weird to play. In Battle Royale, getting hit doesn't kill you. It's more about getting points for hitting enemies and having the most when time runs out. In King and Knights, each team has a king character who just chills around and you have to protect him while hitting the enemy king until he runs out of hearts. You can pick him up and throw him around, which is kinda cool. In Key Trial, we're in a larger stage and have to look for the keys. First to collect 2 keys wins, and you can hit other players to make them drop their key. And finally, Score Attack, where everyone kills as many enemies as possible to get points from gathering the money they drop. Lots of modes, but I have a feeling this one is more focused on the story. Booting up the game, we have an odd intro. A long time ago, the angel created the universe, all the planets, and all life forms in it. But then the angel was torn in 2 parts, a goddess and a demon. Said demon brought darkness to the universe, but the goddess assembled a group of warriors who used 7 magical stones to seal away the demon. Or so they believed. Already, this is quite a different tone from the other Bomberman games. Usually it's more science fiction-y stuff like evil scientists and the like, but now it seems more like fantasy with the 7 stones, even more so than Pocket or Wars. We start a file to find Bomberman just flying through space in his shuttle with an egg, when suddenly an odd vortex appears. It's a black hole, and Bomberman can't escape and is sucked in. We awaken to hear the evil faction talking. They're called the BHB Army. Apparently the Japanese manual says this is short for Black Hole Bang, but it can be a matter of debate what the letters stand for. The BHB guards steal the Firestone that Bomberman was apparently carrying and run off. In our cell, that egg hatches to reveal Pommy, who isn't hatching for the first time. Apparently he can always go back into egg form to take a nap. And he isn't too keen that Bomberman just picked up a random egg somewhere. Bomberman is silent for some reason, but wails around, which replaces him explaining things to Pommy. That Firestone the BHB dude stole, that's the ancient jewel of Bomberman's people. Pommy is nice enough to slip through the bars to give those guards a beating to get the stone back for us so we can use bombs. What? Since when does Bomberman need the Firestone to use bombs? Did Mitsumori build it that way? Bomber Mother, did he have that stone all along in Pocket Bomberman? In Super Bomberman 4? How was Black able to use bombs? How was Bakugan able to use bombs? Did they all have Firestones? Okay, fine, even if we don't hold this accountable to the entire rest of the franchise, this game does explicitly take place after the first Baku, and in that one, Sirius, Regulus, and the rest were all able to use bombs, so what's the deal here? Did they all have Firestones? Another Bomberman moment. But with the Firestone, we can blast our way out of the cell and begin our trek through the first area. Pommy's species is Mimic, huh? Oh, how things will change. Love this jazzy music in our beginning area. We have a health bar again instead of just 1 heart, and enemies have health bars, and sometimes it takes multiple hits to beat them. Oh, and don't worry about bombing Pommy, he's invincible. He even punches enemies to stun them occasionally. With another controller, player 2 can control Pommy. Now, as companion characters go, Pommy could have been a lot worse. When he talks, it's usually during a cutscene or when entering a new room. I can't think of too many times where he interrupts you in the middle of gameplay. I could do without the third-person talk, though. Our levels are quite different from the ones in the first Baku. It's mostly a string of smaller rooms, sometimes with branching paths to flip a switch to open the other path and stuff like that. Makes it easier to figure out where you're supposed to go when compared to Baku 64, though if you were a fan of the more open exploration, you might be disappointed here. Bomb jumping is back, although it's mostly only used for optional items like costume pieces for multiplayer, such as these glasses and elephant pants. Wow, Bomberman. Just wow. Eventually, we make our way to this room where we face the boss of Area 1... You know what? We escaped from a cell, I'm just gonna call him Balefail. One of the 7 Astral Knights who wants the Firestone from us. He uses a bunch of fire attacks, but he doesn't have the Firestone. I do. How is he using fire attacks? Pommy sits out the boss fights. Balefail goes away in flames as we now meet Lilith, a space pirate who is also stuck in the black hole and sort of doing her own thing, although she seems to be after some mysterious jewels. She explains the black hole was created with generators so the BHB army could suck in planets and so maintain themselves. So we need to go to the 7 planets in the black hole to destroy those generators to escape. And she runs off again. Wonder if she'll be important. Bomberman has a crush. Aww. After the boss fight, we get a slightly altered version of the music. Now, normally Bomberman games had a dual boss fight followed by that enemy piloting a mech, but in Second Attack, every planet ends with a gravity generator room, where we need to destroy the nodes and bomb the generator, leading to the exit. Bomberman and Pommy steal a spaceship from the base and escape from the first planet. We are then treated to an evil Council of Doom consisting of the other Astral Knights, Behemoth, Moloch, Bulzeb. These are all based on demon names, and they are led by... Eventually, I just settled on calling him Rockefeller. Apparently, his name is a really jarbled version of Lucifer, but I'm just gonna stick to Rockefeller. He tells his Astral Knights to beat Bomberman and get the Firestone, the last of the elemental stones from the intro that they need. Oh, and Bulzeb is actually Regulus from Baku 64, so he did come back. His inclusion raises tons of questions, though. More on that later. Oh, the goddess from the intro is manifesting in Lilith. Gotta say, that is a nice laugh. Okay, so it is up to Bomberman and Pommy to visit all the planets, destroy the gravity generators, defeat the Astral Knights, and find out what Rockefeller's evil plan is. We now have access to the next 2 planets that we can beat in any order, and the shop. The money collected in these levels can be used to buy stuff here. The shopkeeper sells cosmetics and extra stages for multiplayer, permanent health upgrades, hints to where some secret items are, and moveset showcases for the bosses. He also sells Lilith's something. This'll show you Lilith's something. It's worth the price.
Yeah.
Lilith? Do we need to have a talk? Have you been taking pictures of... I should mention the story in the manual says Rockefeller was trying to capture Planet Bomber at the start. I guess that makes sense if he was after the Firestone, which is supposedly the treasure of the planet, and Bomberman was also headed back there, so maybe that's how they crossed paths? But that part isn't mentioned in-game. It also says it was after his victory over Altair. Wait, why not Sirius? Does that mean the bad ending is the canonical one and Sirius is still out there? Then how did Regulus end up here alone? The 8th elemental stone, the Celestial Stone, is mentioned right here, but isn't that sort of a spoiler? Well, whatever. Rockefeller found the celestial element and then set out to find the others. The main gimmick with Pommy, aside from being a co-op partner, is that he can change and evolve depending on what kind of food items we collect. The various forms all have different attacks, and if you're unhappy with what you got, the shopkeeper sells a potion that reverses one step on Pommy. But of course, our main new gimmick is all the different bomb types from gathering the elemental stones. They all explode in different patterns for one. Ice bombs covering a large area, hurricane bombs reaching much farther, as well as having different damage multipliers on enemies. So these fire dudes die quickly in ice, machine enemies are more vulnerable to lightning bombs, some are immune to certain types of bombs, ice bombs can be kick-stopped on top of lava to create platforms we can walk on, hurricane bombs can whirl us over gaps, and of course pumped versions of every bomb type yield another explosion, so there's a lot of variety here. Let's visit some of those planets and get some of those stones. We'll start with the ocean planet. Pommy gave the spaceship a new paint job. The ocean planet is mainly about lowering the water level so we can get to new areas, pushing switches, destroying fountains. Pommy keeps rubbing in our face that we can't swim. What would Bomberman be without bubble-spitting crabs? Eventually we reach Behemoth, the ice guy. He has pretty much the same moves as Balefale, except with ice instead, and with maybe one different move. Upon defeat, we get the Water Stone, giving us ice bombs. Not water bombs? Shouldn't it be the ice stone? And Lilith visits us again. If the bad guys get the stones, then it's the end of the universe? Okay then. A few more rooms and we reach another generator room. With that done, the bad guys talk about the astral knight we just defeated. Rockefeller laughs again. They always make an entrance and exit respective of their element. That's one way to make the cutscene longer. We don't learn anything new, save that Wind Dude is next for us. So off to Sky Planet, where we have some push block puzzles, collect the orbs to open the gate. Here comes Ashtarth, the Wind Dude. Pommy wants to be a knight? That can be arranged. He is fast, but goes down quickly and gives us the Wind Stone. Still can't tell if the bosses get their power from the stones. Because if so, how did Balefale use fire without the Fire Stone? Oh wait, it's a trick. Wait, how did he create a regular bomb? He doesn't have the Fire Stone. Whatever. We get the real Windstone, giving us access to hurricane bombs. Oh yeah, Lilith is back to remind us that she exists. So the Astral Knights are actually the Elemental Knights from the intro, but they've been corrupted by Rockefeller to Astral Knights. All fine and good, but what about Bullzeeb/Regulus? Was he already an Elemental Knight in the first Baku? He was evil, so was he already corrupted by Rockefeller? Was this whole corruption thing going on parallel to the plot in the previous game? How did he end up serving Altair? More block puzzles, generator room, and the evil Council of Doom meets again to talk about what we've learned today. One of those two next? Do they decide which planets become accessible to me? Oh, the goddess from the intro is called Mihaly, a take on the Archangel Michael. Electric Lady hopes she's next, so let's go to the lava planet instead. Lots of rooms, lava, Moloch, here we go. I should mention every boss has a one-hit kill charge attack, so watch out for this orange charging move. Moloch defeated, he destroys the floor, but Lilith saves us and tells us about the BHB Army's main warship. Guess we're going there eventually. Wait, we haven't destroyed all the black hole generators yet. We haven't gone to the electric planet yet. We don't have access to the ship yet. We have to go to that planet first. Is it really not thinking people would go to the lava planet first? The Earthstone in hand, we can make Navarm bombs. They spawn lava puddles that stick around for a long time. Good for taking down enemies with lots of health. They might also destroy the item they drop though. And they melt steel beams. We can go back to an earlier level and get more costume pieces. One costume set we can actually use in the campaign, the Guardian armor. With all parts, we have permanent top speed, kick, throw, and remote control. Nice! More rooms, generator room. Lava bombs now lift up platforms the way regular bombs did in the last Baku. The evil Council of Doom is getting smaller. The goddess Mihaly is manifesting in Lilith, and Rockefeller isn't happy about that. Onto the game planet with a casino theming. Doing this roulette thing over and over is annoying. But we make our way to Xyle. Lilith shows up too, but Xyle fries her. Oh, she's still alive because of the goddess, but Xyle sure isn't. Lightning Stone in hand, we can make lightning bombs. Useful against mechanical enemies and for working with machines. Chase down some more enemies, generator room. Rockefeller briefly flashes us a different form. The two remaining Astral Knights don't show up though. Okay, so at this point we can already board the final warship, or go for the two final planets, where the other Astral Knights are waiting. Let's go to the amusement planet. It has a spooky house, a museum, and a roller coaster bringing us to Zoniha, the Knight of Light. Her charged attack combo kicks you in the crotch. Nobody wants that. She's about to kill everyone when Bullzeeb saves us because he wants to be the one who kills us. He then finishes her off and is going to wait for us on his planet. What is this guy's problem? With the Light Stone, we can make light bombs that apparently freeze time for enemies you hit, but don't seem to do anything. This clock only advances if you enter and exit this room multiple times. You're welcome. Generator room, Rockefeller is left laughing to himself. And we tackle the prison planet, looking more like a back alley than a prison, with lots of evil graffiti like cool, and cars stuck in the walls. Up the elevator to Bullzeeb, who is standing on a spike again. Now he has power as an astral knight. So you weren't one in the last game? Were you still just an elemental knight? Then why were you evil? Whatever. His gimmick is dark shadow attacks. He even makes these black hole bombs that insta-kill you. But last time you made regular bombs. Did you not have darkness powers then? You used regular bombs that we need the Firestone to make. This guy's inclusion, while following up on those lines at the end of Baku 1, just creates so much confusion. Enough hits and Lilith shows up to interfere, being more fully possessed by Mihaly. She reminds him that he was once an elemental knight. But then what was he in the last game? Okay, so Rockefeller is being possessed by the demon mentioned in the intro. I got nothing. Bullzeeb joined Rockefeller because he wanted the power of one of the stones, but as an elemental astral knight he'd already have one of them, wouldn't he? Oh, and his real name as an elemental knight is Regulus, but the elemental knights were good guys. He lives only to fight Bomberman. Why? Oh yeah, something about upsetting his feelings. He gives us the stone and leaves. Finally. Lilith and Rockefeller were both the leaders of the BHB army, but then Rockefeller found the Celestial Stone and got possessed by the demon Shtutha who was sealed inside it. That's turned him evil, and he's trying to get the stones to fully awaken his true form. And the goddess Mihaly got wind of this, so she's using Lilith to try and stop him. She isn't fully possessed though, not all the time. With that behind us, we finally pick up the Shadow Stone, giving us gravity bombs that can one-shot enemies, though they don't drop items when you use this bomb. Onto the generator room. Rockefeller gloats about creating a new dark universe. Phew, all that behind us, we can finally tackle the warship Noah and see how this ends. So we go back and forth a lot to get some card keys for the central room here, all while turning off more generators in the engine rooms, and... okay, this is long overdue, spoiler warning. There is some hefty stuff here, at least by Bomberman standards. Lilith, being possessed by Mihaly, stands against us. She wants the elemental stones so she can seal away the demon. Also, this involves destroying this universe and creating a new one for some reason, which kinda sucks, so we aren't having that. And what do you know, we have to fight Lilith. Lilith's something in the shop was her boss moveset showcase. It's right next to the other showcases. Makes sense they didn't want to spoil that we have to fight her later on, but you really couldn't have phrased that any better? Okay, so let's fight Lilith. Or get combo kicked in the crotch and suplexed. Oh well, retry. What? Not a game over? We have another scene? Mihaly takes the elementals away from the stones, and what's left of the stones revives us, so it's all good? Weird. So we travel across some lava and destroy some more generators, and we reach this room with Bullzeeb and Rockefeller. Bullzeeb gives us a power boost as Rockefeller finishes him off. At long last we fight Rockefeller, who also has the exact same moveset as everyone else. After that, he uses the stones we brought him to break a seal, and finally comes out to fight. It is kind of fun how bombs bounce off of him when he isn't vulnerable. Enough hits on him, and Mihaly shows up to try to put an end to him. It doesn't work though. Absorbs the power of the stones she brought, but I still have the stones. She only took the elementals of the stones, which is... sends Mihaly to the Shadow Realm or whatever as he reveals his true awakened form. This thing legit creeps me out, but we can still fight him. He shoots tornadoes and electricity, and there's this really annoying laser attack, and I can't figure out how you're supposed to dodge it. Phew, finally he's gone. Lilith is back and Rockefeller returns to his senses. So we can all go home and... oh no, he's back. Lilith, Bomberman, and Pommy escape. is left laughing that he's gonna take over everything. Lilith stays behind and we fly off into space as the credits roll. The end. Well, that sucks. Good thing it's only the bad ending. Or normal ending according to the shopkeeper. This is what happens if either you didn't get the last 2 stones, or you did but Lilith combo kicked you in the crotch and stole the power of the stones. If, however, we get the 2 last stones and don't get combo kicked in the crotch but beat Lilith, Mihaly will just run off instead. So we trick through the final rooms again, Bullzeeb gets axed, we fight Rockefeller, and then semi-awaken No differences until we beat him, and then instead of trying to seal him away again, Mihaly just contains him for a while and mentions fusing with him again? Right, the intro mentioned something like that. She goes on to say that this isn't the first universe. The creator, the angel of creation and judgment, has created many universes before this one. And if we want this universe to continue, then we'll have to take it up with the angel. Shurthla says power and darkness is what shall rules the universe, and then this happens. Wasn't it the Angel of Creation and Judgment just 30 seconds ago? Why is the Angel of Light and Shadow? Oh, whatever. Bomberman has canonically fought against the creator of the universe. Let that sink in for a moment. Characters that have faced gods or godlike beings? Sure, it was just this once, but Bomberman is definitely up there. So yeah, we fight the angel in an endless void. It uses similar attacks to the demon, but also a lot of new ones, all while babbling stuff in Japanese. Come on, they dubbed the first Baku, they couldn't have dubbed this. We don't kill the angel, but it does say we are defeated. So Bomberman wins. I guess convinced that Bomberman can maintain peace in the universe, the angel runs off and promises to return one day and recreate the universe if this one goes south. Finally, we get Lilith and Rockefeller back. He's no longer evil because he isn't possessed. And all the knights come back to life because why the hell not, and they aren't evil anymore. They're back to being the elemental knights fighting for justice. Even Bullzeeb is back, now going by Regulus again, and he wants to fight us again sometime. Please no. You created enough continuity issues in this game. So Lilith and Rockefeller will travel about the universe together, Bomberman returns home with Pommy, and we are treated to some older scenes from the game, except Bomberman talks in them now. What he says isn't that interesting though. And we have fake outtakes like Lilith hurting her foot at the start. The previous universes could be seen as an explanation for why these games contradict each other. Maybe some of them took place in separate universes created by the Angel. Wouldn't explain why they still do connect sometimes, though. I'm not a fan of this theory. I think parallel universes are kind of boring because it's just a difference must be a parallel universe. No thought involved. Nothing more complicated, just everything is a parallel universe at the end. Not my favorite, but it is a valid theory. You know, Regulus created lots of questions. The Firestone as the legendary treasure of Planet Bomber makes no sense. The bosses were all the same. Bomberman having a crush on Lilith is never followed up on. This game has a lot of issues, and yet I'm still really blown away by it. The music certainly helps. It's way more grandiose than it has any right to be. Cliched or no, they were ambitious with this one. They were aiming for something. Let's see if they keep that up. It's still December, and we have another game, or rather two. Bomberman Max Light Hero and Bomberman Max Dark Warrior, localized to Blue Champion and Red Challenger in English, released for the Game Boy Color in Japan and North America, but not in Europe. I will be referring to Bomberman Max as singular sometimes, though. Our first observation is this new edgy rival OC, Max. Yeah, similar to how Keppo has been replaced with Pommy, companion and co-op buddy Black Bomber, who was portrayed as White Bomber's edgier rival, has been more or less replaced by this guy. We'll learn more about him in later games, but first let's try and get over the fact that Bomberman is pulling a Pokemon here. Are we over it? Good, then let's have a look. So somewhere out there are 5 planets. On one of them, Future Star, this AI called Brain is controlling everything, but then a mysterious shadow appears, infiltrates the computer, and it starts acting up and turns every living thing on the other planets into robots, while trying to take over the universe. Dr. Ein gets wind of this and sends Bomberman and Max to beat the rogue AI, save the planets, and rescue the Chara Boms living on them. Before setting out, Max pulls Bomberman aside and says, "Hey, let's see who can save the universe first," and they both fly off. You know, I'm not a fan of the archetype, but as edgy rival characters go, Max is actually not a jerk about it. Sure, he's competitive, but he didn't insult Bomberman, he didn't sabotage his ship to get a head start, he didn't do anything mean or counterproductive to the mission. He just challenges him and then goes off to save the universe. That's pretty cool. The main gimmick here is that in Blue Champion we play as Bomberman, and in Red Challenger we play as Max. The characters are functionally identical, save that Max appears to be using lightning bombs, and the Chara Boms. If having red and blue editions wasn't Pokemon enough, each game has a separate set of Chara Boms to collect. Creatures that we're gonna see a few more times, often with some more name shenanigans. You see Shell here? That's gonna be Kaiman later. Putiladon is going to be Pterodon. They all have different element types, fire, electric, earth, and water, that affect each other differently, and yes, you can link up 2 consoles to have the Chara Boms fight each other. This takes place in 3 rounds, in each of which you can choose one strategy that consists of 3 moves: attack, defend, special attack. And then you can watch them fight it out. No real rewards for winning, though. Instead of trading, you can link up to fuse 2 Chara Boms together to make new ones, while keeping the ones you used. Pommy is now one of the Chara Boms instead of being a mimic, and some of his forms are now separate Chara Boms or fusions. I should mention this is one of the only Game Boy Color games to use the infrared sensor for linking consoles instead of the link cable. But where do we find the Chara Boms? Why, in the main campaign, of course. And here's where we see our traditional Bomberman gameplay again. It's been a while. Or actually it hasn't, there's just been a ton of games doing other things. But there are 2 twists. One is that every stage has a twist to it, not unlike GB2. Clear conditions can be as simple as defeating all the enemies, or sometimes only a certain enemy needs to be defeated, and if you kill the wrong enemy then you have to try the stage again. Or you collect a certain number of food items that also increase the stats on the Chara Bomb you have equipped for leveling. At the start, we get our first Chara Bomb, Pommy. For Max, the first Chara Bomb is Draco. The second twist is that we have the structure of Super 5 again. Every stage has multiple exits, so there are branching paths, and you have to play multiple times to beat everything. This time, when entering a stage you've already beaten, the exits appear immediately so you don't have to beat the stage again, which is nice. Some of the stages have these purple pads. If you walk on them, it prompts you to use a remote control, an actual one, as in physically point your TV remote control to the Game Boy Color's infrared sensor, leading you to a bonus stage where you can pick up some goodies. Oh, and standard remote control and many other ability power-ups don't carry over from one stage to the next. Only Bomb Up, Fire Up, and Speed Up do. We start on Zaurus Star, which was also the name of a planet in Bomberman 93, so is this in the Magellan solar system? In-game it was changed to Planet Inferno. There are small volcanoes here and meatloafs. The enemies look like, wait, cavemen? Wasn't everything turned mechanical in the intro? As a boss, we face this prehistoric statue thing. There are multiple boss stages in each world, but unlike in Super 5, they are all the same boss, just with different speeds and thus difficulties. We move to World 2, Secret Star, where we're back to Edo period Japan, just a bit more mechanized. The hitboxes in this game are a lot more unforgiving than in past games, making things more challenging than you might expect. World 2 leads to this Japanese traditional theater performer. Up next is Battlestar, with sad, somber marching music, befitting of the setting with dead soldiers, grenades, and the like. Kinda reminds me of the guy in Super 4. Wait a minute, this whole setup is like Super 4. Prehistory, medieval Japan, World War II era, though Super 4 didn't have World War II era. But this time they are planets coexisting at the same time. Wonder how that came to be. Instead of an army dude, we fight this tank. Onwards to City Star, with some, well, city themes. Traffic cones, cars, pickaxes, and this bouncy dragon. What does he have to do with cities? And finally, Future Star. There must have been a time travel plot planned at some point in their development. It is the hardest planet. After all of Future Star's circuits are now controlled the most powerful and insidious supercomputer in the universe, Brain. After some shenanigans with moving platforms, switches and stuff, we face Brain, starting out as a large computer, whittled down to a robot, and eventually just a helicoptery twirly head thing. Upon defeat, we are questioned as to whether this truly is the end. Ah yes, the completion percentage. Unlike in Super 5, the completion percentage actually does affect the ending. We're even rated on it after every game over. The most frustrating part of this game has to be finding not what level you're missing, it's right there, but finding which level leads to it. But after clearing all the stages, Bomberman or Max, depending on the version, returns to the base with all the Chara Boms, and congratulates us. The end. Wait, that's it? Ah, only 80%. See, the real main gimmick is that in the individual red and blue editions, certain levels are missing, and you need to link up with the different edition, again with infrared, to send the missing levels over to your friend, provided you've beaten them in your game. The version exclusive levels are nothing special, by the way, just some standard stages. Finally, after beating those, we get to the true ending where both Bomberman and Max return from the mission at the same time and decide to have some Chara Bom battles. The end. Wait, that's it? I haven't been mentioning special version releases, but there were some special Japan-exclusive releases of an Ein edition of Bomberman Max, which is just the blue Challenger version with all the missing levels already unlocked. Did the planets recover? Did Future Star build a new AI to control everything on their planet? What was that dark shadow that made Brain go rogue? Who cares? Let's have some Chara Bom battles. Overall, one of the most fleshed-out traditional Bomberman games. Won't be the last we see of the Chara Boms, and won't be the last we see of Max either. But that was the last we'll see of the Millennium. And as we go to the year 2000, I should acknowledge something. This chart here ignores large parts of the world, mainly because what games get released there aren't as well documented. Oceania, as part of the PAL region, generally gets the European releases. The rest of Africa and Asia are not well documented, so I can't really say which games came out there. And then there's Antarctica. Just kidding. Latin America. The gaming market there really is a subject of its own, but from what I can tell, sometimes they get the North American version, sometimes they get the European version, sometimes neither, and sometimes the Japan exclusive ones. What? Yeah, unofficial, that is illegal, distribution of games is and always has been a thing, and copyright law isn't enforced as strictly in Latin America. Thus, even in the late 90s and early 2000s, many of the Japan-exclusive Bomberman games were widely distributed there, leading to some very substantial Bomberman fan bases there, especially in Brazil. Now, I don't have the capacity to figure out which games were distributed there and which games weren't, but I just wanted to say, you guys are great, keep up the Bomberman love. I couldn't make this without everything you've contributed. We start the Millennium in February with B-Daman Bakugan 5 Final Megatune, released exclusively in Japan for Game Boy Color. Based on the second Bakugan anime, it is, again, mostly menu navigation, though it seems to be more focused on mechs. Again, Stevie Jimmy has a guide for how to brute force it without knowing Japanese, but I'm holding off on this one too. Sadly, we're going to see a lot more Japan-exclusive titles like this one. Such as Bomberman Land, released in December exclusively in Japan for the PlayStation. Our first observation is a very controversial redesign. No, not that one. Ovals. Yeah, I'm not sure if this was supposed to make Bomberman more cutesy, but I do remember seeing this redesign many years ago and not being a fan of it. Luckily, it won't be everywhere. It was mostly relegated to the Land series. Yes, Land is going to be a whole sub-series. The second thing to observe is that after Bomberman, Louie, and Pommy, and a bunch of others arrive on boat, we can roam freely around Bomberman Land, seemingly an amusement park. This movement is more something you'd expect out of an RPG Maker game. We can collect badges to unlock new areas, usually by beating minigames. Yeah, Hudson is pretty well known as the developer of the Mario Party games up until 8, and Bomberman Land can be seen as them dumping a bunch of mini-games into a game, spinning it off of Bomberman, and calling it a series. The third thing to observe is that it's all in Japanese. It is possible to brute force your way through this, but since I'm focusing on plots and stories, I'm going to hold off on this one too. Doesn't mean we won't eventually learn what all these mini-games are. We have reached 2001, and at this point, the Shrine Place lists a game that may or may not have been a real thing. Known as Bomberman 2001, it was listed as an upcoming PlayStation 2 game. Except for just a name and a few lists, one person claims to have seen a trailer of the game at E3 2000 and put that info on his Bomberman fan site, Bombermania, now defunct but archived. Apparently, the game was going to involve a hacker girl who got trapped and had to escape. I can't say for certain if that's true, and the fan site closed down not too long after. Man, looking through Bomberman fan stuff can be just as intriguing as looking through Bomberman stuff. And now the guy who ran that site is the CEO of a digital media marketing company. Well, who'da thunk? We should meet up sometime. Maybe play some Bomberman? April of 2001 sees the release of Bomberman Story, renamed Bomberman Tournament internationally, for the Game Boy Advance in all regions. This game follows the format of Bomberman Quest, being more an adventure game. And if Quest was Bomberman's Awakening, Tournament would best be called Oracle of Bomb's Emerald version. Our story involves 5 meteors crashing into planet Fantarion, disrupting the peace in the universe. Bomber Base gets a distress call, and Dr. Ein sends Max to investigate. He reports big structures being built where the meteors crashed, but that's the last message he sent before he went silent for a week. The intro shows us he's been defeated. Dr. Ein, worrying about him, sends Bomberman to look for Max and find out what's going on. Being the third game I grew up with as a kid, I was pretty confused as to who Max is and why he's so important. Turns out he was introduced in Bomberman Max. It would be confusing to play this game without knowing that, and yet they still claim there's no continuity and nothing set in stone. We start the campaign, and Bomberman lands his spaceship in the first town, Alpha, as Ein explains some basics to us. Chara Bom? Last time it was Chara Bom with a CH and an M. The first house we go to has... honey? That doesn't look like honey. Cool cameo, I guess. This house has Fujiwara in it, haha, who explains that Chara-Boms are native to this planet. But then what were they doing on the other planets in Bomberman Max? Another retcon while explicitly referencing a past game. Shouldn't come as a surprise at this point. So this town is called Alpha. Later we visit Beta and Gamma and Delta, Omega. Really creative there. One way is blocked, so we head north to the L Forest, where we eventually stumble across and take a picture of Louie for the old man in the town who asked for it. We also find our first Chara Bom here, Pommy. He seems to already know us, so is that from Second Attack or from Bomberman Max? He doesn't speak in third-person talk, and he's a Chara Bom, not a mimic, so maybe there was a break in continuity after Second Attack? The gimmick with Chara Boms this time around is more than just battles. We can equip them, whereupon we get a special ability, many of which we've seen before like Line Bomb and Throw, now relegated to Chara Bom abilities, though they still appear as power-ups in battle mode. So they kind of act like items in Zelda or Quest. The Bomb Workshop returns from Quest, one in each town usually, where we get new types of bombs for components we get from side quests. So the progression is a bit more involved than it was in Quest. Chara Bom battles work the same way they did in Max, though now they appear in the campaign. Again, we choose 3 strategies and watch them fight it out. The opponents have Chara Boms that we can collect later, and then we can fight some again with the same Chara Boms. So are there multiple of every Chara Bom, just like Pokemon? Pommy seems like a proper name for this guy in particular, but is Pommy now the subspecies of the Chara Bom species? Or is it like Louie that sometimes it's a species and sometimes just one creature? Hey, the species of Bomberman has been this way from the start, so that shouldn't surprise us either. Unlike in Quest, we now have money we can collect from bombing blocks and from defeating enemies. Also, the food items are back to increase the stats of our equipped Chara Bom. Occasionally, we come across a wall we can bomb leading to a cave, 'cause, you know, Zelda. After a pointless minigame where we have to guess if this guy is attacking high or low, we collect Seed Run, giving us a shield, allowing us to reach Beta where this guy sends us to his basement to fetch an item. Turns out Max was here earlier and talked to him. We also find a shop that sells full heals and comics, which are explanations of the boss patterns later on, and a Chara Bom arena where we can have our Chara Boms fight for prize money. After the town, we find one of many bonus caves where we can Baku and cross attack to get more full heals. We reach Magnet Base, our first dungeon. A lot more extensive than the ones in Quest, with more of a focus on puzzles and more of Bomberman's grid-based structure, just like in the overworld. And Higgrunts? We eventually find Elephant, a Chara Bom that allows us to push blocks, including on the overworld, often spawning a staircase leading to a secret room. We also find a crystal, which functions as the dungeon map, and the silver shoes for more speed and permanent fire-up. No more upgrading single bomb types, fire-ups are more universal. We come across Sid, a machine that fuses Chara Boms. The sole purpose of fused Chara Boms is to open the boss door at the end where Magnet Bomber greets us. Yeah, the villains here are the 5 Dastardly Bombers, referred to as such here for the first time. It's been a while for them, but since when do they have Higgrunts in their following? They know us already, so does this connect to the older games after all? Magnet says he's the one who beat Max and then fuses with our fused Chara Bom to transform it to the boss. Kinda similar to the first boss in TG16. Upon defeat, we get our Chara Bom back and move to the next room. I'm telling you, Oracle of Bombs. Where Max's hologram gives us a medal for a health upgrade and the path opens to the next area. But first, let's check by the ferry. That's basically the formula here. Explore an area, find caves with puzzles in them to get new Chara Boms, find the town, talk to some people who Max already met, do some fetch quests, get new abilities from the Chara Boms, find the dungeons, fuse a Chara Bom, find more upgrades, beat the boss, continue to the next area. The beach area is mostly about finding Kaiman so that you can go underwater. But Bomberman's been able to go underwater without help. Also, he survived a boss fight in outer space and won an endless void, but he needed a scuba suit in Quest and... Also, we need to acquire aqua bombs that work underwater. But his regular bombs have always worked underwater too. Hey, these crabs aren't spitting bubbles. I mean, they are, but not as an attack. Underwater, we find Pretty Base. Of course, it wouldn't be a Zelda ripoff without a Swastika dungeon. Or, yes, I know, it's a manji. Wait, Pretty Bomber was usually the third one. Guess we're mixing things around now. Also, wasn't she a damsel and sort of a love interest maybe in a few games? She makes no reference to any of this. And this time she is completely separate from Honey, who was somebody completely different in the first town. She fuses with our boss key Chara Bom to become this thing. Max tells us Fairy Palace lies behind water gates. So onwards we trek to the ice area. More minigames, Chara Boms, abilities, puzzles, fetch quests. We do indeed reach Fairy Palace, ruled by Queen Emeralda. But it's frozen over, so we need to beat the ice dungeon first. This guard has a story to tell though. Apparently this planet had been attacked before, and a guy named Max, who was a samurai, was with them to defend the planet. So Max had already been here before we sent him? The Plasma base is pretty cool. These 2 towers with bridges between them. So Plasma is number 3 now instead of 5. Hey, that's the monster that beat Max in the intro. But Magnet Bomber said he's the one who beat Max. Another contradiction? Or maybe Magnet is just a liar. Okay, so that melted the ice so we can visit the Queen. Though this guard says the past attack was from the Dastardlies as well, and they lost Max in it. So this is 2 separate events, yeah. The Dastardlies attacked a long time ago, were defeated with the help of a guy named Max, who was lost in the battle, and now he came back because Ein sent him. Let's see how this develops. Queen Emeralda opens our way to the desert area. Oh, and we get these hold bombs that we can charge by carrying them, kinda like in the Baku games. The desert volcano area is rather uneventful, save that we feed some teriyaki beef to this giant, and this old lady says Max dug out the cave so water could be brought to the desert town. Oh, a different Max? No, she just thinks it is. And Brain Bomber is the leader of the Dastardlies now? We go through Golem Base and use our newly fused boss key to fight Golem Bomber, who asks us if we really know who Max is. He turns into this odd necromancer who summons undead bombers, which is kinda cool. And Max sends us to take Fantasy back, the castle floating in the sky. We face the Chara Bom champ and get his Chara Bom. With him and the medals we have, we teleport up to the final dungeon, Fantasy Castle. With all our Chara Boms and abilities, we solve puzzles, defeat enemies, including these spiky condoms, and find our way to Max and Brain Bomber, and he's taking orders from him. Guess we need to fight him. He isn't tough, but that knocked him back to his senses, so he isn't completing Brain's ultimate weapon anymore. We then take him on together, though Max isn't very useful. Brain uses patterns similar to what's typical for Bakugan. Brain defeated, his weapon mech thing explodes, the castle returns to normal, Queen Emeralda thanks us and recognizes Max. So it is true. He defended the planet once before he joined with Ein and Bomberman. This is the second time he's here. Only question is, when did the Dastardlies attack the first time? Was it after Super 3? Whatever. The Queen returns to the castle and Bomberman and Max return home. Roll credits, the end. Gotta say, sure it's a Zelda clone, but it actually kinda works. The Chara Boms were a bit unnecessary though. You know, these enemies were similar to the ones in Super 3 that were taken from Neotopia, two games that already were criticized for being Zelda clones. And as the Shrine Place points out, Neotopia 2 also had an ice dungeon consisting of two towers with bridges between them. The one underwater section is pretty much copied from that game. Neotopia 2 ended with a promise of a Neotopia 3 that never happened, but Bomberman Tournament has a lot of elements from it. Take that as you will. There was a semi-official guidebook for this game, which has a short comic where we see Bomberman and Max fighting. Max is being called a cyborg here, so a mechanized version of the original Max, who was the samurai that people were talking about, until Bomberman beats him and dislodges a mind control chip from him, and that's how he joins Bomberman's team. It ends with this frame of Bagura, Mechadok, and Mujo standing together. They've never appeared together before, so this would be the first time they're affiliated. All of this only questionably canon, and for Bomberman that's saying something. Our multiplayer mode has nothing particularly new, just nice to have traditional Bomberman battle mode on the Game Boy Advance. Our victor minigame is fishing, and our music is, to my knowledge, the very last time we're hearing a variation of the classic battle mode music. You weren't the first, but you certainly stuck around a long time. Say goodbye, everyone. But if there's one thing that stuck with me from playing this game again, it would have to be here in the ice area where you push a block, go down the stairs, and this lady says, "Max? Oh, that man. I was asked how to get to the Twin Towers in the north by him." Twin Towers. It's the ice dungeon. It's in the intro and the title screen. Twin Towers. Bomberman. Twin Towers. This game was released in 2001. In 2001, Bomberman climbed the Twin Towers. Navarm bombs can melt steel beams. Okay, I've seen enough. I'm out of here. Next game. October 2001 sees the release of Bomberman Online for the Sega Dreamcast. This one was exclusive to North America, which is very odd. No, this isn't Bomber Monk, it's regular Bomberman wearing an orange suit, like he did in the Master Mode of Saturn. Our animated intro promises new characters and a whole lot of battling. Indeed, this game is more of a series of battles instead of a campaign in the traditional sense. If we check Battle Game, we'll see there are 5 modes, similar to what we had in Second Attack. I'll get to those modes soon, but the main draw here is in the game's title. This game can be played online with Sega's internet services that ran at the time. Because of lag, the game uses a judge system to determine if you get a power-up you picked up or not. For some reason, it uses this system offline as well. Our victor minigame is karate, and let's have a look at our normal game. The Bomb Olympics take place every 4 years on Quintet Island in the southern part of Planet Bomber. and the winner of each of the 5 bomber events receives a sacred gold medal. The ancient legend of the island claims, if somebody gains all sacred gold medals, the way to the Master Bomberman will open. Bomberman has been training hard under the waterfall and sets out to challenge the 5 champion teams and win the Bomb Olympics. Immediately, we can choose between the 5 game modes. Let's start with Thunderbolt Power Plant, which uses survival rules, meaning our classic Last Man Standing game we know and love. The platform descends, and our opponents, the Electric Dragons, are ready to fight. And get used to this voice.
Battle game! Start!
The regular opponents look like they're going for the oval design we saw in Land. So basically, we just have to win a bunch of battle games against these guys in various stages. After 3 stages, we can advance to the championship battle against Thunder Bomber, who has a bad habit of using this attack. Or right when you think you got him, he just turns invincible and throws rubber bombs and jumps somewhere else, and you gotta chase him down again. But we beat him and receive the gold medal. And some veggies. Yeah, every stage and boss stage has 4 challenges to beat, like bombing a corner at a certain time, or carrying a bomb around, upon which we unlock more costume pieces. Moving on to the Tower of Wind, which uses the ring match rules. The Storm Giant descends to us on a magic carpet, looking like Bomber Thief from Wars, and in ring match the gimmick is that hitting an enemy gives you a point. So try to have the most points when the time runs out. Also, bombs project their explosion range and have a countdown, making it easier to avoid taking damage. 3 stages later, Aladdin Bomber emerges from his lamp to fight us. We damage his lamp as he tries to push us off with wind, but we persevere and receive another gold medal. Onwards to Diamond Canyon Excavation Point, where we face the Iron Bulldozers. Here the game goes by panel paint rules, meaning every explosion paints floor panels in your color. Die once and you respawn, but lose all your colored panels. Have the most panels in your color when time runs out to win. Up top, we fight against Bomber Gunrock, who uses a ground pound to detonate bombs early, but he's beaten without too much difficulty. In Submarine Patrol Base, we fight against the Princess Mariners with the very odd submarine rules. It takes place in 2 separate rooms for you and the opponents. Place a bomb, and once the countdown is half over, the bomb will transfer over to the same spot in the other room, making for a confusing but fun challenge. In the championship battle, we fight Bomber Mermaid. Next medal obtained, we finally go to Volcanic Training School to fight against Red Phoenix. We use Hyper Bomber rules, meaning the goal is to collect enough target spheres and head to the big portal in the middle to win. At last, we battle the Bomber Brothers, who go down in dramatic flames. With all 5 medals, Bomberman opens the Rainbow Pillar, gets another medal, and becomes the Master Bomberman. Roll credits, the end. Overall, an interesting twist to the battle mode. Sadly, we won't ever see most of these modes again. December 2001, and we have Bomberman Kart for PlayStation 2, released in Japan and Europe, but not in North America. About time we got another one of those. So remember how Fantasy Race had something pretty unique going on with the Louis? How's about we toss all that out the window and have a bog standard kart racer instead? Also, no story from what I can tell, so not all that much to talk about. Our characters are using the oval design from Land, and the different colored characters are a bit more unique. Red is a baby, gold is big and is said to be rich, pink looks a lot like Pretty Bomber. Wait a minute, that is Pretty Bomber, but they localized her name to Pink because they didn't know she's already a character. Hey, at least it ain't Ms. Flashy. We have different carts with different stats, and courses that are much more empty than Fantasy Race, for lack of a better word. No more bombing on command, we only pick up items. And getting behind somebody to boost is new. Yeah, not much happens here. There are challenges, and this Rocket League, 14 years before Rocket League, but without rockets. And it has our standard Bomberman battle mode, but that's about it. Sad to see the mounts go in favor of just being another kart racer. Released the exact same day in December is Bomberman 64. The reason I'm not calling this one Bomberman 64. Exclusively in Japan for the N64. It's usually given Japan in parentheses to distinguish it from the other one, 64 Japan. Luckily, there is an English fan patch for this one. We immediately notice it uses Oval Bomberman, and the menu gives us 5 options. High scores is self-explanatory. Panic Bomber is, well, Panic Bomber. It's been a while. No campaign though, just a mode to play with your friends or the computer. Same Game is a straightforward minigame where you remove clusters of the same color in the correct order and try to clear the screen. I kinda suck at it. Bomberman has either Bomberman or Battle Royale. Battle Royale is just our regular Bomberman battle mode. The only notable new thing I could tell is the option for Tandem Battle, where two players are linked together. One moves while the other places bombs, so that's a cool twist. Bomberman mode is where we see our classic gameplay. No story from what I can tell, but after each stage there are multiple exits and various final stages to end up in with different bosses. It's quick to play through and intended more as an arcadey high-score mode. These boss characters are from Bomberman Land. Why is there still no fan patch for that game? Speaking of, 64 Japan is counted as part of the Land series. And indeed, when we go to Bomberman Park, we find the meat of the game. Bomberman Park here is a condensed, shorter version of Bomberman Land, with a different, smaller layout and no real plot to speak of. Aside from Bomberman going around and beating minigames, and doing the occasional fetch quests for random NPCs to obtain medals and progress through the park. These minigames include this one where we chop stuff that flies at us, throwing bombs down at submarines, knocking out pegs here without toppling the tower, collecting coins on logs, shooting skulls, which is not very challenging, shooting these bouncing balls that keep splitting up, a slide puzzle, this bomb factory where we sort bombs using this junction, a train game that is basically just snakes, racing on the roadway while dodging cars, keeping an eye on which of the pipes the bomb went into. The most unique one, at least to me, is probably this one where we go through these rooms while avoiding monsters by switching all blue and green doors open and closed. And harder versions of all of them. A taller tower, more stuff being thrown at you, a bigger slide puzzle, you get the idea. The goal is to beat a certain high score in every game to get the medal. The reward is the credits. Okay then. And some extra stages and skins for the other games on the cartridge. So really just a collection of minigames. Sort of a place for Hudson to dump all their scrapped Mario Party ideas? Maybe, but don't worry, this isn't going to replace regular Bomberman. 2002 sees the release of the first Bomberman mobile game. There were actually quite a lot of Bomberman mobile games over the years. An RPG, a platformer that expands on the gameplay from Pocket, ports of earlier games. Problem is, the vast majority of these were exclusive to iMode, a Japan-only subscription service for phones that also offered games and remains completely inaccessible to the wider gaming public, and could be lost forever fairly soon. Check out Did You Know Gaming's video on the subject to learn more about that. Luckily, there are playthroughs of these games on YouTube, but untranslated, so I'll just make the executive decision now and not cover the Bomberman mobile games as part of this journey. Just know that there are tons more games being released on iMode parallel to the ones I'm covering. In February 2002, we have Bomberman Max 2, Bomberman version and Max version, localized to Blue Advance and Red Advance internationally, released for the Game Boy Advance in all regions. Again, I'll be referring to them as singular sometimes. Planet Bomber was peaceful, ain't the first time we've heard that one, when suddenly Bomber Base is attacked. Why is the moon not pink? It's really bizarre. The Higgy Higgy Bandits attack. The Grunts have been present these past games occasionally, but they haven't really appeared as a faction since their introduction in Saturn 6 years ago. We also haven't seen Mujo since then, except for that odd comic. And Mechadoc isn't present, just Mujo. So they break into Bomber Base, and when Bomberman and Max confront them, Mujo starts Operation Mini-Mini. He activates his machine and runs away, leaving Bomberman and Max to be shrunken down. Dr. Ein can't come to help or he'll be shrunk himself, but he sends them some Chara Boms and tells them to enter the machine and destroy it from the inside to get back to normal size. So just like in the first Max, we play as either Bomberman or Max, with Max using lightning bombs. Every stage has a condition to beating it, multiple exits. We collect Chara Boms, improve their stats, connect with another cartridge to have them battle each other and fuse them into new ones, and send some of our completed stages to our buddy with the other version to make them accessible. Mechanically, it's a straight-up sequel to Max. One new thing to note is that we can equip Chara Boms now, and we end up riding them? So Pommy is a mount now? Riding a Chara Bom, we gain an active or passive ability such as more firepower, speed, line bomb, just like in Tournament. We start in the garden stage. If this music sounds familiar, that's because Terminal Montage has been using a remix of it for his credits music for quite some time now, and he made that old animation based on the NES game. You're more of a Bomberman fan than you're letting on, aren't you? Occasionally, a Higagrunt's foot will stomp the ground, but otherwise not much happens here. Oh, the portals are nice enough to tell us which level they're leading to, but only if we've already been there, so not actually very useful. Instead of purple pads and using a legit remote control, we walk over this flag to enter a minigame for some extra goodies. The boss of the garden is Udri? No known relation to Petunia from '93. The boss defeated, we shut down one of the 5 nodes here and move on to the library stage, where we fight erasers and monster books. For some levels, the other character, Bomberman or Max, will join you to help clear out some soft blocks. The boss of the library is this book. On to the dining stage, where we face soup cans, ladles, monster forks, and this oven. The tool shop stage has gears, plugs, fans, and this odd combined robot. Finally, we're at the lab stage with light bulbs, UFOs, generally more mechanical enemies, teleporters, and finally, Mad Brain, this brain in a jar. First phase is similar to Bagura's first phase in '94, then it floats around with grabby arms, then you hit him and destroy all the smaller parts before they reform. We've reached the end and... oh right, this isn't the end. We need to clear all the other stages on the cartridge. With that done, both Bomberman and Max grow back to size, Mujo tries to escape. What were they doing while Bomberman and Max were trapped? They didn't take over the universe or prepare for their escape or something? They were just chilling outside this whole time? And your character blasts off to shoot him down. The end. But of course, that's just the 80% ending. We need to connect 2 differing cartridges to send some levels over to clear everything. In the 100% ending, both characters grow back to size and chase down Mujo. No matter the version, Mujo fires a missile at Max, which Bomberman takes out, allowing Max to shoot down Mujo. The end. No credits. Overall, it doesn't expand too much on what Max 1 was already doing, but it's still the same Bomberman gameplay we've come to expect. In June 2002, we have Bomberman Generation, released in all regions for the Nintendo GameCube. In Cosmic Year 2000X, Dr. Ein was researching the bomb elements to see how its energy could be used for good, when suddenly the cargo ship is attacked by the Higgy Higgy bandits and the crystals fall down to this planet here, Tentacles. And so Bomberman needs to go gather them before the bad guys do. The main theme of this game appears in quite a lot of places, and in fact kind of replaces the battle mode music from the 90s in many games from now on. We start a new file and...
Bomberman, it's me, Professor Ein.
Professor? Thought you were a doctor. Oh well. He summarizes the plot for us again and urges us to go to that planet and get the bomb elements. Also, the Crush Bombers are involved in this and are well known as rivals, and he sends Max to help us out.
I'm gonna do it my way.
Max seems more, I don't know, mean than he was previously. Bomberman is quite a bit taller as he has been, with a smaller head and golden arm shackles and a bandana, and it looks pretty cool. He doesn't talk in this one, at least not to other characters. We can choose between the first 3 worlds and do them in any order. Let's start with Tantasia. What is this music? What's up with these enemies? Second Attack had these sunglasses dudes and jazzy music, and now we're left with this? Might just be a personal preference thing. Okay, maybe I should charge a big bomb for this.
To move the boulders, make a big bomb.
Thanks, Ein. So our controls are basically what they've been for the Baku games. Explosions are round again, and we can kick and throw at any time without power-ups. Our heart meter is more standardized into these big hearts that turn into smaller ones. We can collect permanent health upgrades, and we can't lift enemies anymore.
Use the big bomb.
Thanks, Ein. We can turn the camera, and though the maps are bigger again, the path forward is more clear than in Baku 1. So we jump through teleporter stumps, bombing Higa grunts. We can also dam rivers. And I don't mean dam. I mean damn, it's right here in the manual. And oh look, it's a red portal with our first Chara Bom and Lar. The Chara Boms are inhabitants of this planet. But then how did they appear in Max 2? And how are they native to Fantarion and Tournament? And how did they appear in Max 1 on the planets there? The Chara Boms give us abilities again, and after the first one, they need to be acquired by battling them. Again, we collect items to improve their stats and...
These containers may hold Chara Bom feed.
Thanks, Ein. Hey, I'll try to kick bombs under...
Use bomb kicks.
Thank you, Ein. Occasionally, there's a green portal where we can play a minigame.
Enter this portal to play a minigame.
Yeah, okay, Ein. We play a minigame to get an item we can later fuse into a new type of bomb. Usually every stage ends with a mini-boss of some kind, and we exit with the arrow again. Next, we move forward by
crossing the lake.
Jeez, you're worse than Navi. Luckily, if you're replaying a level, he only talks at the start and then shuts up, but throughout the first playthroughs of every level, he interrupts you a lot. Especially in the first few.
Find a way over the water.
Especially in the first few levels. Our first merged bomb is the Aqua Bomb, which can put out very specific fires and nothing else. It doesn't have a different explosion shape like in Second Attack, nor does it do different amounts of damage to different enemies. It puts out these very specific fires and that's it. Halfway through Tentasia, we face the first of the Crush Bombers, Megaton Bomber, who attacks with a flail. On his last heart, the music turns into our main battle theme music. This is the case for every boss. We continue on to the settlement. Whose settlement? Oh, these guys' settlement. Purple face much? The manual said the uncivilized planet of tentacles. We're after the bomb element that just happened to land on their turf. White Bomber makes no attempt at explaining that to them. He just barges into their settlement, destroys their houses, murders everyone. When did Bomberman become a game about colonialism? We climb the mountain.
Keep going up!
We climb the mountain, atop which we face a bunch of spear guys and then the chief balancing on a ball. Oh dear. So after that regicide and partial genocide, the surviving tribespeople summon this mammoth thing. It disintegrates and we get the first bomb element. Ein congratulates us and no comments are made as to how the tribe is going to recover from this. So let's go to Octo Ocean. Really not too much happening here, just beating enemies, doing puzzles, Chara Boms. We briefly fight Beauty Bomber. Then we need to cross the ice.
Cross on floating ice.
Yeah, a minigame where we ride the motor bomber we haven't really seen since the GB games. And we get ice bombs, which again work just like regular bombs except that they freeze spouts. Not anything else, just these spouts. Then we face this squid brain thing. Sometimes Max will interrupt a boss fight and do some damage to the boss.
No thanks needed.
And then run off again. That's his entire contribution to the plot. The squid defeated, we get the next bomb element and move to Taco Desert. Oh look, I could kick a bomb under here.
Use bomb kicks!
I guess this cactus dude still has those sunglasses. The desert has a lot more puzzles with these quicksand portals and bomb switches. The Crush Bomber we face is Eagle Bomber, looking kinda like Nitros. We move on through these desert ruins with more puzzles. Bomberman's speed is 34 kilometers per hour? And the gimmick of kicking a bomb under a platform to launch it up returns as we climb this tower. We obtain the wind bombs that blow leaves up and nothing else, and move up to face this Pharaoh dude. And we get the third bomb element. Now we can backtrack to older areas and use the Chara Bom abilities and different bombs to reach other areas and collect more stuff. But it looks like the Higa dudes have the other bomb elements, so let's go to their moon base. We have some more fun with bomb jumping and mine carts, and then face Assault Bomber, who is pretty insane. In the next level, we obtain the light bombs that turn transparent things solid. As usual, that's their only purpose. We fight against this Power Ranger combined robot brothers thing. They're really polite and compliment us as we fight them.
Nice shot! You're good!
We get the fourth bomb element, and Aiden decides to pester us some more. The Higa Higa Bandit's base materialized. Okay. And then we get this scene out of nowhere. Okay then. We board the fifth world and, oh right, bomb shielding. It's in the manual, but not needed until here. Hold a bomb and press another button to block attacks from the front. Further along, Bomber Elite, the leader of the Crush Bombers, shows up.
It looks as though I'm the leader of the Crush Bombers.
It looks as though? By the way, this is a dude. Ein specified him as such, but the English dub might throw you off.
Watch your step!
His death scene is very odd.
I'm happy it was you that defeated me.
We continue our trek through the base with lots of puzzles and stuff, and then face... oh, those fire things from the last world. They combine into a giant three-headed phoenix. What is the significance of them being from the boss stage of the last world? Nothing is said about this, so we're left to wonder as we get the fifth bomb element from them. The bomb elements don't do anything in this game, they're just the thing we're collecting. The worlds have gotten shorter. The first 3 were 6 levels each, but worlds 4 and 5 were just 4 levels each. As the Higa Higa base is destroyed, this ship called Armor Joe emerges. Then Ein starts coughing?
You must. Good luck, Bomberman.
The world is just one level, this battleship. Also, remember Mujo's English voice from Saturn?
You keep getting in my way, Bomberman!
Well, now it's this.
Bomberman! If you want the bomb element, then you must come to me!
So we walk along this ship, destroying it.
Destroy the battleship!
Wait, weren't you just coughing 5 seconds ago? What was that about? Are you okay, Ein? Are we gonna follow up on that?
Stop the battleship!
Okay. Finally, we make it to Mujo.
I'm surprised you even made it here, Bomberman! But praise you? Nah!
Who turns the last bomb element into this giant skull monster. No separate final boss music, just the regular boss music. We use various bomb types to make it vulnerable, and as it is defeated, Mujo flies off.
I'm going to get you for this!
The bomb elements are reunited and fly off into space. Oh look, Max is there. So you still exist. The narrator preaches to us about handling our own hearts and souls or whatever, and the credits roll. Bomberman rides his floaty motorcycle with yet another rendition of that main theme. The end. We can go back and collect all the lightning cards, which unlocks Max as a playable character for battle mode. Speaking of which, battle mode has 5 different modes. Survival mode, which we've always had. Reversey mode, which is just panel paint mode from Online Dreamcast. Coin battle, similar to the earlier mode from Second Attack, where we gather coins from the stage. Dodge battle, where we can't place bombs but they fall from the sky and we survive for as long as possible. And revenge battle, where everyone is in a revenge cart and we kill as many enemies as possible. Despite being a 3D game in the campaign, the battle mode is locked to the grid and explosions are cross-shaped again. Also, normally the different colored bombers are to distinguish the players, but if you've unlocked Max, then everyone can play as him, leading to some confusion. Oh, and our Victor minigame is PK Bomber, where we try to hit a power-up while the other players try to block. So the story, mechanics, and overall atmosphere are kinda toned down compared to, say, Second Attack, but bright and colorful has its place too, I suppose. This isn't our last 3D adventure game, though. October of 2002 sees the airing of the first episode of Bomberman Jetters, the anime sometimes referred to as the Bomberman anime, although it wasn't the first. Of course, the existence of fan subs for the whole thing certainly make it more accessible than Bakugan. So Jetters is one of the few instances where we can fairly definitively say that it is its own separate thing. It doesn't connect with any of the previous games, although there are some vague similarities to that weird comic for Tournament. This is White Bomber? Wow, I'm down for that! Oh, wait, this is White Bomber. That one was his older brother, Mighty Bomber. And this is his grandma, Momo. Bombers are more distinctly biological here, unlike in the games where at this point it's anyone's guess whether they're robots or human. Here is Mujo, and whoa, is that a sock in there? It's bigger than it was in the past. Wait, what's that? No, I do not want to see your extra long range. Oh, it's a laser cannon. Okay then.
僕まだ10歳だし。
愛があれば年の差なんて。バカ野郎、違うよ。決闘だけ。
Wow, Mujo. The beginning is a bit confusing until we get our episode formula set up, but the gist is that the Higgy Higgy Bandits are led by Bagura in this one, and he has an affinity for unique objects, things that are the only one of their kind in the universe, so he sends Mujo out with a bunch of Higgy Grunts to go and steal random unique objects. Also in the faction is Mechadoc, who supplies Mujo with this weapon that turns things into bombers, such as Bat Bomber, Dolphin Bomber, Bear Bomber, Top Bomber, sort of a villain of the week thing, at least at first. Later on, we get the Bomber Shiteno, not to be confused with the other Bomber Shitenu from Super 4 localized to 4 Bomber Kings. This Bomber Shitenu consists of Flame Bomber, Mermaid Bomber, Grand Bomber, and Thunder Bomber. Their designs have a lot in common with the enemies from Bomberman Online Dreamcast. Thunder Bomber even has the same name, though instead of Bomber Mermaid, we have Mermaid Bomber. Occasionally, Mujo hangs out at this bar with barkeeper Mama, and we actually get some fairly serious scenes here. No joke, Mujo, when he's not fighting the good guys, is actually a pretty deep character. This is one of those shows that combines being serious and silly. Also, here is Mujo's theme. Yeah, it sounds very similar to the Seinfeld theme. Why they chose this music is anyone's guess. But in the way of the villains are the Jetters. Led by Dr. Ein, the team consists of White Bomber, who has a pet Louie, and plays Bomberman in this scene, so that's a thing that happens. Shout, our token female character who gets in fights with White a lot. Bongo, sort of the tech guy who does that anime thing where he says his name at the end of every sentence. Gangu, a robot built by Dr. Ein, and Birdie, a more serious character. The Chara Boms are present in this universe, though they're just sort of there for the cameo. They aren't collected like Pokemon. And a lot of other characters make cameo appearances later, like Pretty Bomber. So the formula, at least at first, is that Mujo and the Higgy Higgy dudes try to steal some random unique object and the Jetters try to stop them. Along the way are a lot of silly shenanigans, sometimes being funnier than I expected. There's this scene where White is charging a bomb, it's taking a while, but instead of fighting back, the bad guys decide to just wait until he's finished. There's this scene where White really needs to pee, and I thought, oh boy, is this gonna go on for the entire episode? But no, just a few scenes later, it turns out he teamed up with some Higgagruns and they found a bathroom together. But if you think this show is just a bunch of silly fluff, you are very wrong. There is some genuinely sad stuff here that got me teary-eyed, and that doesn't happen often. And of course, though it starts out episodic, it all amounts to one big plot. We see Mighty Bomber, White's brother, near the start, but he soon goes missing mysteriously. That's how White gets accepted as a team member of the Jetters. A few episodes in, Max appears. And unlike in the games, he fights in opposition to the good guys. Max sounds and fights a lot like Mighty, but what's really going on here? And no, it's not what you're thinking, it's way more complicated than that. That's about as far as I'm willing to go. This show, while being cute and silly on the surface, goes into some pretty deep territory. Plot twists, conspiracies, White Bomber coping with what happened to his brother Mighty. I am not spoiling beyond this point. I cannot stress enough that this is a show that you need to watch yourself. I mean, what are you doing with your life? Go and watch Bomberman Jetters. Closely related to the anime are two separate Bomberman Jetters mangas, one of which has fan translations of a few chapters that actually started publication slightly before the anime started airing. As such, we have another situation where it sort of connects with the anime and also sort of doesn't. While the Jetters fight Mujo and the Higgy Higgy Bandits, that's about the only connection. So once upon a time, this meteorite falls to planet Bomber and it grants wishes, so they all need to fight over it now. Our characters are introduced and whoa, what's going on with Mujo? Do you really need to punch there, Bomberman? You're supposed to be the hero. Okay, I think that's taking things too far. To be fair though, Mujo, makes use of his anatomy. Bulge punch? Sack attack? I mean, anime is usually full of this kind of stuff, so I guess Mujo from Bomberman is just balancing things out. Like many other Bomberman mangas, this is mostly an excuse for some quick gags, and abilities aren't as well defined. Bomberman can use a lid bomb to block this hole, and Mujo gets eaten by a dinosaur, and the Higgy-Grunts ask Bomberman to help, so he feeds the dinosaur a laxative bomb. Yeah, not canon to the anime, and certainly not canon to the games, but still fun. October 2002, just a few weeks after the first episode of Jetters debuted, Bomberman Jetters Legendary Bomberman is released, exclusively in Japan for Game Boy Advance. The story is sort of a prequel to the anime. An ancient ray cannon is found on this planet, Nonbiri Star, and the Higgy Higgy Bandits are going to try to steal it, so Mighty Bomber goes there to stop them. The setup here is very similar to Tournament in that we explore this world, go through towns, collect Chara Boms, and yeah, there is some more dialogue and menu navigation in this one. As cool as it is to play as Mighty Bomber, this will have to be another one where I'm going to wait for an English fan patch. Battle mode is still here, our Victor minigame is Golf, and we have a rendition of our new battle mode music from Generation. December 2002, and you know how Bakugan was Japan exclusive? The animes, the mangas, the games, everything. Some of it was distributed in other East Asian countries, but nothing made it to the West. And then Jetters was Japan exclusive, the anime, the mangas, the GBA game, and here is Bomberman Jetters, released for the PlayStation 2 and Nintendo GameCube in Japan and North America. What? So, one random piece of Jetters actually was released overseas, fully translated and dubbed, but only in North America and not in Europe, because of course. Also, only the GameCube version was released overseas. Only for GameCube? Yeah, sure. All new Chara Boms. I mean, if you disregard Jetters GBA, the anime, the mangas, Generation, Max 2, Tournament, Max 1, and Second Attack, then yes, I guess they are all new. The intro shows us all the Jetters characters, even Bagura and Mighty, even though they don't actually appear in the campaign. Yeah, so this game is vaguely based on the Jetters anime in that we have the Jetters team and Mujo and some other characters, but as is often the case with Bomberman, nothing else really connects this with the anime. It is its own separate thing from the anime, though not as much as the anime is separate from all the other games, if that makes sense. So we start a file, and remember Mechadoc's English voice in Saturn?
Not bad, Bomberman. You destroyed all of my robots.
Well, here's what he sounds like now.
And now Bomberman and his gang will become space dust.
So the Higgy Higgy Bandits have constructed an artificial comet called Dark Star. They're gonna crash it into Planet Bomber, so all the gang sends White Bomber to go and shut down its 4 engines to save the planet. It's weird hearing these guys talk in English.
Investigate immediately!
We're on our way there now!
We'll keep in contact. Good luck. Bongo Bongo.
Be careful!
Okay.
So Bomberman goes to Dark Star and is joined by Max of all people. But Max was against the Jetters in the anime, so why is he joining the good guys? This Max has more in common with the other Max from the games rather than the anime Max, even though this is vaguely based on the anime. What's going on here? Also, what is this music? It sounds familiar. Well, who'da thunk? We start in World 1, Flow World, and see that our gameplay is pretty much the same as Generation. We walk around kicking, throwing, and charging bombs. And instead of just Ein interrupting us, it's the entire team now.
Looking all around you will prove to be helpful.
We collect Chara Boms, but instead of battling with them, they only exist to give us abilities such as throwing farther and line bomb and bomb jumping and stuff. Here is Pommy, though he's called Pomu in the manual. That might be his original Japanese name. Still, wanna see something weird? This is Grand Bomber, right? The game calls him Grand Bomber, the manual calls him Grand Bomber, but a later page of the manual calls him Ground Bomber for some reason. Back on topic, Pommy's ability is that we ride on his back to jump over some pits, but the manual says we put Pommy on our back. So who's riding who here? Collecting food doesn't improve a Chara Bom's stats anymore, as there is no battling, it levels them up, making their abilities stronger. And the food items are actual food this time. We can at any time swap out between playing as Bomberman or as Max. Max can't use Chara Boms or other types of bombs we get later though. Max can still level up Chara Boms by collecting food, and just like Bomberman, Max names everything he picks up.
Strawberry.
Including when he's charging his special attack. Speaking of which, Max's only purpose is to use Hyper Plasma Bomb, which destroys these gates and also damages enemies that would otherwise be harder to reach. So we go through some levels, the path forward being more clear, though there are some more branching paths here and some more involved puzzles for getting the Chara Boms, and we usually fight a mini-boss at the end of every level. Here is Mermaid Bomber, first of the Bomber Shitenu, though I don't think the team has a name in English, but they do have animated intros. We continue through the first world and find this spot where Gangu, or Gung, fuses an item for us, giving us a new type of bomb. He kinda reminds me of Jar Jar, I don't know.
The Hurricane Bomb! This bomb can repel the attacks of enemies! It's very useful!
The Hurricane Bombs actually explode differently than the regular bombs. They have more of a purpose now. Like in Generation, we have 6 levels in each world and they get shorter as we go along. The last level being the boss fight, and the bosses also have animated intros. The way this thing's shell opens up kinda reminds me of those lava turtles in Hero. So after that, one of the engines is shut down and we move on to Green World, moving through some more puzzles and this hedge labyrinth. Is it just me, or does this music sound similar to some of the music from the old arcade game? Thunder Bomber sounds like he's been cut off here.
I will burn you to a crisp in a flash! Attack! Thunderfall!
What a weirdo. In the next level, we find a Chara Bom named Pox. And we go through this really long level with teleporting bamboo shoots and obtain the Aqua Bomb that sends water flying everywhere. After facing this long dragon thing that reminds me of that boss in Max 1, it's off to Hot World with lots of volcanoes, lava, and different colored Higa ninjas on the roofs. A brief run-in with Flame Bomber later, we explore a ninja house and get the Ice Bomb that shoots a spike up pretty far. Useful for fighting against this phoenix thing. We get to the fourth world, Underworld, and float around on this platform thing that reminds me of the platform in Mario 64. Grand Bomber has the power of rushing forward. Yeah, he's really different from the anime. One level later, we get the Thunder Bombs, and then we fight an Anthro Tiger inside a floating tiger head. So with that, we've turned off all the engines, but this tower shows up. Higa Central. We go through some paradise gardens with wizard Higa-grunts and Mujo statues. Then we fight against Dark Force Bomber. This one is really different from his counterpart in the anime. actually, hold on a sec. Without spoiling anything, I can say that Dark Force Bomber doesn't appear in the anime until near the end. And though the anime started airing before this game was released, some characters such as Dark Force Bomber didn't appear in it until several months after the release of the game. So this is the character's debut, even though he's supposed to be based on the character in the anime that didn't appear until later. It's Bomberman, what do you expect? We climb the Higa Ring Tower with a stone Mujo statue to fight up top, and then fight against this horse snake thing. Mujo escapes and flies off to Planet Bomber on his own as the credits roll. Mujo and Mechadoc chasing us? Yeah, this isn't the true ending. Along the way, there were a bunch of different cards to collect, most of them unlocking characters for battle mode, such as playable Higa Grunts. But then there are the lightning cards that unlock the final world, Planet Bomber, with the true final boss fight. Mujo has a few weird attacks and screams, but he goes down quickly.
This time I'll let you go. I can't do this!
Well, that was easy. Oh, right. Mechadoc was the one behind the whole plan, wasn't he? And in Saturn we fought him after Mujo. That hint is so misleading. It's not just ice bombs, and it's not just the nose. It's different bombs in different orifices. I think I'd have figured that out sooner without that hint. It's a longer but fun fight. You know, Mechadoc is a pretty generic evil scientist who doesn't do much in this game or any other game, but having seen the anime, it's nice to fight him again. After that, we get the same credits sequence. The end.
The end!
And then there's this line.
Shout, Elaine, Mermaid Bomber, Granny Bomber, pack a bag, we're off to Burma.
Yeah, I don't get it either. So it doesn't expand too much on Generation, but it was also released the same year, so it's just more of the same, which does make sense. Sadly, this is our very last 3D adventure. It's also the last time we're seeing the Chara Boms, at least in the main game. Also in the game is Bomber Mansion, where Momo, or Grandma Bomber, instructs us through a few floors in a challenge similar to Master Mode from Saturn, where we're graded at the end. We're back to cross-shaped explosions, as it is more traditional gameplay, as is, of course, Battle Mode. All the different bombers from the game are playable, as well as Mujo for some reason, and Mighty, who didn't appear in this game, only in the intro, and some Higa Grunts. They all have a special ability we can charge, such as maxing out stats or generating a dangerous bomb. There are 4 different modes: Standard Battle, Battle for Balloons where we escort balloons to exits, Battle 1-2 where you have to walk over numbers 1 through 9 to win, and Knockout Battle where we knock the other players out of the arena. Our Victor minigame is digging for power-ups, and we have another remix of our new Battle Mode music. 2003 or 2002, the release of this one has some conflicting information, but it is Bomberman Online for the PC, not to be confused with Bomberman Online for Dreamcast. It may or may not have been released in Japan, South Korea, Hong Kong, Macau, and Taiwan, although there also may or may not have only been a beta test in Japan. Hard concrete info is scarce. Take everything I say with a grain of salt. But it seems it was a PC game where you could connect to the official servers and play Bomberman Online with people. Only battle modes though, no campaign. The servers have long been shut down, but there is Bomberman Online International, which is sort of a fan continuation of Online PC. It has profiles, costumes, different modes like Panel Paint and Hyper Mode like we saw in Online Dreamcast. I have heard some shady things about this fan server though. Think Club Penguin fan servers, so play at your own risk. July 2003 sees the release of Bomberman Land 2, released for the PlayStation 2 and GameCube exclusively in Japan. Expanding a bit on the other oval characters from Kart, Pretty, Gold, and Baby Red are still here, joined by Black this time. Also Blue and Green, wearing glasses, form a sort of a trio with Gold. And Racer Bomber is here, similar to Mac Bomber from Fantasy Race, but not the same character. From what I can tell, all of them, together with Louie and Pommy, are invited to go to Bomberman Land. They get off the boat and... yeah, no English fan patch, lots of dialogue. Sorry, but I'll hold off on this one too. There are other modes in the game. Here are Same Game, Panic Bomber, Classic Battle Mode, even Kart made it in here. And from what I can tell, this mode is called Survival Bomberman. Text scrolls by 5 hooded figures. Okay, so 6 holes, 7 gems in the menu, and we can go down this hole to find a procedurally generated dungeon crawler. As Bomberman, we explore these passageways and rooms and look for the way down to fight the boss in each area. We have a shield that also acts as a dash, and our weapons are bombs, a hammer for melee attacks, and a boomerang for ranged attacks. These get stronger by using them a lot, and we fight mainly enemies from the NES game, Baloms and such, but also Higagrunts in turrets and giant versions of many enemies. Following us are, I don't know what they are, but we collect more from chests and can send them flying around as an attack. I can't tell you what dropped coins are good for, but these green bags are items that we obtain after beating an area, and we can equip them. Don't know what they do, though. We can pick up temporary power-ups like triple boomerang and shield fire attack. We fight a boss at the end of every area. These are characters that have been in the land games. This toy soldier may have kidnapped Pretty if the image in the manual is any indication. But alas, no fan patch, so I really have no idea what's going on here. After this last stage, I got the last gem and some dialogue. I think I'm missing something, and I can't figure out what. Certainly an interesting addition, though. October 2003 sees the release of Bomberman Jetters game collection for Game Boy Advance, exclusively in Japan. It seems there is no plot here. There's pinball, I guess, with Mujo or Mechadoc occasionally kidnapping a Jetters member, so we rescue them. Here are a whole bunch of mini-games, many of them recycled from the land games, but they're on GBA too, and with Jetters characters. Even Bagura is here in the background. Yeah, not much to say about this game as a whole, but it does still have classic battle mode, Mechadoc playable for the first time, each character with a special ability, and another rendition of the Generation battle mode music. Now safe to call the second main battle mode theme. For December 2003, I really should mention DreamMix TV World Fighters, a Japan-exclusive game for GameCube and PlayStation 2 that is a Smash Bros. Clone with a bunch of Hudson and Konami characters. Why Konami? Well, they bought a ton of shares in Hudson back in 2001. Wonder if this will lead to anything. There is a sort of a campaign mode where the World Fighters TV program invites a bunch of fighters in order to increase their ratings. They are hosted by Mujo and this girl called Haruna. Shenanigans ensue between fights, and the fights themselves are similar to Smash Bros. Except characters shrink and grow across a fight, and after hitting a character enough, they drop this flying heart that you have to collect before they do to win. Oh, and here's Mujo being flattened. Finally, Haruna kicks Mujo into this mech and he becomes the final boss of the short campaign. After beating him, he flies off and explodes and the credits roll. This game does prove the concept of Bomberman in Smash is feasible. On a side note, there's this stage which has, as its music, another rendition of our second battle mode music. February 2004 sees the release of Net Day Bomberman for PlayStation 2, exclusively in Japan. A game I can say even less about than I can for Bomberman Online PC. It was Bomberman battle mode over the internet, like online, but on a subscription service that was cancelled long ago and thus remains unplayable. It may or may not have had more costume and mode options compared to online PC, but take everything about this one with a truckload of salt. Nice rendition of the battle mode music, I guess. April 2004 brings Bomberman Kart DX for PlayStation 2, exclusively in Japan. This has a similar setup to Land 2 with all these different modes. Classic battle mode is here, but instead of a land campaign, there is a racing campaign. If only I understood what they were saying. More of the round land characters are playable, like Green and Racer, and there is another survival Bomberman mode. It seems this one focuses more on equipping items. We have a sword slot instead of a hammer. After a lot of messing around, I did make it to this forest area, but couldn't figure out where to go from here. Black and the Gold Gang are involved somehow. It's sad that this entire sub-mode of Bomberman remains Japan exclusive and largely unplayable without knowing Japanese. At least not without some serious brute forcing. July 2004 brings us Bomberman for the N-Gage, a short-lived console that Nokia made that also had phone capabilities. So you could technically count this as a mobile game, but it was trying to be a console, so I'll cover it. It was released in Europe and North America, but not in Japan, thus giving Atomic some company up there. Of course, Bomberman is not to be confused with Bomberman NES, Bomberman TG16, Bomberman the arcade game, or Bomberman Party Edition. We start the campaign and are confronted with a golden Bomberman statue with the inscription Bomber King. So, not to be confused with this Bomber King, King Bomber, 4 Bomber Kings, or this Bomber King. That said, is this statue a reference to Panic Bomber Virtual Boy? The statue is stolen, and Bomberman jumps into this portal to find standard, traditional Bomberman. Wow, it's been a while. Last one before this was Max 2. The Louis are back, but otherwise there isn't much to say. We have a battle mode and another remix of the second main battle mode music. The campaign also uses a lot of music from online Dreamcast for some reason. Progression is linear again. We just go through the worlds, beating bosses until we face Black Bomberman. Not this Black Bomberman. This guy is different somehow. Black defeated, we get the statue back. He goes for a cheap shot, but Bomberman stops him and the statue is returned. The end. October 2004 brings us Bomberman Battles for PlayStation 2, released in Japan and Europe, but not North America. The European release was retitled Bomberman Hardball. The oval land characters are here, and this time they didn't change Pretty's name to Pink, but they did rename White to Ivory, Black to Star, and Green to Jade for some reason. In Life Mode, we can watch Bomberman chilling in this room, and change what he's wearing with unlockable costumes, and watch replays of the actual games we play, I guess. Standard Battle Mode has 4 modes. Normal Battle that we've always had, Star Battle where we collect stars in the arena, Point Battle where we get points for bombing enemies, and Crown Battle where we race to see who can get to the crown first. But the main novelty of this game are 3 different sports games. Here's baseball, I kinda suck at it. We have tennis, which plays like Mario Tennis, and golf, which is similar to Mario Golf. It's been a very long time since I've played Mario Golf. Come on, come on, come on. So there are tournament matches, but no proper campaign or anything. The spin-offiest of all spin-off games? Actually, the past 2 years had 7 games, counting N-Gage, only 1 of which was a traditional Bomberman game, again, N-Gage, and only 2 of which were released outside of East Asia. How did it end up like this? And how long will this go on? May 2005 sees the release of Bomberman for Nintendo DS, in all regions. Another one just titled Bomberman, so not to be confused with Bomberman NES, Bomberman TG16, Bomberman Arcade, Bomberman PlayStation, also known as Party Edition, or Bomberman N-Gage. First thing to note is that although this would count as a mainline game, it uses the oval design from Land and the other spin-offs that may or may not tie into Land. The second thing to note is that the international box art looks familiar. Wait a minute, that's the Japanese box art for Battles. You know, the one retitled Hardball in Europe? Why did they change the box art on that one just to reuse the art for a later game after all? So we start a file, and there's this bomb crystal that shatters and corrupts all the areas we see, and so we need to go restore the areas by going through the levels and beating the bosses. That's all the story we're getting. Gameplay is linear again. Gone are the days of Max 2 and Super 5 with multiple exits and branching paths. We go through 100 levels, 10 in each area, finding the exit at each one and beating the boss until we get to the end. But there is a gimmick here. Remember way back in 1990 when we had Bomber Boy and we could choose power-ups from our inventory? Some of them lasting only for 1 level? Well, that kinda comes back here. Instead of immediately using a power-up when we collect one, it ends up in our inventory on the bottom screen. We can use these power-ups before and during any level. Bomb up, fire up, speed up, when used, carry over from level to level, but if we die, we're resets to 1 bomb and 1 fire, so it might be good not to max them out to 8 until we have a larger stock of them. The rest of the power-ups last only for the level we use them in, like kick, punch, line bomb, remote bomb, penetration bomb, or they last for a limited time, such as wall pass, bomb pass, invincibility, bomb immunity. We can use these glasses to reveal where power-ups are in the stage. The shield is here again to block flames from the front. Dangerous Bomb is its own power-up now. So this game is much more about gathering resources and using them when needed. Our enemies are taken from the NES game and a lot of the other 90s games, like the Super Series and the TG16 games. The layouts aren't as complex as they were in, say, Super 2. They're more like N-Gage and much earlier games with horizontally scrolling levels. After 5 levels, there's a bonus stage for some extra goodies. The boss stages take place across both screens. Hey look, it's this guy from 93. A bubble-spitting crab, with a second one inside it, just like in 94. And the 2 cacti from Super 3, who were also in the Earthquake PSA. No sign of Brain Bomber piloting them, though. This vampire dude has us teleporting between screens. Oh, and it's Petunia, but without the face. It would only need more music from the 90s games to be an homage to them. The music here is more akin to the Land series. The bosses repeat in later areas. Here's a bubble-spitting scorpion for a change. After each boss, we see how a part of the map is restored, and finally, at the end, we face this ancient statue thing. The crystal is restored. Roll credits. The end. Yeah, this one wasn't big on story. Sort of a remix of the older games with a mechanic not seen since Bomber Boy, though it doesn't do too much to innovate the formula. Whether this is good or bad is up to opinion. So would this be a mainline game or part of the Land series, given that it uses the oval design and more landish music? And will we ever see a more involved story, again like Second Attack or Tournament? Of course, we have Battle Mode, now with download play, meaning that up to 8 people can play with their DSs while only needing 1 cartridge. There's a mode where you can detonate remote bombs with the microphone. Stages span both screens, and we have, what else, the Battle Mode music from Generation. June 2005 brings us Panic Bomber for PlayStation Portable. So not Panic Bomber for PC Engine CD, Neo Geo, or Virtual Boy. Released exclusively in Japan. It is Panic Bomber but on the PSP. Not much else to say. No campaign that I could find, just matches against friends or the computer, as well as challenges. It has some music from Online Dreamcast, but of course it has another rendition of the second main battle mode music. Wait, hold on, it's the exact same rendition we had in Next Day Bomberman. Shame on you, Panic Bomber PSP. August 2005, and we have Bomberman Land 3 for PlayStation 2. Exclusively in Japan again. Like the previous Land games and other spin-offs, it has different modes like a kart mode and battle mode. Let's start the campaign and, well, we sure are on a ship again, like in the other Land games. Pretty Bomber exists, together with this butler dude. Gold and the gang are here, and it seems everyone has their own theme music. Oh look, Racer is back as well. And here is Gold's dad. So that's a thing. We check in the hotel where we can... What? Let's take off everything. His feet actually look like that? And no antenna? What? We can't go out in public like this. So let's continue naked. The director of Bomberman Land is here. We've seen him before. We sure can talk to a lot of people. This minigame again? We had that one back in the first Land. Is it just gonna be the same minigames over and over? Hey, let's try to go into the ladies' bathroom. We can't. Oh man. It seems the Land games do have traditional Bomberman gameplay in some areas, but okay, enough of this. We need English fan patches, people. If you liked the oval design, well, sorry to say, but this is the last time we're seeing it, at least for White Bomber, so say goodbye, everyone. When I choose Battle Mode, it goes to the PlayStation menu for some reason, but here in the game's files is another rendition of the second Battle Mode theme. May 2006, and with Oval Bomberman gone, we should come up with a new design overhaul. Maybe something more realistic? No, still not that one. Bomberman Bakufu Sentai Bomberman, which translates to Blast Squadron Bomberman, released exclusively in Japan for the PlayStation Portable. This one wasn't made by Hudson, but was a game-sharing project with IQ Mania and XI Coliseum, where if you had either of these 3 games, you could play multiplayer matches in any of them. So Sony decided to give its own spin on Bomberman, and what they came up with was a Sentai arcade type game. Let's have a look. When we start the campaign, we play as Red Bomber, Red is always the leader, and fight against this red headless thing. There isn't enough time and the fight is unwinnable, so our heroes are transformed into pixelated versions of themselves, and need to fight through some levels to regain their powers and face the monsters that did this to them. We choose a hero and fight through 5 levels and are graded on each one. This is clearly intended as an arcadey high score game, so the gameplay in this part isn't too different from classic Bomberman, just that we have this interesting pixely 3D look to it. The camera is snapped to us, so we don't have a full overview of the stage, but generally it's zoomed out enough that it isn't a problem. Wonder if it ever will be a problem. After 5 stages, Red Bomber regains his powers and we can tackle the meat of the game with him, Arrange Mode, which has more realistic humanoid enemies. Gotta say, this music isn't really Bomberman, but it's a pretty chill take. So after 9 missions, where's the next mission? Ah yes, to progress from here we need to unlock all 5 team members. So we play the same levels 5 times total to unlock the whole team for Arrange Mode. That part was kinda tedious. Now we get to play all 9 missions as the remaining characters. This part is a bit more fun since these characters are fun. Blue weighs just 48 kilograms, Yellow weighs 237 kilograms. Pink, the only girl, does not reveal her weight. They all have different special abilities, some of which were power-ups in past games. Red can punch, and after filling this bar, can use his super bomb, the Red Bomb, which summons missiles in a square pattern, similar to a dangerous bomb. Pink can jump over blocks, similar to Pink Luli in some games, and Pink Bomb shoots a flame in front of her. It should be noted this is the first time that a Pink Bomber proper is appearing in a game. Previous games had pink palette swaps of Bomberman as background elements or as playable palettes in multiplayer. Pink in Kart was just a localization. That was Pretty Bomber. That one comic was in an unofficial guidebook, so this is the OG Pink Bomber. Though this game is a very obscure spin-off. Blue Bomber can dash, or dash, which might be a reference to Blue from the Land games, who is sometimes described as an athlete. Blue Bomb is a bomb disguised as a soft block. Green Bomber can bomb kick, and Green Bomb is a lightning bomb with an explosion that lasts longer. Yellow Bomber can line bomb and can place a yellow bomb that takes a much longer time to detonate. His weight could be a reference to Gold Bomber from Land. Some of these abilities aren't that useful here in the missions, but make for some interesting twists in multiplayer. Finally, after beating every mission with every character, each character has a boss to fight. Yellow fights against this giant frog with a pacifier, Red fights this headless thing again, this time with enough time to beat him, Pink fights this odd skipping witch, Green fights this squid, and Blue fights this flying eagle guy. The evil organization defeated, the Bakufu Sentai are now at full strength to protect the city from evil. Roll credits, the end. So not anything remotely connected to the main games, but this is a pretty wild take on the franchise. I like it. There are bonus challenge modes like a boss rush, and here is a demo of XI Coliseum. So that exists. Battle mode isn't too special. We can play as the pixelated bombers or as the Sentai if we unlocked them. Revenge carts are now in a first-person perspective, which is also kinda cool to be honest. July 2006, and it is Bomberman Portable for the PlayStation Portable, released in all regions. The international title is shortened to just Bomberman, so the reverse of what they did with Party Edition. Oh, and don't confuse it with all of these. We start the campaign to find Planet Bomber and a bunch of other planets just chilling there when, oh looky, it is, in-game it's Bagular like in Hero, In the European manual, it's Bugler 2G's... whatever. It's been a while since we've seen Bagura, especially in English, so a bunch of mechs invade the galaxy and animals are brainwashed, kinda like in the North American story for 94. So Bomberman needs to travel through these worlds and defeat Bagura again. Aside from Jetters, which is separate, Hero really is the last time we saw him. Is this where he ended up after that? Or is the tournament comic related to this? Be that as it may, this game has enemies from Hero, which is pretty odd. The music in the first world is our Generation Battle Mode music, except it's the exact same rendition as Panic Bomber PSP and NetDay Bomberman. What's the deal? Our gimmick is the same as in Bomberman DS. We collect power-ups and use them with this menu on the left when we need them. A bit harder to navigate than the touchscreen. Bonus stages are here too, after 5 levels in every world. The first boss fight is against these guys as a bomber duel, and the music is the final boss music from Bomberman World PlayStation. Unlike in DS, we can go back and do earlier worlds if we want to. The second world uses music from Online Dreamcast, and the boss is taken from Super 1. Sadly, Carrots Diamond and Dr. Mook aren't piloting this. Their fate still remains unknown. World 3's music is also from World PlayStation. Oh, and hey, another enemy from Hero. Most of the others are from Super 3, Super 2, and World. This game has more stage gimmicks that were lacking in DS, like teleporters, slippery ice, falling panels. Hey, look, the snowman from Hero, and the battery thing from Hero. Things continue like that from there. Music from Online Dreamcast, mechanics like Light and Darkness, enemies from throughout the series. We fight Bagura once fairly early on. He leaves after not too much of a struggle. Also, this guy is back from Super 1. This segmented dragon appears again. And this oven from Max 2. And this thing from Baku 64. We beat the first 7 worlds, and this world appears, in which Bagura fights us in a mech based on the earlier boss. Wait, Bomberman has guts? And runs away again, off to the 9th world off-screen. We face Bagura again, this time in the mech that Plasma Bomber had back in Super 2. Hey, does that mean G Gonzu is still in there? You know, the original creator of the Dastardlies until you replaced him somehow? Poor G Gonzu and Mitsumori, having their OC stolen from them. Bagura runs away yet again as we get some credits, but Classic Mode is unlocked now. Classic Mode is very basic Bomberman, barely different from NES, though it is meant to be an homage. It has different tile sets like Party Edition. The music even changes upon collecting a power-up. Oh, and secret panels for bonus points like Nakamoto. As to be expected, he doesn't turn into Lode Runner at the end. We just get the credits. But we're still missing something from the main campaign, aren't we? Ah yes, every world had a key to collect in Stage 5, often with an odd condition for making it appear, like bombing the exit, but you're supposed to not do that normally. So with all the keys collected, we can tackle Bagura's spaceship and face him yet again. He titles himself Emperor of Darkness and boards this mech kinda like the one from World's PlayStation. We attack the feet a few times and that's it for him. Wait, Bomberman can grin? Roll credits, the end. Battle mode is back up to 4 players, and with game sharing, similar to download play for the DS. As long as everyone has a PSP, you only need 1 game disc for everyone to play. It doesn't use the Generation Battle Mode music though. So overall, while not too big on story, it did have more than DS, and more music from the 90s games, so a better mix of them. Though it doesn't have too much of its own. Collecting keys to unlock the true final world has been done in many of the 3D games. The second half of the 2000s does have an uptick in games that were released outside of Japan, so let's see how they fare. July 2006, the same day as Bomberman Portable, we have the release of Touch Bomberman Land for the Nintendo DS in all regions, retitled Bomberman Land Touch internationally. Finally, we did have Kart and Hardball in Europe, but this is the first proper land game to have a full English localization. We boot up the game and... Cheerful White? What? Okay. With the first official land game localization, we also have, what else? A whole bunch of name shenanigans. And not the same ones as Hardball. Sorry, Ivory, you just weren't meant for this world. In Japanese, these are White Bomber, Black Bomber, Gold Bomber, Green Bomber, Blue Bomber, and Pretty Bomber, as they always have been. But the localization of these later land games decided to change that. So here are Cheerful White, our good-natured hero, not Star, but Cool Black, his self-proclaimed rival, Giant Gold, who has a rich family and is fairly arrogant, not Jade, but Bookworm Green, the smarty of the group, and Kid Blue. He is stated to be an athlete and kind of a hothead. I don't know how kid is supposed to signify that. He also doesn't have any design changes to distinguish him like green and gold do. Oh, and remember Red Bomber from the earlier Land games? Yeah, he's been missing and actually will never appear again. Thus, he never had an English localization, but we can assume they would have called him Baby Red or something. And then there's Pretty Bomber, whom they renamed Cute Pink. But again, this is just a localization like in Kart. She is and always has been Pretty Bomber in Japanese. Personality-wise, she is the quote-unquote girl who is entitled and gets in arguments and complains a lot. She's come a long way from trying to kill Bomberman. Then again, Land as a sub-series really is separate from the main games. The different colored bombers appeared in a few final boss fights early on, but other than that were only ever palette swaps as background filler or as multiplayer characters, never as proper characters. The only palette swap to be a proper character was Black Bomber, being the main villain early on and then the co-op buddy and rival character before being replaced by Max. The most characterization we saw for the colored bombers would have to be the humongous Japan-exclusive thing that Bakugan was. Other than that, there was Bakufu Sentai, which is its own thing, so here in Land is where we're seeing the most development of the different colored bombers as proper characters in the games. Okay, let's finally start this thing. One morning, White wakes up to find himself threatened by a pirate. White cries for help. Dude, you fought against God? You fought against pirates, but now you're surrendering to a pirate? Yeah, Land really is separate. So this isn't a proper kidnapping. Gold Bomber, for his birthday, has invited everyone on a trip to the newly opened pirate-themed Bomberman Island theme park. Well, he wanted to go alone with Pretty Bomber, but his dad forced him to invite everyone. Pretty is having none of him, though. After a lot of silly character fluff, we finally find ourselves on Bomber Island, where we meet Captain Boom, saying his top crew members are the bosses of different areas, and then he hops away. The different areas are themed after card suits, Heart, Spade, Club, and Diamond, and we go about beating different mini-games, some of them locked until we progress further, collecting pieces to open doors, collecting different items and costumes to unlock different parts of the park, interacting with our friends. Sometimes they're in our way, other times they help us out, other times they challenge us to face off against them in various minigames, giving us more pieces to unlock more doors. The game is structured more like an open-world adventure game with interconnected areas. Of course, the meat of the game is in all the minigames, and unlike in the previous Land games, most of them are not recycled. Sure, Bomb Factory is still here, but the touchscreen opens up a lot of possibilities. Drawing fuses to connect the correct bomb, pushing down to get momentum from a trampoline, even using the microphone to blow out fuses, slide puzzles with the various characters, scrubbing a statue clean, hammering the correct bomb, a music minigame. Gotta say, the earlier minigames in 64 Japan were very basic, but these are a lot more fun. We reach a certain score in every minigame to obtain a piece, and then beat a higher score to get a token. Tokens are used to unlock characters in attractions mode and to get certain items. Every zone has a bomber house in which we shove bombs across the table to knock out a certain number of crew members to progress. This is also where we have boss fights against the zone bosses. Beating them gives us stamps, yet another collectible. Bart heads up one area. Here is Bongo, not to be confused with this Bongo. Speaking stereotypically Jamaican. Hey, our last Jamaican character was Rasta Bomber. Here's Serena, a singing mermaid lady, and Sharky, a guy in a shark costume. Eventually, we find ourselves launched by a cannon to the castle area, where White says he's a human cannonball. Since when are you a human? You're supposed to be a robot. Hey, Land is separate. It's okay. And that's just the localization. He makes no comments about being human in Japanese. Here in the castle, we find harder versions of many of the minigames. Near the end, the captain challenges us to a duel, and we get a message that the pirates kidnapped Pretty Bomber. So we need to explore the castle and, through various puzzles, collect enough pieces to face off against Captain Boom, who wants to see if we're worthy of being Pirate King. After this final boss fight, he calls us Pirate King and gives us the last items we need to rescue Pretty Bomber. She complains that it took too long. The kidnapping was part of the show for the theme park. Pretty is left wondering if White is her Prince Charming after all, as all the gang returns home. White reflects on the good time he had with his friends, and the credits roll. The end. Hard mode is unlocked now. We can play through the entire game again, with slightly harder scores to reach, only for the credits sequence to call us the true Pirate King this time. And there's a different title screen now. Well, that wasn't worth it, but the game was fun. Not really a Bomberman game, but the minigames were fun, and though the characters are kind of one note, they did have some cute interactions here and there. In Attractions mode, we can go for high scores and face off against friends. We can also do a marathon bomber house against 999 pirate crewmates. And there is Bomberman Battle Pack, where we can play traditional Bomberman battle mode, along with some additional rule sets like Crown Battle and Panel Paint. The setup being very similar to the one in DS. Lots of stages and tracks, and what else? Another rendition of the second battle mode theme. August 2006. We've already seen a more realistic humanoid design in Bomberman. How's about we make it really dark and gritty and edgy now? Oh yes, it's finally time. Bomberman Act 0, released for the Xbox 360 in all regions. How this game came to be isn't really my focus here. Suffice to say, with stuff like Gears of War being successful, this was, among other things, an attempt at appealing to Western audiences. Go check out Matt McMuscle's What Happened on the game for a summary on a bunch of dev interviews. My only gripe with his video would be that this pink bomber does not exist at this point. That's still over a decade away. No character proper is being redesigned here, but the point does stand that the cartoony design of Bomberman as a franchise has been abandoned in favor of whatever the hell this is. And yes, the female robots wear high heels and thongs and have jiggle physics during their victory animations. So what's our story? It claims to be based on the first Bomberman game, by which they mean NES. Of course they'd ignore Bakudan Otoko / Eric and the Floaters, but I've already been through the whole original discussion. Bomberman NES did indeed involve a robot escaping from an underground facility, though he becomes Lode Runner at the end, and the evil organization is most likely meant to be the bungling empire from the Lode Runner games, but those parts aren't present here, of course. There's a backstory that the countries of the world were at war for so long that they kept developing deadlier and deadlier weapons. Eventually, far to the east, presumably in Japan, scientists built this huge underground facility that produces robots and pits them against each other in a survival of the fittest type of scenario. Destroyed robots are recycled into newer ones with the goal of creating the ultimate human weapon. Robots fight each other until one of them manages to beat all the others and escape the prison. 300 years later, the scientists are all long dead, but the program is still running. We wake up in an underground room, not knowing who we are or how we got here or anything else for that matter. We're programmed to fight other robots, and so that's what we'll do. The manual does say we control Bomberman, but that's the closest it comes to referencing any character. It also says we use bio-bombs. We choose a gender, we choose a color, and that's it. That's our character. We're exactly the same as all the other robots in the game. There are two campaigns. Single Battle FPB and Single Battle Standard. Standard is closer to classic Bomberman with a zoomed out bird's eye perspective, and we die in one hit, unless we get a heart. FPB stands for First Person Battle, where the camera follows us. We can turn it and zoom out a little bit, but there's no way to view the whole stage decently, so it can happen that an enemy puts a bomb behind us and we don't notice because of the camera. In exchange, we have a life meter that goes down by standing in a bomb flame. We can duck to block damage and take only half. And taking chip damage actually takes power-ups away from us and scatters them across the arena. Those are the only differences between the single-player modes. We have our standard power-ups, bomb up, fire up, speed up. We have remote control and penetration bombs, only one of those at a time. Hearts give us an extra hit or fill the life meter. We have bomb pass and wall pass. And we have line bomb. No kick, no punch, no throw, no landmines. Very little variety here. The only other power-up is Infinite Bomb, which gives us infinite bombs, useful in conjunction with Line Bomb for trapping enemies, but that's it for abilities. The enemies we face are just other robots with a gender and a color. Some start with power-ups, they can collect power-ups, so it's more like a series of battle mode matches against computers, not entirely unlike GB/Wario Blast, though that game also had bosses. This one doesn't, unless you count the occasional enemy that starts with more power-ups. When time runs out, hard blocks start to fall. Some levels start with very little remaining time, so they start falling immediately. Some levels have more power-ups. Sometimes there's a special power-up for more health. Mechanically, that's it. Once we have infinite line bombs, it is fairly easy to get through everything, though if we don't pay attention, we might miss something behind us and lose line bomb or something. So it's more of an endurance test. The campaign goes for 99 rounds, all in the same bland, bleak area, and if we die once, it's back to the main menu. No save file, no lives, no passwords, no continues, nothing. Dying near the very end sure would make you feel stupid, wouldn't it? Like level 99 or even 95. Yeah, dying at round 95 sure would make you feel pretty dumb. Hypothetically speaking, of course. So after beating round 99 in either mode, what happens? The arena with us standing in it is raised up, the surface opens up. Roll credits. Yep, that's it. No follow-up on that world war from the intro, no finding the scientists' corpses or anything, nothing. That's it. The multiplayer of this game is only through Xbox Live through the internet, and only if you can find someone else who happens to be playing it. No local battle mode, not even with AI opponents. No customizable battles, nothing. Wow. So, I do think if it handled things differently, this could have worked. Edgier and less edgy redesigns can exist parallel to each other. This is often presented as a disappointing redesign along the lines of, say, Banjo-Kazooie Nuts and Bolts, but that game was made after there hadn't been a Banjo-Kazooie game for a long time. There is no shortage of other Bomberman games being released during this time, so it isn't quite the complete reboot attempt. But where Nuts and Bolts did have something going on with its new mechanics, Act Zero has nothing of the sort. Are there any positives? Well, the dark and gritty opening, I must admit, was kind of interesting. The designs are kinda cool in isolation. The music, when it's not the depressing menu music, does have some coolness to it. Overall, it suffers a lot more from being a bad game than being a Bomberman game. There just isn't anything here to follow up on the premise. The gameplay is really basic. I mean, even the NES game had bonus stages occasionally. It's trying to run on dark, gritty edginess alone with nothing to back it up. The redesign aside, if you like core Bomberman gameplay, there are far more extensive experiences out there. And this one did not kill the franchise. More games are coming up soon. March 2007, and we start the year with Bomberman Land Wii, released in all regions. Europe maintained the title, but in North America it was shortened to just Bomberman Land, so don't confuse it with the first one for PlayStation. Original Bomberman game included? Do they mean the NES game or Eric and the Floaters? No, turns out they mean just Battle Mode. Indeed, Battle Mode is present here with a few different rule sets, including one where we throw bombs into the arena using the Wiimote. But let's start our campaign. One day, White Bomber is just chillin' here at the beach when he receives a bomb pad. Did this game predict the Nintendo Switch? And is personally invited by the director to compete in Bomberman Land, this time floating in the sky. Meanwhile, on the news, we learn that it is the last day before the theme park opens and they're going to determine the first champion. This guy steps forward and then gets kicked into the camera by this dude, who steals the microphone and proclaims himself the one and only champion ever. Meanwhile, Black and Pretty got their bomb pads and invitations, and are looking forward to competing with White when something shocks them. Was this done entirely so that there'd be an official panty shot of Pretty Bomber? What they're shocked at is 2 White Bombers existing. I don't know, that other shot had like 3 cyans, 3 pinks, and 5 golds. That other shot had even more. Why would 2 whites come as a shock? The other one is dressed differently. Don't tell them about Star Parodier. We find ourselves in Bomber Center, where the director announces the competition is about to start. Yeah, he still has the oval design. He is promptly interrupted by that mean guy from earlier, known simply as Champion, who says he's taking over the competition and takes the director prisoner. White is silent in this game, which seems odd. He did have dialogue in Land Touch. Why can't he talk here? So here in the Bomber Center, we can buy costume pieces, play minigames for practice, to earn money, and to unlock more costume pieces. And we can change clothes. You know what that means. What have I done? Oh, Golden Gang are here too. Once we buy the license, we can go to Ring Zone where the real game begins. So the process in this land game is more complicated. There are multiple zones, but we only get to these zones by advancing from the zone under it. The ranking battle begins and takes place over multiple rounds. We receive tokens at the start of every round, more if we have a good costume, and expend them to play in certain minigames. For every round, the champion shows up to announce which parts of the zone are open in that round, determining which minigame booths are available, and often he'll torture the director and randomly add a twist to the round, like turning all minigame booths into baseball. Then we move freely in the open parts of the zone to go to the minigame booths and play minigames. We reach a rank in the minigame by reaching a certain score. A rank awards you with zone pieces. You can play again by expending another token to try and reach a higher rank in it. If you play a minigame and reach rank D, you get 3 zone pieces, but if you play again and reach rank A, you don't get 10 additional zone pieces, only 7. Thus 10 total for that minigame. So it can be better to use your tokens to play other minigames to get more zone pieces. That's why practicing them in the lobby area is a good idea. You can only save your progress in the Bomber Center between rounds. You can't save in the middle of a round. The round ends when you go back to the lobby, whether you have tokens left or not. Every zone has a multiplayer area where we can play a minigame against other participants. Still costs 1 token to play against someone, so choose opponents you can get a lot of zone pieces from. Do well in as many minigames as possible and collect lots of zone pieces to reach a high rank in the ranking battle. And at the end of the ranking battle, the top players advance to the next zone, the middle players have to stay in their zone for another ranking battle, and the bottom players go to a lower zone. Complicated stuff for a single player campaign. Takes a while to understand the process. The champion's music is a jam. As participants, we have our friends from the other land games, Pretty Bomber constantly talking about looking for handsome guys, but they almost take a back seat here. Boy oh boy, if you like Bomberman OCs, this is your favorite game. Clown Bomber, 3 different Knights, Cheer Bomber, Jirana Bomber, Cowboy Bomber, Samurai Bomber, Pirate Bomber, not that Pirate Bomber, Bompire, not that Bompire, Honey Bomber, not Honey. You name it, there is a Bomber OC for it in this game. And they all have some dialogue. They ask you one question, often about what they like or dislike, and if you get it right, then they become your friend or something and you can challenge them in the multiplayer battle. We interact with them in the lobby as well, and our friends ask us about what costume pieces they should wear, so they can change clothes as well, I guess. Here is Tam Tam. Is that a texture on her model? Looks really bizarre. Enough about the OCs. What kind of minigames do we have? Well, a bunch of ones that have been here since the first land and 64 Japan. Except they're on the Wii now and controlled with the Wiimote. So not too much innovation, just new controls. A lot of unfamiliar ones too. Shooting down volcano rocks, fan high noon, jump rope. Some pretty standard ones like this marble game, though I can't say definitively whether they were present in other land games. I can say the ones from Land Touch aren't here, so Land Wii can be seen as continuing the tradition of the previous Land trilogy, while Land Touch does its own thing, I guess. Upon getting a high rank in a ranking battle, we get more costume pieces. There seem to be costumes matching all of the OCs here, including Tam Tam. So, what is this? What am I looking at? Okay, so when we advance a zone, we get to dance with this character, the Dancing Queen. It's a pretty basic minigame. We reach Delta Zone, where the champion's own bodyguards start competing in the zone with everyone else. Oh, and Pretty gets a crush on the champion. Not too much of significance happens. More minigames, OCs, champion announcements, costumes. We advance through more zones. Diamond Zone isn't too different. Here's Slim Santa. Star Zone, no dancing event leading up to Energy Zone? Dancing Queen has been kicked out? Weird. Near the end, the champion says, "Hey white guy, I'm banishing you." He doesn't like us cause we're white. Does this count as race? Don't go down that route, just move on. Oh, he won't banish us if we win a minigame, of course. And we don't get tokens for the final round because champion is being mean. But the friends find a bunch lying on the ground and share them with us, so that's their contribution to the plot. After winning an Energy Zone, we move on to the championship battle. Pretty wants to make a handsome guy harem. So the championship battle is a duel minigame against each of the champion's 4 bodyguards, and then a duel with the champion. 2 of the bodyguards are female, and a bunch of the OCs were female. Looks like Bomberman is slowly getting over its Smurfette syndrome. Oh, and bodyguard 1 was the dancing queen. Guess that was a twist. Her punishment for losing is this old photo of her being revealed. If she used to be overweight but isn't anymore, then that's an achievement. Good job. What are we, fat-shaming someone who isn't fat anymore? One more reason to take down the champion. In a final high noon fan-slapping game, we knock his sunglasses off, and the champion is revealed to be White Bomber, and the director's son. Then what does that make us? We could rename ourselves at the start, as is common in the land games, but standard is white, so is there a difference between White and White Bomber now? Or they just happen to have the same name? He looks nothing like us. He falls, everyone congratulates us, roll credits, the end. There's a New Game Plus mode where that White Bomber champion takes over Bomberman Land again. There is some different dialogue at the start, but once the championship battle begins, it's all the same stuff again. Up until the very end, where we duel him yet again. Yes, I dressed like him, this gives you lots of extra tokens. And some more slightly different dialogue. Roll credits, then we get to fight the director. Cool, but no real reward for beating him that I can tell. Wow, this one was long, and most of the minigames were kinda boring, but dang, if there weren't a ton of Bomberman OCs in this one. It is still March, and just 2 weeks after Land Wii is Bomberman Land Portable, released for the PlayStation Portable in all regions. Internationally, it was shortened to just Bomberman Land, so don't confuse it with Bomberman Land on Wii in North America or the first Bomberman Land. Couldn't find a larger res image of the back of the North American box, but it looks like it has the same original Bomberman game included blurb that Land Wii had. You know, every time the NES game or simple battle mode is called the original Bomberman, Eric sheds a tear. Battle mode exists. We have normal, stars, point, and crown battles, and come to think, we haven't really had a victor minigame in a while. Our single-player campaign begins with White and friends hearing something about the director and Bomberman Land, upon which they decide to go there. But the ship isn't available, so Gold gets his dad to provide a jet for them, which Pretty's butler, Charlie, can pilot. During these cutscenes, they only ever enter or exit to and from the right or left. They never go more in the foreground or background. In fact, it's never a 3D space, just 3D models in front of a background, and it really shows. On the plane, everyone starts fighting and Gold shoves someone and pushes us into the cockpit, knocking Charlie unconscious, thus leaving the plane without a pilot. It crashes and we wake up to find ourselves already standing up. What, they didn't feel like animating him getting up out of the wreck or something? We are awoken by Mini Bomber, not the same as Tiny Bomber, our companion for the game who does all the talking for us. War silent again. He says when the plane crashed, everyone in Bomberman Land forgot what they were doing and who they were and everything. Mass amnesia. Also, most of the island just disappeared. We find the director, but he has amnesia too. But after chasing him for a while, he regains his memories and tasks us with restoring Bomberman Land by collecting pieces to make other zones of the park reappear, and beating minigames to collect pieces. We also get pieces by talking to people. We're back to an open world again, but it all moves along these paths with nodes. Every node can be a shop, a minigame, a bench with a person, basically an excuse to have 3D models in front of a background instead of a larger animated world. We travel across Bomberman Land doing just that, mostly navigating conversations and hearing about 300 gazillion different variants of I forgot who I am and what I'm doing. And we play minigames. We also collect money we can use to buy certain items and costumes. Oh, and we can take our clothes off again, so that still exists. Occasionally we come across a Higgigrunt? What are they doing here? They're called guards in English, and they seem to have brainwashed our friends, so we need to beat them in a minigame. Except there are no competitive minigames here. We beat a high score, and that defeats them and brings them back to their senses. Really not too much else going on. Collecting pieces, unlocking parts of the map. The minigames are pretty much all recycled from Land Wii, which in turn were to a large part taken from older Land games, so really not much innovation here. Just all these minigames are on the PSP now. I guess popping bubble wrap is fun. We do meet the reoccurring villains of the Land games, finally in English for the first time. Those being Dark Peace, Dark Witch, Dark Rose, and Dark Doll. They aren't very interesting here. We fight them by beating their high score in the minigame. No direct competition like in Land Touch or Land Wii, just minigame high scores. Eventually, we get to the end and face them all again in a boss rush. And then we fight against their big boss, Dark Bomber. A guy in a wasp costume? Not this Dark Bomber from Wars. Again, we just beat his minigame high score. So he goes off crying, we find the director, we part ways with Mini Bomber, roll credits. Oh wait, we come back and there's more. So the director was behind all of this? He had asked Dark Bomber to rearrange the park using a device, but the jet at the start crashed into it, and that caused the whole mess, and he tasks us with going to the last zone and restoring it. Oh, and here's Camera Bomber. So that exists. Not much else here, just more mini games. Okay, wow, that one was a slog. I need a break from the land games. Let's move to another mainline game. It is still March, and the exact same day as Land Portable, we have Bomberman Story DS, released in Japan and Europe, but not North America. Yes, that's still a thing. Remember, Bomberman Tournament was originally Bomberman Story, so we can expect another Zelda-esque game out of this one. Let's start up the campaign. On a night lit by the full moon. So is that our moon that's orbiting the Earth, or Planet Bomber's purple moon that wasn't purple in Max 2? I don't know what planet this is on. This guy, Professor Zeal, was involved in researching Boratol, but the lab shut down his research, so he steals all the data on it and runs off. Dr. Ein is here, and talks with Wolfman, who put together a team from the Justice Department to take care of this. Oh, and Zeal also stole some data on the Shining Bomb. Ein recommends someone else joins the team. None other than Cheerful White. This isn't a land game, why are you calling him this? A few months later, Bomberman meets this Justice team, and they really do not look like Bomberman characters. And why is this game a visual novel so far? So there have been missing person reports all over the galaxy, and we're going to investigate those. But weren't we supposed to chase down Zeal? Sure, they end up being the same thing, but what was the main purpose of this team again? Bomberman is silent in this one. So bombs explode in a circular pattern, quite uncommon for a non-3D game. Only other one would be Survival Bomberman, or Bomber King if you want to count that. And we can throw with one button and kick without relying on a power-up, though we don't get the kick before leveling up. Yes, this game has an XP-based leveling system. And we have different types of bombs. We can use as many regular bombs as we want, though only a certain number at a time, but here are bait bombs, bombs that attract enemies towards them. We have a limited supply of them and have to gather them from the overworld and buy them from shops. Oh, and there are other items such as health restores. We have a heart meter like in Generation. So our team is splitting into groups and going to the various planets. We're teamed with Ashel the Navigator and sent to Noinwood. We land in Noinwood, where Ashel is promptly kidnapped, leaving us here alone. Now we can move freely across the map. Throwing or kicking a bomb into an enemy stuns them, so combat is pretty easy. Just like in earlier adventure games, we have the occasional minigame, this time involving the touchscreen. Bombable cave walls are still a thing. Sometimes with stuff in a cave, sometimes with a puzzle in it. We find a town on the planet. All the men are gone, those are the missing people we're supposed to find. We can trade items for other items, we can buy and sell stuff at the Galaxy Shop, or GS. There's a fetch quest. Further along we find the Holy Tree, but the lady won't let us in until we talk to someone in the town. Oh boy, it's gonna be one of those make sure you talk to this person before talking to this person before talking to this person twice before you're allowed to progress type of games, isn't it? So we enter that tree, and it's our first dungeon. It has rooms, enemy robots, again stunned by bombs. They take multiple hits, so we kick, wait, kick again, wait, kick again, wait. If we get bored, we can kick a bomb that's already right up against them and do this. There are some puzzles here, I say generously, to open certain doors. Finally, we reach the boss Zarut, lizard dude with fans. What is this? Oh, the bad guy faction is called Lords of the Galaxy. He turns giant, and we fight him in this open room. After that, we free the prisoners and Ashel. Now we can go to the other part of the planet and exchange our Borad coal for info cards and a key item. Oh yeah, and we get special cross bombs, closest thing to cross-shaped explosions here. Only 4 more planets to go. Well, it ain't gonna play itself. Onwards to Zex Marine, where another group of the Justice Department went. We get the Pile Bomb, which can combine with other pile bombs to make the explosion stronger. And we find the town, consisting of 3 floors, and again a lot of people are missing. We find the right person to talk to, and then the other right person to talk to, and then the other right person to talk to who tells us to kill some monsters. So we kill some monsters and come back and she tells us to kill some more monsters. So we do that and she tells us to kill even more monsters this time. Finally, after that, she gives us the item we need to do this minigame for this guy who says, "Way to go, brah." We get the remote bomb, which we can detonate remotely. Though again, since we have to collect each one, we hardly ever use them. The satellite guy gives us the Zex key, but the last key he gave us was the Noin key, and that was on Noin Wood. Now we are on Zex Marine, ZEX, and he's giving us the Zex key, ZECHS. Finally, we move through the world and reach the dungeon where Kaluza the mechanic and Fab the robot of the Justice Department are talking with two villains. Turns out they were captured. This green lady and... what? Oh, okay, it's gone. Green lady Felina insults Fab for being a robot. Robot racism? It's not like robots can kill people. No hints are made as to whether Bomberman is a robot in this game or not, so I can't really make a statement on it, but I am seriously on edge here. Okay, the orange thing left with Kaluza. We trek through the dungeon, picking up some blow bombs that split into multiple bombs when kicked or thrown, and find Felina, who threatens to spank us. She also turns giant. And we rescue Fab and the other people from that underwater town. Fab is angry that he was treated like a robot. Is there some self-racism of that? Or man, I just don't know. Onwards to the third planet, Airy Desert. We pick up some barrier bombs we can use to generate shields. We find a town with a bunch of people and missing people. And this second place we can't get to because there are some guards. Oh, we have to talk to this person twice, and then this other person, and then one of the guards is gone, and after a minigame we can't get to this mansion. The master isn't helpful and seems to have some dealings with the bad guys, so now what? Oh, after having exhausted the master's dialogue, we talk to this maid here again, and she helps us forwards. We reach the entrance of the dungeon and cuts to Heath, the captain, and Janduke, the pilot, arguing with this guy from the start. They already said his name is Zeal, why are they hiding it here? He says Heath is going to be his first human test subject. This guy is a human? This guy? How does that work? Is it a human in a fursuit? Is this Ein's fursona? Borad Cole guy gives us the Dritte key. The Drite key? But the planet was Airy Desert. Are the keys supposed to be named after the planets or not? After a long dungeon with more minigames, we find this orange fat dude. So, what's with those stubby arms? That mouth? Did they use a picture of someone's anus as the design concept? Tab Farad is his name. I call him Blobby McAnus Face. He turns giant again and bounces around. After that, we rescue the missing people and Kaluza. So onwards to Planet Fireflame. This one guy teleports us to the wrong place, so we have to go farther to the research station on it. Satellite Dude gives us the fire key. So with that out of the way, we can go to the next dungeon. A longer dungeon with puzzles, minigames, and we reach this random ninja called Minazaki, who we never saw before. He even says "you know the drill" before going giant again. We beat him and rescue some researchers and Janduke. He sends us to the last planet, Boratol Sphere. But on the map screen is Boratol SQR, which would mean square? Is it sphere or square? Robots. Lots and lots of robots. Kick, stun, explode, kick, stun, explode, kick, stun, explode. You can turn the fuse lower in the menu screen to make your bombs explode faster. Wish I'd noticed that earlier. Borad Cole guy gives us the Estuet key. So not named after Boratol Squares/Sphere? Zeal has a robot called Gaffner. Ein says this room has an effect on our bombs, but it doesn't, not that I can tell, and it's never referenced again. What was that about? Near the end, if we have all the keys, we can get the Shining Bomb mentioned near the start. It uses up one of every other bomb, but doesn't seem to have any special effect. It's just like a regular bomb. He tells us to use Shining Bombs against the boss, but regular bombs work just fine. What is going on? Of course he goes giant. Oh, and it was Heath, but brainwashed, but he's better now. Then we move on to fight the evil Professor Zeal, who also goes giant. We beat him, but he decides to destroy the planet. We escape in time, and Heath asks us if we want to join his team. Bomberman says no. Roll credits. The heck did I just play? How did we fall so far from tournament? This is so cobbled together and raises so many questions. The master in the desert town had no character model, but two random researchers near the start did. Wolfaman appeared to be built up to be something, but he never appeared again. And this visual novel style and these characters, this must have been some other game that they slapped Bomberman onto. Not much is known about this game's development, but I am very curious. As it stands though, is this the worst Bomberman campaign? Hard to say. Land Portable was pretty boring, but that was a spin-off, and Act Zero is hard to beat on that end. But Act Zero is more simple, at least. Like, it's tedious, but there's no real story, and it's not pretending to be anything else. There's no frustration because you failed to talk to the right person. Story DS has more stuff in it that is so dang boring and tedious, and so much more dialogue to sift through, and nothing makes sense. A different kind of bad. One thing Story DS does have over Act Zero is a functional battle mode on the cartridge. The Japanese version has Battle Pack in it, the same one that Land Touch had, meaning that if one person has Land Touch and another has Story DS, they can play together. But the European version was released later, and by that time, Battle Pack 2 had been released on a separate game, so they put that on the cartridge instead of Battle Pack 1, meaning in Europe there's no crossplay between this game and Land Touch, but there is between this game and later games on the DS. July 2007 sees the release of Bomberman Live in all regions. It was for the Xbox 360, but was also later ported to the PlayStation 3 with the title Bomberman Ultra. It is only battle mode, so I don't have much to say since it isn't my focus. You can play with other people over Xbox Live and the PlayStation Network, or locally, so that isn't left out this time. There are tons and tons of costumes to collect, mix and match, so you can personalize your character. And here's our new remix of the battle mode music. July 2007, and it is Touch Bomberman Land Star Bombers Miracle World, released in all regions and retitled Bomberman Land Touch 2 internationally. We start the campaign to find ourselves on a boat heading towards Bomb Kingdom, yet another theme park that Gold's dad is inviting everyone to. The theme park is ruled by a magician named Star Bomber, not to be confused with Star Bomber from Hardball, who was the localization for Black Bomber. Star uses teleportation magic to bring us to the castle. He can actually use magic, but somebody somewhere is laughing. So this plays pretty much like Land Touch 1, just with more of a circus-y performance-type aesthetic instead of pirates. We explore areas of the park, beating every minigame twice, once for the zone piece, once for the token, and unlock doors. We get items and costumes that help us explore more. Notably, we interact with our friends more in Land Touch games than in the other Land games. And a new friend is introduced here, Aqua Bomber, or Acrobat Aqua in English. This one is Aqua because she's bright blue. We've had bright blue palette swaps, one even appearing in Bakugan, but here in Land, Aqua Bomber is a girl, who is not to be confused with Aqua Bomber from World PlayStation, but he was Aqua because water, not because of the color. Though our first interaction with her involves her looking for a water bomb, which we help find for her. She messes up demonstrating the circus trick she was practicing, but that gave her confidence somehow. The minigames are better again. I don't know, the touchscreen just makes for better minigames, I guess. A few really old ones are here, some recycled from Land Touch 1, but quite a lot of new ones. The dancing minigame is a lot better than the one in Land Wii. Here's a minigame where we sort multicolored bombers. The white ones also have a white body. Weird. The music minigame from Land Touch 1 returns, but it's spooky now, and with more of a jam. Exploration is more involved too. Star inflates us so we can float up to the skies and visit one of the two sages. We also get shrunken to explore a corner of the castle where we meet Mini Bomber, the same one from Land Portable. He says he doesn't know us, so I guess it's a different one. He gives us a fossil bomb. Bombermen in ancient times used these. Green can read ancient Bomberman languages. Is this a connection to the museum bomb from Saturn? Later on, Star transforms us into various characters and we talk to the others in disguise to get them to get out of the way. We chase Ninja Bomber around, not the same as Bomber Ninja from Wars. Here is Thief Bomber, also not Bomber Thief from Wars, who steals the hat from Queen, one of the zone bosses, and Aqua needs to get it back before Queen finds out. But there's a dance party with Pretty. Oh, that made us miss the quest with Aqua and Thief. Too bad. Oh look, it's Mummy Bomber, not the same as Bomber Mummy from Panic Bomber Virtual Boy. Bomber House is back, and we fight against the zone bosses. Jack, riding a rocking horse, Ace, a big golden dude, and Queen, leader of the circus. After lots of adventuring, we come face to face with this guy who says he's taking over the kingdom. It's Evil Bomber, not to be confused with Evil Bomber from Hero, who was actually Devil Bomber. Evil turns the whole place dark, we fall asleep, but wake up in Star's castle. So Pretty carried us here, and Star saved us, but everyone else has been zombified and we need to reverse the spell somehow. Star sends us to get a key from the sages. We get to the first one just fine, and to the second one, but then we find Pretty hanging off a cliff. Turns out she found the key we were after. We go to fight Gold and friends in a minigame, which returns them to their senses. Okay, let's explore the castle with Pretty. What? What's happening to her sprite? This only happens during this part of the game where she's following you, and only in this room in the castle. After that, it turns out Gold and his gang defeated the zombified Ace off screen, thus turning his zone back to normal. So they actually contributed to saving the day in some capacity. Cool. Afterwards, we team up with Pretty against Black and Aqua, who turn back to normal, and in turn go to fight Jack and Queen to turn their zones back to normal. It's actually a team effort. This restored some of Star's magic, who can then send us to Evil Bomber's castle, where we find harder versions of some of the minigames. The highlight for me is this second spooky music minigame. Oh, looks like he kidnapped Pretty to lure us here. He's jealous of Star Bomber because he's way more popular than him. So we fight against Evil Bomber, who is not to be confused with Evil Bomber from Hero, who was actually Devil Bomber from GB3, and there's no GB2 because that was changed to GB, which is not the same as the other GB that was changed to Wario Blast, and Wario is from Diamond City, which is not to be confused with Diamond City from Super 1, where in the credits they were writing enemies, which was possible in Super 4, which was the first appearance of the Bomber Shitinu, that were localized as the 4 Bomber Kings, unlike the other Bomber Shitinu from Jetters that included Thunder Bomber, who is not the same as Thunder Bomber from Bomberman Online DC, which is not the same as Bomberman Online PC, that may have had a boss mode where we fight against Bomber Dragon from Saturn, who is not the same Bomber Dragon from Wars, where we also had Bomber Ninja, who is not the same as Ninja Bomber from Land Touch 2, the game that had Mini Bomber, who is not the same as Mini Bomber from Land Portable, the game that had Dark Bomber, who is not the same as Dark Bomber from Wars, that also had Bomber Thief, who is different from Thief Bomber from Land Touch 2, who we needed to chase for Aqua Bomber, who is not the same as Aqua Bomber from World PlayStation, which is not the same as Bomberman World Arcade, where we fought against King Bomber, who is not the same as Bomber King, the inscription on the golden statue in N-Gage that was stolen by Black Bomber, who is not the same as Black Bomber, who in Hardball was localized to Star Bomber, who is different from Star Bomber in Land Touch 2, who is the arch nemesis of Evil Bomber, and after beating him, he learns to appreciate the power of friendship and gives us the last piece we need to reach this spot, where we use the water bomb we got from Aqua, because it symbolizes making friends or something, to clear the skies. Everyone celebrates that the day is saved. Roll credits. Pink's route? Ah, yes. Remember when we went to Pretty's dance party and that meant we couldn't help Aqua with Thief Bomber? Well, if we instead miss out on the dance party but help Aqua get that hat back from Thief, later when Evil turns the place dark, it is not Pretty but Aqua who brings us to safety. And we save Aqua from this predicament, and we explore a secret room in the circus together. And she's the one who gets kidnapped by Evil Bomber, who we fight to save her. Gotta say, White and Aqua saving the day together is a lot more wholesome than Pretty. Roll credits. The end. Wow, I'd say this was the best land game. Sadly, it was the last non-mobile land game. Or perhaps not sadly. Isn't there a way we can try to give traditional Bomberman some new life? This was the game that introduced Battle Pack 2, which is like Battle Pack 1 but with more modes, and yet another remix of the second battle mode music. September 2008 sees the release of Bomberman Online Japan for PC, exclusively in Japan. As Japan is part of the title, there is less room for confusion with Online Dreamcast and Online PC. Much like Online PC, the servers it ran on shut down long ago, and so it remains fairly inaccessible, but from what I can glean, it was another game with only battle mode, so I wouldn't have too much to say about it. Here's our remix of the second battle mode music. And one of our first main battle mode music. Glad to see it isn't forgotten. Later in September is Bomberman. Yep, just Bomberman, don't confuse it with all of these. Released for the Nintendo Wii in all regions, and retitled Bomberman Blast internationally. It looks like it's only battle mode. I mean, battle mode is great, and with Live already out, and that being ported to PlayStation 3 as Ultra soon, all 3 major platforms will have their own battle mode only game that can be played online. Just wish there was more. Here's another remix of the second battle mode theme. Well, that's where I would stop. Let's try the Japanese version. Story mode. Are you friggin' kidding me? So this was a full game with a story mode single-player campaign, and a battle mode, and even a basic tutorial for the battle mode. But they also released the battle mode alone as a standalone game on WiiWare, the online store for downloadable Wii games. And that's the version that was released overseas. So, do I count these as two separate games? If the campaign was Japan exclusive, should I count the game as Japan exclusive? Oh, I'll just put it here and call it a day. Once upon a time, Bomberman was just chillin' here in space when he gets a distress call. He goes to this planet to find a crashed spaceship belonging to a girl called Anna. She and her me friends had these 4 gems, but then they were zapped away and Bomberman decides to help. Wish I could tell you more, but as this game is back to traditional Bomberman gameplay, it is well playable without knowing Japanese. So Blast functions similar to what DS and Portable and Bomber Boy were doing in that we can equip power-ups outside of levels, but it throws a few new spins. Instead of finding them in the levels, we find gems from bombing blocks and from defeating enemies, and instead of moving straight from one level to the next, we always go straight to Anna's truck after beating a level, from where we can choose to play any level again on the map screen and buy power-ups. Standard power-ups stay with you until you die once, and there's a limit to how many you can have depending on what armor you're wearing. You unlock better armors and more special power-ups throughout the game by finding them in hidden areas. Oh, and we don't have lives. Dying just boots us back to Anna's truck. Occasionally, we'll come across a locked path leading to a separate level, but we can't do anything about those at first. These levers exist where the game prompts us to use the Wiimote to pull it. At the end of the first world, the Grasslands, we face this flying plant monster. Upon its defeat, one of the gems is absorbed by a purple hole, and it looks like we saved that me? Can't say for certain. It is a bit odd to see a heart meter in a traditional game. The second world introduces some more puzzle elements like these water canals we can control, and leads to a fish thing. Here in the sand world, we ride quicksand falls, raise platforms with wind tunnels, and fight against some golem dude. The lava world gets a bit more creative with drying up the lava to defeat this dragon head, platform switch puzzles. Here's a fire monster, I guess. Now all 4 gems have been absorbed by whatever that purple portal is, and we move on to the techno world, with teleporters, force field platforms, whatever this thing is. Finally, we find this purple gem, revealed to be, I'm sure it has a name somewhere, but I don't know what it is. Don't I wish. After a short scrabble, it absorbs the other 4 gems for its final form where it uses attacks from the other bosses. After beating it, it appropriately explodes and the credits roll. Bomberman flies off, but is back for this ending screen. The end. So that was rather short, but there is still more to do. We can play as a me. I'm not 100% certain, but I somehow got stuck playing as a me. I couldn't change it. I don't know, I may have missed something. In New Game Plus mode, we get the key we need to open those locked doors, leading to secret levels with more gimmicks. We get the Analyzer tool, and with that we can use the Wiimotes to analyze enemies and complete a compendium on them. And there are achievements for each level, usually stuff like beating it in a time limit, taking no damage, or not using any power-ups. This unlocks stuff like costumes for battle mode. After completing everything, or actually I don't know if you have to do everything, we get to the ending again, but this time after flying off, Anna flies off too. She says something and flies away. And we fly away too. The end. Really wish I knew what was going on, but that game did try to do some new things. It expanded on the traditional gameplay, if only a little. It was short, but it does show that more can be done with the formula. Are we going to see any more of this? December 2008. We have arrived at Custom Battler Bomberman. Much like Story DS, it was released in Japan and Europe, but not North America, and it was retitled Bomberman II in Europe. Why they did this is anyone's guess. It's no more a sequel to Bomberman DS than it is to any other game. Don't confuse it for Bomberman Roman II on NES, although that one was renamed Dynablaster in Europe, so if we're staying within one region, there is no confusion, I guess. The community generally sticks to Custom Battler as the name. This game has Battle Pack 2 attached to it, so there is cross-play between this, Land Touch 2, and Story DS if it's the European version. But what's our campaign? Grid City is a techno-metropolis, but its mother computer has been infected by a virus and everything goes haywire. The city soldiers malfunction and everything is shut down. But the city activates an antivirus program called Bomberman to face the threat, named after a legendary warrior who once saved the planet. We aren't told what planet this is on. Bomberman's been to a lot, so it could be any one of them. Maybe the other unnamed one from Quest? Either way, it is up to this Bomberman antivirus program to navigate through cyberspace and fight the computer virus to bring the city back online. The city consists of 7 zones. We do get some more text at the start and end of them, but that's about all the story we're getting. Like in Blast, each level is its own self-contained thing. We don't automatically move from one to the next. We always return to the map screen with the next one unlocked. Each level, meanwhile, has multiple sections. In each section, the goal is either to find a key card, defeat certain enemies, or hit all the switches, or collect enough stars, or escort energy balls to the correctly colored receivers, all while avoiding enemy attacks. For one of the first times, touching an enemy doesn't normally hurt you. Only when they shoot something at you or otherwise attack you does it damage you. We have 6 base stats. Bomb, fire, and speed are well known. We also have attack and defense. There's no heart meter this time, it is replaced by a health bar. And enemies have health bars too, so these are stats that need to be considered. And there's a hack stat. It does things like showing which blocks have power-ups on the map screen and make you recover from poison skull items faster. We can pick up power-ups in the levels, but they don't carry over from one to the next. Instead, when we start a level, we can equip armor parts to increase our base stats, the stats we stick with even if we take damage and have power-ups knocked out of us. We get these parts by exploring the levels. They're hidden under blocks, sometimes with some kind of puzzle to unlock them. Ability power-ups are no longer a thing. We get the bomb kick by finding the kick boots and then equipping them. And other abilities are tied to armor parts like a boomerang, shield, short fuse bombs, long fuse bombs, traction boots that negate the effects of quicksand, light armor that helps light up the cave area, a laser that stuns enemies, and bomb throw. Combine the bomb throw gloves with this headpiece and now we can aim how far we're throwing the bomb. Other abilities also require 2 parts, such as the jetpack that allows us to fly up and avoid damage for a while, and the remote bomb. There is now a delay between detonating a remote bomb and it actually exploding. So it has been nerfed, it no longer makes the game way too easy, but it is still useful. And there are these missile bombs that can be thrown anywhere close by and explode on impact. We can only equip 4 parts, one of every type, so we can't have everything, so pick your favorite abilities and starting stats and roll with it. The only limit is this capacity limit here, which increases by collecting points and leveling up. Why do leveling systems need to exist? I mean, we solved the puzzle and found the part, but too bad, we're not allowed to equip it yet. Maybe a rant for another time. Luckily, the leveling system doesn't get in the way too much. But parts are also where the game gets more involved. Sometimes there are branching paths and multiple exits to a section. Often we have to equip a bomb throw to bomb a far-off switch to explore a different path and find a new part. And there are stage gimmicks, and quite a lot of them. Seesaws are used to launch bombs and ourselves, quicksand in the desert area, magnets in the ruins, darkness in the cave, lava floors, infrared trip sensors that spawn enemies, switches that make paths temporarily appear with different colors. There is a lot going on here. Things are mixed up with the occasional bomber battle stage, and of course boss fights. You know, none of this music is from past games, and I was indifferent towards it at first, but it has really grown on me over the years. Some of these bosses are revealed to be piloted by these rival viruses. We even fight them in duels later. Their names are Io, Teta, and Phi. And this one boss is a recycled concept from earlier Bomberman bosses, so this game isn't entirely from scratch. Finally, in the tower area, we face some of the toughest enemies yet. They jump around, they have shields, they're tricky to hit, but as with past Bomberman games, arguably since the start, patience is key. Learn to play it decently, and once you know what you're doing, you can fight them. We fight all 3 rival characters back to back, one more longer level, and we face Vibos, the virus behind the whole mess. One multi-phase final boss fight later, the city's mainframe can be rebooted and Bomberman logs out. Roll credits. But that isn't all there is, not by a long shot. Did you find all the parts? Did you complete 4 achievements, like placing enough bombs? And the big one, S-ranking all the levels. Yes, you are ranked at the end of every level on how quickly you did it and how many points you got. Points do have a purpose here next to the arbitrary leveling system. Upon S-ranking a bunch of levels and areas, we unlock special costumes. Those being a top hat guy, an athlete I think, and a schoolgirl. They're kinda random inclusions, and in the European version they were changed to Star Bomber and Captain Boom from the Land Touch games, and Pretty Bomber. A change I can get behind. And after S-ranking everything, we unlock Bomberman Max, the legendary Bomberman. This full costume maxes out all our base stats, but leaves us without any special abilities. Upon full completion, we have collected enough data to protect the city from all further infections, thus making an antivirus software redundant. And so, Bomberman is deleted from the system. I'm actually getting teary-eyed here. So now that we've unlocked all the parts, what are they good for? Versus mode, of course. That's right, in addition to the battle pack, which is entirely separate from the campaign has its own versus mode for up to 4 players, as long as each player has a cartridge of the game. Lots of stages can be unlocked, and they make use of all the stage gimmicks used in the campaign, like switch-activated platforms and darkness, and every single armor part can be used here in versus mode, so nothing is locked to just the campaign or just the versus mode. This was released 20 months after Story DS. Have we gone from arguably the worst Bomberman game to arguably the best Bomberman game? I mean, if you want a more involved story and 3D gameplay like Second Attack, or remixes of iconic Bomberman music, or a colorful cast of characters that do a bunch of silly things, you won't find any of that here. The story is short and simple, but doesn't get in the way like it does in Story DS, and doesn't overpromise or try too hard to be taken seriously. Super 2 is popular because it was released everywhere and on a popular platform, and Saturn was still released in the 90s when Bomberman was most popular, but in terms of traditional Bomberman gameplay, this is the one that does the most with the core concept. Custom Battler is, I'd say, objectively the most expansive with its mechanics. I'd be very curious to see what a competitive scene in this game's versus mode would look like. I can't find too much on how well it sold, but the non-existence of a North American release certainly didn't help, and Hudson as a company hasn't been doing too well. October 2009, and we have Itsudemu Bomberman, retitled Bomberman Blitz internationally, released as a download title on DSiWare for the Nintendo DSi in all regions. It is Battle Pack 2. Pretty straightforward. What was attached to full games is now its own thing for a lower price. Sometimes the past battle packs are referred to as Bomberman Blitz. I can't confirm if there's crossplay between this and another console running a battle pack on a cartridge. I'm running this on a 3DS and I can't connect with another 3DS running Land Touch 2's battle pack, but there isn't much new to see anyway. Now there are battle mode only downloadable titles for all 3 major home consoles and the main portable console. I guess one thing I haven't mentioned is the tutorial. A very extensive one. If you are looking to learn the basics of Bomberman Battle Mode, this would be the place to start. December 2010. We have Bomberman Live Battlefest, released for the Xbox 360 in all regions. Well, it's a sequel to Bomberman Live. More costumes, rule sets, that sort of stuff. It's great it exists, but I just got through 2 years in the past 40 seconds. Live Battlefest was planned to be ported to the PS3 and Wii, which sadly never happened. This is not a new rendition of the Generation Battle Mode music, it's the same one we had in Live. And aside from the one in Online Japan, the last rendition of it we'll ever hear. Come take a look at this. That is the only known footage of Bomberman 3DS. There are a few promotional screenshots. It looks like it's gonna be another 3D adventure like the Baku's or Generation. An archive of Hudson's official site says there was going to be a multiplayer battle mode, and that in the campaign, Bomberman would fight to free Central City from a renegade robot corps. Puzzles, adventures, local co-op gameplay? So like from the earlier games with Black Bomber, or maybe like in Second Attack with Pommy? When is this going to be released? Sometime in 2011. Great! I can't wait for 2011 to happen. Oh, Hudson doesn't exist anymore. Well, that ain't good. But if Konami acquired them, then that means they own everything they had, doesn't it? It looks like they had a prototype going for Bomberman 3DS, so it shouldn't be too hard to finish it. Well, around this time, Konami released a list of their upcoming games, and Bomberman was not among them, so many people speculated it had been cancelled. But there are lots of articles that attest that an unspecified Konami spokesperson assured everyone that it was not cancelled. The acquisition of Hudson was too recent, so they hadn't made a decision on the game yet. It's in limbo, but it could still happen. There is hope, guys. Well, it's been 10 years and there's still no Bomberman 3DS. They didn't even bother canceling it just to lay it to rest? We're off to a great start with Konami. Thus began the dark age of Bomberman. 2011 became the first year without a Bomberman game since 1989. It's almost poetic. Both Hudson and Rare were founded by brothers. Both companies had very close relationships with Nintendo. Both their characters appeared alongside each other in this comic panel. In 2001, Konami bought large shares in Hudson, while in 2002, Rare was acquired by Microsoft. The characters had a very controversial redesign revealed in 2006. They had their last proper campaign mode in 2008 at this point, and in 2011, Hudson was fully acquired by Konami, while Rare was announced to be fundamentally restructured. Yes, at this point, the last campaign, barring some odd mobile games, was Custom Battler, and Land Touch 2 was the last campaign released in North America. The name does have huge recognition though, and the concept of Bomberman is fairly simple to recreate on the surface, so let's take a minute to talk about bootlegs. Every franchise has them. Some are open about being fan clones, others try to mislead you into thinking they're the real thing, and since many know Bomberman but not many know Bomberman, lots of people just vaguely remember one game or another from their childhood, we can expect a lot of this. But there were other names associated with the franchise, weren't there? Remember, 3 games were renamed Atomic Punk in North America, but nobody really remembers that. But 5 games being renamed Dynablaster in Europe did lead to many people existing who only know about that name and aren't aware that it hadn't been used for a long time after that. The name still has some recognition, and indeed, if we search on the App Store for Atomic Punk, there's nothing there. But Dynablaster does yield some results. Wait, it's trademarked? Neither Hudson nor Konami has touched Dynablaster as a name since the early 90s. So this plays pretty much like what you'd expect from a bootleg. Who made this? Who the hell is BBG Entertainment? Okay, it looks like a small Munich-based company. They make some mobile games. Boulder Dash? That's an old retro game. They say here that they acquired the rights to it. They freshed that game up a bit, made it accessible on modern platforms. I mean, that seems legit, but I can't find anything on them acquiring the rights to Dynablaster. Is this a real trademark? Let's try some brand searches. Okay, so on Justia, I can see that Boulder Dash was owned by First Star Software, the original creators, and BBG acquired it. So that checks out. But what's with Dynablaster? Both Justia and Global Brand Database seem to suggest that BBG registered this as a new IP without mentioning Hudson or Konami at all. Look at their promotional material. The legendary classic Bomber is back. Avoiding saying Bomberman, this just screams bootleg all over. Wait a minute, what if we add a space? So remember how some of the old games were Dynablaster 1 word and others were Dynablaster 2 words? And both of them had the TM? Well, I'm no expert on trademark law, but it looks like the trademark that Hudson Soft registered back in the day was Dynablaster 2 words. So technically the one-word titles with the TM are incorrect. Either way, this trademark ran out everywhere except Italy maybe, and in 2013, BBG, a company entirely unrelated to Hudson and Konami, noticed this and decided to register Dynablaster one word as a trademark. And since the one-word trademark technically didn't exist, it went through and was approved. and BBG can siphon off that brand recognition. And people are falling for this. There are game journalists talking about this cheap bootleg and saying it's the game also known as Bomberman. At first it didn't seem to be paying off too much. Their trademarked Dynablaster only has half as many downloads as the untrademarked Dynablaster Classic, but in October of 2018, the Intellivision Amico was announced, a modern retro console based on some very old consoles, and what do you know, one of the games announced to be on it is not Bomberman, but Dynablaster. And BBG still hasn't been hit with a lawsuit from Konami, claiming their game was a blockbuster on various consoles, PCs, Atari ST, and Commodore Amiga is objectively wrong though, and false advertising. Their game is a mobile app, soon to be a console release for the Amico, and all these other consoles according to their site. If this legally checks out, then good job, I guess. Wish I'd thought of that. The Atomic Punk trademark seems to be inactive, unless you're making espresso blend or you're a music band. Just saying, people, just saying. Still, BBG can get their Bavarian butts out of here. Scheiß FCB. So what was official Bomberman doing during this time? Mainly a bunch of mobile games. Not that mobile games don't have their place in the gaming market, but no console releases at all alongside them? Not a good fate for our hero. The 3DS has some games early on with Bomberman as a background character. If you count those, then the Wii U is the only Nintendo console without Bomberman on it in some form. He's been on every other one, including Virtual Boy, but we're going to see him again very soon. Nintendo is making a new console, and with it comes a certain launch title. At this point, some weirdo you may have heard of had long binged most of the games, and was still contemplating making something out of it at some point. And what do you know? In January of 2017, Super Bomberman R is revealed as a launch title for the Nintendo Switch, released in March of 2017 in all regions. No title shenanigans. Later also ported to PS4, Xbox One, and PCs through Steam. So Konami hasn't forgotten he exists and they have him. They just don't want to give us Bomberman 3DS. So this was the first game in a while and got a lot of attention, no small thanks to all the promotion, which has led to some people having some misconceptions about Bomberman, so let me quickly reiterate here that Black Bomber is the only palette swap who was a proper character in the main games. All these other guys have their first appearance here. They did not exist as proper characters before this game, though they do seem to take some small inspiration from their Bakugan and Land counterparts. Bomberman Brothers is also new. That one arcade game had the term, and one guidebook may have thrown it around here and there, but this is the first time it's a more established thing. White and Black were never emphasized much as brothers, though you could see it that way since they have the same creator. Sort of. White is our good-natured leader who wants to save the universe. He has a much more normal-pitched voice instead of that high-pitched voice he had in past games.
What am I gonna do with these guys?
If he's going to be talking with a voice more, then I do appreciate this change. Black is a narcissist. That's a bit odd. Usually he was a rival, with his rivalry directed at White. None of that really carries over here. He's also a sexist and afraid of women. Is that why you kidnapped Lisa back when? You were afraid of her? Pink Bomber is not a localization for Pretty Bomber this time. She is our very first proper Pink Bomber in a main game. Her design does take some beats from Pretty though, what with the hearts, and she has an updated oval design, as do a few other characters. Personality-wise, she is a decent person. There are way too many characters for everyone to have much of a personality, but her common theme seems to be that she's nice and protects her family. Her official bio on the Super R website says that she's nosy, but none of that shines through anywhere. Here is Aqua Bomber. Land Touch 2 was the last campaign in North America, and Aqua did have her fans from that game. Having a female Aqua instead of the male light blue or cyan does seem to signify she's vaguely based on her Land counterpart, except Aqua here is an ultra-pacifist, to the point where she violently fights people who get violent. Aqua from Land was nice and a bit shy, so that part seems to be coming from nowhere. Also in Land she had a star, but here she has a heart just like Pink, and Black got the star for some reason. But that's about where the inspiration from Land ends. In Land, Red was a baby, Blue was a hothead, and Green was a smarty. In Super R, Green is a baby, kind of, Red is a hothead, and Blue is a smarty, though his main gimmick is that he sleeps a lot. In Super 4, there was a blue bomber who slept through the time warp, and Blue in Bakugan was the tech guy, so they could be basing him off of that. Green is difficult to pinpoint. He manipulates with cuteness. Yellow, meanwhile, is constantly happy. Most of these are even more two-dimensional and one-note than the characters in Land, and that's an achievement. We boot up the game to find them acknowledging the release year of Bakudan Otoko as the start of the series. That's rare. We start a new file to find Bugler emerging from a hole. I am willing to stick to Bugler from now on if you are going to stick with it, Konami. I have my eye on you. Bugler is no longer blue. What happened to him? He revives the 5 dastardly bombers from Planet Scrap Heap, so kinda like the plot to Super 3. Meanwhile, the Bomberman brothers are messing around in their room, White being the only one who cares about training. This is all very Saturday morning cartoony, and I'm not sure I like it. Bomberman had its silliness, but it was never a complete laughingstock. We have a cutscene, I say lightly. They pop out of holes in front of a background with random speech bubbles thrown in everywhere. You used to have fully animated intros and cutscenes, you know. They are interrupted by Bugler, who announces across the universe that he's taking over everything. He's already taken over the Starry Sky solar system and invites people to challenge his rule if they want by facing the dastardly bombers there. So the Bomberman brothers set off to save the universe. White is the only one motivated to go, aside from maybe Pink. It's played for laughs, but if most of our heroes don't care about saving the universe, then why should we? Even the narrator doesn't care.
Or something like that.
So we start on planet Technopolis and find that we not only have local co-op, nice, but we can play as all of the bombers and any other characters we have unlocked. More on that later. Our 8 main characters are functionally identical, so in this game each world is a self-contained thing. We can choose any world we've gotten to, and always start with just 1 bomb 2 range. Power-ups carry over from one level to the next, but not from one world to the next. We have lives again, and dying just respawns us in the level. It doesn't reset the level, so it's more like Super 1. The overall structure is a mix of Supers 2 and 3, and that we fight a dastardly bomber in a duel and then in a mech, but they are led by Bugler. As for what power-ups there are, well, the standard bomb up, fire up, speed up, full fire, punch, kick, throw, penetration bombs, and jelly bombs. That's it. No more. This is almost Act 0 levels of restrictive. Even Act 0 had Line Bomb, which has been around as long as Kick. I won't demand things that were only ever in one or very few games, but no shield? No form of bomb immunity, whether with a vest or a fire pass? No Louis? You're supposed to be based on Super 3, but no Louis? And of course, no remote control. They were trying to regress things to the Super series, but this game regresses Bomberman way farther than that. Enemies include mostly balloons and Higigrunts, so they're still around. No sign of Mujo leading them. And they're used as the standard enemy indicator. Other than that, we have frogs that jump around, bomb eaters, not too much more. Enemy variety has also regressed farther than the Super series. Our levels have some variety though. Sometimes we need to beat all the enemies, sometimes we need to press all the switches while these portals spawn infinite enemies, or escort civilians to a safe place. We have slippery ice, magnets in the first world, I guess structures on top of blocks are new, and switches that control these pressure pushers. The camera is not too good. The game makes heavy use of platforms of different heights, and if you go to the top of the screen, you can't stop the camera from zooming in, preventing you from seeing what's happening just a few blocks below. You'd think they'd learned some lessons from Act 0. I'll give the game some positives though. The graphics look good. I like the colors and lighting, and overall visual style, outside of the cutscenes. The music is vibrant and fun, even if none of the tracks are from past games. After a trek through Technopolis, we face Magnet Bomber, who is mostly played for laughs.
I'm not a kid! Think you can make a fool out of me, huh?
He still has his magnet bombs, but unlike in Super 2, the Dastardlies go down in just one hit. Then we face him in his mech. Did he just say I love you? The bosses are now much more like Zelda bosses. We have to stun them first and then hit them while they're stunned. At the end of every world, we're ranked on remaining lives and items. We're given 1 to 3 stars and some money to unlock stages for battle mode and extra characters. I should note that getting 3 stars for a world in the highest difficulty doesn't give you the stars in the lower difficulties, so if you want a full star count, you have to play everything 3 times. Aqua beats up Magnet and Red for being too violent as we move on to Planet Timber Tree, where after a long trek we face Golem Bomber with a cool new design. He has a Golem Bomb that defeats you when it hits you. His mech again needs to be stunned so we can damage the head. Golem is left with flowers from yellow as we move to Planet Brainwave. Huh, they must be putting Brain Bomber in number 3. Okay, mixing up the order a bit. Tournament did that. Many levels later, we fight against Phantom Bomber. Why is this not Brain Bomber? He's the strategic mastermind. The official website says he's the true brains of the Dastardlies. I'm okay with changing things around, but what exactly makes this guy Phantom instead of Brain? He can place Phantom Bombs that are just like the fake bombs that Hayate Bomber had in Neo. I guess that's Phantom-like, but everything else about him is Brain-like. I don't get the reasoning behind this change. Brain was said to be the inventor of the remote bomb. Maybe Brain isn't present here and that's why we don't have remote bombs? Power of science. That's not very Phantom-y. We need to jump around and kill these cameras, lights with antenna balls to stun him. Meanwhile, Blue has no interest in turning off the self-destruct sequence until Green manipulates him. I can't say I care for this kind of disinterest. The different colored bombers in Land, while they could be jerks at times, did rise to the occasion and help save the day when push came to shove. And without White prompting them to do so. These guys care about nothing, but haha, it's fun because they don't care. Onwards to Planet La La Land, where Pink and Aqua reveal they actually have a 9th sibling.
Big Sis used to love this place. Oh, our big sister who had an accident? Back before we were made?
But if she had an accident before you were made, then how do you know she liked the planet? Also, White is the first prototype Bomberman. How can there be anyone before him? You were trying to regress things to the Super Series, and that was still a thing in Super 2. You know, usually Plasma Bomber was the boss of Ice Worlds. But no, we do not face Plasma Bomber here, nor is it Pretty Bomber. It is Karaoke Bomber! Wow, a really obscure character from Panic Bomber W is finally making an appearance in a game that isn't Japan exclusive. This is so... No. It is an entirely different Karaoke Bomber, and in fact that is just a localization change. In Japanese, this is Sexy Bomber. Too sexy for Western audiences? She starts hitting on Black, who gets scared because he doesn't fight girls. You kidnapped a damsel, what are you? But Pink protects him and we fight. The karaoke bomb explodes when you get close, so kinda like what Brain was trying to do in Super 2. In her mech, she fights us with the power of bad singing. In a stage that is really tricky to navigate with all the ice. It's doable, but still quite the difficulty spike. That out of the way, she disappears in a puff of smoke, leaving this necklace.
I gave this to my big sis Pretty. Why did she have it?
You don't mean... you think she's pretty? Our scrapped sister?
But if she had her accident before you were built, then when did you give her that necklace? Or did she survive that accident and her being scrapped is a separate event? Okay, so karaoke is pretty. Makes more sense in Japanese. Pretty Bomber, Sexy Bomber. Still, this raises a lot of questions, and I don't think Konami realized what they just did here. First off, if karaoke is their long-lost sister Pretty, then where's the big twist that Phantom is their long-lost brother Brain? Secondly, if karaoke is brainwashed Pretty, and Pretty is brainwashed Honey, does that mean she's double brainwashed now? And finally, the big one, Sister. 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 So, I haven't really touched on White X Pretty since it was never official, but she was the lead female character, and fans are gonna do what fans are gonna do. And the concept was actively teased by Hudson in the games, implying there would be nothing wrong with it, but now all that fan art that people made, and were encouraged to make, has been turned into incest art. If you shipped the two in the past, now you have to specify that that is in classic canon, not Super R canon. Good job, Konami. Actually, you don't even have to take any other games into account. She was hitting on Black earlier. I guess this could be explained away if they said they're siblings because they have the same creator, they're not biologically related, as they are not biological, but nothing like that is said here. We have to come up with this stuff ourselves. Speaking of coming up with stuff ourselves, Lisa was Mitsumori's daughter and probably older than White and technically his sister. Let's move on to Planet Scrap Heap, where indeed we meet Plasma Bomber, and after a bunch of levels he gives his reason for being evil.
Why is it that you risk everything for the sake of lowly organic life forms? They create machines, tire of them, and discard them, like this.
So humans, or organic life forms, whatever these things are oppressing robots and treating them like garbage? That adds some depth to the world. Plasma was shown to have some depth in Super 2, even if we never learned his intentions for stretching his arm out. How's White gonna respond to this?
Protecting the universe is the reason we exist.
That's it? You're just gonna dismiss him? You could say something like, oppression exists but revenge will achieve nothing, but no? Nothing? All that depth that they were kind of setting up is suddenly thrown out? Oh well. Plasma bombs can be set with different time fuses to explode faster or slower, but he goes down quickly. Gwynby. You mean from Twinbee? A random Konami franchise? You don't think Plasma has enough stuff of his own? We have to have him piggyback off of Konami stuff? And it's not just a cameo, but Plasma's mech? Have a feeling that won't be the last we'll see of Konami stuff in Bomberman. So after that, there's a little incident where a civilian calls for them to stop fighting, and that helps Plasma regain some memories.
I too was a robot created to protect mankind.
No, you are a bomber cyborg created by G. Ganzu to capture White Bomber, the first prototype Bomberman. Or this game is a soft reboot, who knows. Bugler appears and re-brainwashes the Dastardlies.
I never imagined a bunch of puny robotic pygmies like you would cause me so much trouble.
You've met White many times before. Okay then, let's continue with the black hole.
This black hole will expand infinitely, soon swallowing up this whole solar system, and eventually devouring the entire universe.
That's a bit odd too. You were trying to take over the universe, not destroy it. What does Bugler gain from this? He transforms the Dastardlies into Great Gataida, a reference to the mech in Super 3. It uses attacks from all the Dastardlies as we bomb the shoulders to stun it and then bomb the chest. And then Bugler turns giant. Apparently that's his special ability, but that's out of character. He was more the type to build a giant mech and pilot it than turn giant himself. The Dastardlies, now not under his control, and Karaoke confirmed to be pretty, help White turn giant too. What follows is pretty much the exact same fight again. Come on, we used to have a bomber duel and then a mech, or a mech and then a bomber duel, but now it's just the same fight twice. We bomb these shoulders again and then his face, or maybe his liver. And he reveals that he's created from the evil inside all of us and will always return, so he's more of a Ganon-esque eternally reincarnating force of nature type thing now. If you're looking for the ultimate evil in Bomberman, that would have to be Shtpva, and for an eternally reincarnating force of evil, that would have to be Dark Mother from Bakugan. Bugler has dabbled with dark power, but he was generally more grounded in science fiction. He's an evil scientist. With peace restored to the universe, everyone returns home, and comedically still don't care about training. The end. Roll credits. Now the Dastardlies can be purchased in the shop as playable characters for battle mode and campaign mode, including their special abilities, which can be turned on or off for battle mode. But in November of 2017, an extra playable world was added.
Bottoms are so cute!
Balam? Don't you mean Valcom? I mean Barum? I mean Drifty? I am willing to stick to Balam if you are, Konami. Hey, as long as they don't add any more incest, we should be fine.
Seems like you're in need of love, my little sister. All you need, dear sister, is my comfort.
So Balams are being sold as pets all over the planet, but they start rampaging, so the Bomberman brothers have to blow them all up now. Oh, and Pink is suddenly really selfish. Your official character bio says that you're nosy. That still isn't shining through. After a long world that was a decent challenge, we find Smuggler, a take on Bugler, who intentionally kept stock of Balams low so as to inflate the prices, but that ended up making people frustrated, and since Balams absorbed the feelings of people around them, that caused them to rampage. But the Balams all ate each other, and so we need to fight this giant one now. We deflate it to bomb the small one with a crown until it is defeated. Subtitles say there goes the Balams. There are other typos here too, but all the Balams are distributed across the planet now.
Why can't someone comfort me too?
When did White become such a whiny pushover? Well, that's it for the campaigns. Battle mode has a lot fewer options than in the past. I mean, choosing how many of which power-up are in the stage has been a thing since Super 4. And of course, different hats and headpieces can be bought with the money we get from playing the campaign and playing online. So have fun finding a way to farm money to unlock everything. There's a league system, but not many people are playing this online. We can buy hats, extra stages, and extra characters. Aside from the Dastardlies, there are a whole lot of random Konami characters, and some other licensed ones as platform exclusives. And they are all changed into bombers with antenna balls and all. It's not Dracula, it's Dracula Bomber. You know, back in Saturn, Hudson did put other Hudson characters in there, but they were just there for the cameo. These Konami characters have bios that diegetically tie them into the Bomberman universe, and I just don't know how to feel about this. It feels like they're cheapening Bomberman. Master Chief, the robots from Portal 2, Ratchet and Clank, Vic Viper. These are cool characters, but not like this. Where are all the actual Bomberman characters? Well, after adding lots of characters with many updates, they did finally add Max, except with an antenna ball that juts out of his mohawk and just looks horrible. A warrior whose origins are unknown. Except we do know his origins. He was a samurai on planet Fantarion. And the update that added the Balam campaign also added Grand Prix, with an introductory cutscene. An official tournament that the Bomberman brothers are training for. But they are interrupted by Dracula Bomber, and these guys intimidate White and the others with their powers until Vic Viper Bomber and 2 other Konami characters come to the rescue.
You were created from the body of the prototype bomber.
White is the prototype Bomberman? White gets a chip from Simon Belmont, giving him his ability.
What's this?
Your feeble tricks on me?
And with that, this game has more Castlevania music than Bomberman music. So in Land Touch 1, he surrendered to a pirate, but Land is a separate sub-series. This is a main game. As many have pointed out, this is the guy who fought against God, and who, when threatened by Chaos Bomber with Chaos Power, a power unknown to him, responded with, yeah, whatever, you don't scare me, bring it on. But now he is threatened by a random Konami character and gives up, and another random Konami character has to bail him out. Pardon me if I'm not quite happy with this. And of course he gets pushed over for comedic effect. So Grand Prix is a 3 versus 3 mode where everybody has certain starting stats and maximum stats, and the non-Bomberman characters have special abilities that the brothers can also equip in exchange for their generally higher max stats. There are different rule sets like escorting Balams and collecting crystals. Wow, I had a lot to complain about. This is a humongous step backwards from Custom Battler in terms of gameplay, and what they do add is mostly annoying and gives the spotlight to entirely different franchises. Despite this, with 2 million copies sold, it is probably the best-selling Bomberman game and many people's introduction to it, mostly due to the fact that it was a Switch launch title and saw a lot of promotion, and one of the few early games that supported 8 players locally, and the first Bomberman game in a long time. Things are not looking up, but our journey does not end here. August of 2018. This one hasn't seen much official acknowledgement in English, but its existence has become somewhat well known. It is Bombergirl, and has become quite famous for, well, sexiness, an arcade cabinet released in arcades across Japan. A pay-per-play game where you can also unlock certain items and save that progress to your Konami e-amusement pass. Bring that pass to any other cabinet to use your unlocked items there and continue your progress. Arcades aren't as popular outside Japan, and of course this type of sexy content doesn't always make it overseas. Konami announced that they would port the game to PCs, and in early 2021, an open beta test was launched. For a brief period, if you navigated the Japanese Konami website, you could try this PC version anywhere in the world. The beta test was cancelled early due to networking issues, and there hasn't been much word of the PC version since, but the files of that beta version are still out there. We boot up the game and... Honey? Haven't seen you in a long time. I mean, she's over-sexualized. Do dresses tuck in under boobs? I wouldn't know, I've never had boobs. But it's Honey, yay! But what's going on story-wise? Well, nothing. No real plot. This is a 4v4 MOBA. Isn't the first time Bomberman chases popular trends. Team up with 3 friends to play against another team of 4 people, navigate through the arena, and try to blow up the enemy base right next to their spawn point. If you fail, no biggie, you get rewarded with the girls with their clothes torn off. That's one way to achieve notoriety. Characters have differing starting and max stats, as well as special abilities. Collect these EXP power-ups to unlock the team's abilities, like penetration bombs, a sword jump, generating soft blocks if you're playing a defensive character. The stages also spawn generic enemies to fight. Some are tied to special abilities, or you can play a number of challenges alone. Not sure what's going on here, but I can bomb a lot of balloon enemies. After a match, you can play a gacha to see if you can unlock something, like alternate special abilities, skimpy bikinis for your character to wear, and alternate voice lines. Speaking of voices, most characters refer to the player as Master, which I guess is something from maid cafes, but it still makes me a bit uncomfortable. Our characters are a mix of Bomberman-inspired girls and a few Konami characters, sometimes with announcement comics and trailers on Twitter. Okay, Olive here is really pushing the bar. We have Shiro and Kuro, based on White and Black Bombers, Gray, who is based on Max, and they didn't give him an antenna ball this time. Pine has a satchel with a pass/pasu on it. Papuru has a pet... Wait a minute, that's a reference to the Angel of Light and Shadow from Second Attack. Aqua is from the Louisa family. Louisa is that character from Saturn Fight, who was also in Quest. It's like the devs actually do know some Bomberman stuff and are putting it in here, as opposed to... In an update, they added Chiron, who is based on White Bomber from the Jetters anime, and even has the same voice actress. This is so cool! I mean, I'm not a big fan of pay-per-play games, but these devs actually know some Bomberman stuff. As for the sexiness, I mean, I'm not entirely opposed to it, but I could do without it on characters who do not look like they are 18. I think they could have taken a more self-aware, humorous approach to it. Maybe even add Mujo as a mascot? Come on, he can balance things out. September 2020. We're getting close. And we have Super Bomberman R Online. Originally released for Google Stadia, which didn't work out that well, and later ported to mainline platforms. Well, it's a battle royale. That part is for free, and if you buy the season pass or whatever, you are allowed to host rooms for traditional battle mode. Not too much more to say, no plot. There is a tutorial. It is barely a tutorial. Remember the one that Blitz had? Remember how extensive that was? We have much the same characters as we did in Super R, minus a few that have been and still are being added in updates. They have differing starting and max stats like in Grand Prix, but they're altered from what they were in Grand Prix. And no more chip card gimmick. The bomber stats are that character's stats. Yep, Battle Royale. If ever there was a trend to chase. We start with 64 players, the vast majority of which are bots, and we play in 16 separate rooms that open between rounds, and the outer rooms are eliminated over time until only one room is left. They did re-add hearts to the game. You start with one and can only carry one at a time. And Louie is here. Green Louie can dash. That's the only Louie. They were 5 when they were introduced in '94, you know. Yes, play over and over again to unlock various costumes, taunts, voice lines, complete challenges like playing as a certain character to advance in leagues. Everything goes by seasons now. Now, there is fun to be had with the game. It is still Bomberman, even if it's with about 1/10 of the mechanics it normally has, and the focus is on advancing in the season and having lots of non-Bomberman characters. What happened to actual games with campaigns? That's kind of a common thread with a lot of Konami IPs. They keep adding these characters to Bomberman, and the responses are mixed. Some are happy that these characters still exist at all, while others are quite vocal they'd rather see new games featuring these characters instead of them being shoehorned into a Bomberman game. I would also much rather see a full game with Bomberman rather than him mostly being used to promote other franchises. A while in the game's runtime, they released these Line stickers. You know, Line, the messaging app. And we can now send this thing from the North American box art of Bomberman TG16, as well as Bay. You are aware that's his sister, right? Konami, you created this character, and you created her as his sister, and now this. Well, at least there's Bean Bomber. Really? I mean, Fall Guys looks like a fun little game for what it is, but we're ghosted on the 3DS game, silence for 7 years, a game that regresses things to square one, a Japan-exclusive pay-for-play game, a battle royale. The franchise is now mostly incest, but hey, at least we have Bean Bomber. What about some actual Bomberman characters? Such was asked by this Twitter user here. The response from the official Konami Twitter account? They are all in there. They are all in there. I won't demand every single Bomberman character in existence needs to be playable here. These 8 are fine, I guess, if it's just a free game. But if Konami says they are all in there, then I must ask, where are Eric the Archaeologist, Kid from Bomber Boy, Dr. Mitsumori, Lisa, King Bomber, Carrot Diamonds, Dr. Mook, Bagura, Bomber Lady, Kamikaze Bomber, Grandpa Bomber, Big Bomber, Tiny Bomber, Bookworm, Bomb Saver, Construction Bomber, Magnet Bomber, Golem Bomber, Pretty Bomber, Brain Bomber, Plasma Bomber, Giganzu, Shaven Bagura, The Panic Professor, Rasta Bomber, Metal Bomber, Bomb Gunman, Animal Bomber, Karaoke Bomber, Space Bomber, Bomber Kid, Bomber Uho, Bomber Chun, Bomber Kozak, Mexican Bomber, Punny, Potetsu, Bomber Wolf, Monster Bomber, Bomber Mummy, Bombire, Machine Bomber, Indie Bomber, God Bomber, Hammer Bomber, Jet Bomber, Lady Bomber, Bazooka Bomber, Great Bomber, Dr. Iron Keppo, The Higgy Grunts, Mujo, Megadoc, Bomber Bonkani, Bomber Dibblegun, Bomber Joki, Bomber Miyagi, Bomber Dragon, Devil Bomber, Cutie Bomber, Bomber Wolf, Dave Bomber, Gary Bomber, Pirate Bomber, Subordinate Bomber, Muscle Bomber, Iron Mask Bomber, Baron Bombano, Plunger Bomber, Terrorin, Rubber Bomber, Pig Bomber, Cat Bomber, Hayata Bomber, Golden Bomber, Atomic Bomber, Sirius, Altair, Artemis, Orion, Regulus, Spellmaker, Roddy Bun, Pui Pui, Baggy Lore, Mommy, Luisa, Peggy Jr., Benta, Pampu, Daryl, Bomber Hero, Earth Bomber, Cyclone Bomber, Fire Bomber, Aqua Bomber for World, Bomber King, Bomber Merchant, Bomber Witch, Bomber Bishop, Bomber Fairy, Bomber Ninja, Bomber Fighter, Bomber Thief, Bomber Cleric, Bomber Archer, Bomber Monk, Bomber Giant, Bomber Paladin, Bomber Musashi, Bomber Prince, Bomber Dragon for Wars, Bomber Cerberus, Dark Bomber, Piebot, Princess Million, Nitros, Endol, Baruda, Bolbon, Kronos, Natia, Mac Bomber, The Petite Rescue 7, Water Commander, Electro Commander, Her Commander, Pyro Commander, Chaos Bomber, Bomb Jr., Bomber Worm, Slime Bomb, Bomb Fighter, Bomb Soldier, Bomb Emperor, Pommy, Balefail, Behemoth, Ashtart, Moloch, Zael, Zoniha, Bolid, Lilith, Rockefeller, Slipfla, The Angel of Light and Shadow, Max, Queen Emeralda, The Electric Dragons, Thunder Bomber from Dreamcast, Red Phoenix, The Bomber Brothers, The Princess Mariners, Bomber Mermaid, The Iron Bulldozers, Bomber Dunrock, The Storm Giants, Aladdin Bomber, Giant Gold, Baby Red, Megaton Bomber, Beauty Bomber, Eagle Bomber, Assault Bomber, Bomber Elite, Shout, Bongo Gangu, Birdie, Mighty Bomber, Mama, Bat Bomber, Seagull Bomber, Dolphin Bomber, Bear Bomber, Top Bomber, Flame Bomber, Mermaid Bomber, Grand Bomber, Thunder Bomber from Jetters, Dark Force Bomber, Oyabon, Daibon, Momo, Misty, Nightly, Kid Blue, Bookworm Green, Racer Bomber, Black Bomber from Engage, Charlie, Bull's Dad, The Director, Baku Sentai Red, Green, Blue, Yellow, and Pink, Bart, Bongo from Land Touch, Serena, Sharky, Captain Boom. Am I really going to list all the ones from Land Wii? The Champion, White Bomber, Dancing Queen, Bodyguards 1, 2, 3, and 4, Private Grunt, Samurai Bomber, Benkei Bomber, Blue Ninja, Red Ninja, Tomboy Bomber, Noodle Bomber, Panda, Pharaoh Bomber, Mucho Bomber, Cowboy Bomber, Carmen Bomber, Pirate Bomber from Land Wii, Gold Knight, Silver Knight, Bronze Knight, Kappa Bomber, Tiger Man, Inuit Bomber, Future Bomber, Slim Santa, Dark Reindeer, Clown Bomber, Baseball Bomber, Captain Bomber, Battle Bomber, Galloping Bomber, Cheer Bomber, Jirana Bomber, Sin Bomber, Disco Bomber, Bombire from Land Wii, Pranken Bomber, Honey Bomber, Robomb, Promo Bomber, Iron Bomber, Yukine, Meek, Chewy, Wandering Bomber, Nami, Dignified Bomber, Okamura, Gambling Bomber, Toshiro, Beeland Bomber, Masa, Murat, Shining Bomber, Satoshi, Sidorov, Shige, Yu, Ponbu, Rain Bomber, Lazy Bomber, Camo, Kitty, Fun Bomber, Piro, Ankar, Koyo, Maori, Manager Bomber, Greg, B-List Bomber, Hannah, Born, Hungry Bomber, Travel Bomber, Callie, Grouchy Bomber, Proud Bomber, Boogie Bomber, Joe, Zucchini, Warrior Bomber, Tyrant Bomber, Emperor Bomber, Sergeant Bomber, Finkel, Dirk, Von, Pirosh, Samson, Mookie, Janice, Biker Bomber, Yama, Hillary, Sleuth Bomber, Stilar, Peddler Bomber, Token, Jakin, Naokan, Holly, Big Sis Bomber, Mitch, Kane, Hussa, Elder Bomber, Tam Tam, Unlucky Bomber, Lucky Bomber, Sarah, Strategy Bomber, Sako, Kinta, Greenie, Mini Bomber, Dark Peace, Dark Witch, Dark Rose, Dark Ball, Dark Bomber from Land, Camera Bomber, Heath, Janju, Kaluza, Fab, Ashel, Zarut, Felina, Topfrot, Minazaki, Gaffner, Professor Zeal, Star Bomber, Acrobat, Aqua, Jack, Ace, Queen, Ninja Bomber, Mini Bomber from Land Touch 2, Thief Bomber, Mummy Bomber, Evil Bomber, Amma, Io, Peta, Fee, Vibos, Phantom Bomber, Karaoke Bomber from Super R, all the Louis, the Tiras, the mounts from Super 4 and Neo, the mounts from World, all the Chara Bombs, generic enemies, characters from the mobile games, characters from Bakugan, characters from all the various mangas. They are all in there. So they're all hiding behind Bubblehead from Silent Hill? It was announced that Bomberman would be getting an official board game called Blast Tactics. Looks pretty cool. I love the little figurines. Can't wait for it to be, oh, it's cancelled because Konami didn't care about finalizing the licensing deal or something like that. But the creators did turn it into a free mod for Tabletop Simulator. It's pretty dang fun. The turn-based nature of it makes it pretty similar to Bomberman Wars. And it has remote control. And it has kickstop. And it has stage gimmicks like teleporters and cracked floors, almost like the guys who made this care more about Bomberman than Konami does. I recommend it if you happen to have Tabletop Sim, but it is sad it didn't see an official physical release. Wow, we did it. We reached the present. We should celebrate somehow. Okay, enough of that. So after having said all that, what is Bomberman? I have no freaking clue. I mentioned some non-Bomberman games that I found notable, but there were cameo appearances in other games I didn't mention, like this other B-Daman game. As for Bomberman games, I count 77 non-mobile Bomberman games on this chart. Though one can certainly have debates over this. Does Bomber King Scenario 2 count? I didn't cover the compilation releases, I didn't cover special editions and versions of certain games, I didn't cover later ports of earlier games to later consoles. I counted Max as one game, though if I counted Max as 2 games, would the Ein Edition count as a third? What about the even rarer Max Complete Data version? I counted Panic Bomber Neo Geo as its own game, but not the FM Towns version. I counted Blitz as a separate release, but not the smaller version of Blast. And I didn't mention the iPod game that is sometimes counted as a non-mobile game. And there are still more obscure things like Bomberman Street and Bomberman the Metal, the arcade game, but I needed to draw the line somewhere. What games would you count and not count? Overall, this has been quite the journey. Bomberman as a franchise was very experimental. This led to them trying out lots of new things that didn't always work out. At the time, more ambitious games were criticized for not being Bomberman, while traditional Bomberman games were criticized for not innovating enough. Kind of a catch-22. People know the battle mode, but the public is extremely uninformed about the franchise as a whole. You can't fault the first NES game for not having battle mode, because battle mode didn't exist at that point. It wasn't introduced until later. And no, it wasn't introduced in the second NES game either. It was introduced in Bomber Boy. Also, Wario Blast is not a Nintendo game with Bomberman in it. It is a Bomberman game with Wario tacked on. And now you feel my pain too. Go out there and have fun. Make some symphonic metal remixes of your favorite Bomberman music. Try and connect all the games to one canon. It's impossible and not intended, but it's still fun, and I'd love to see what people come up with. Make some weird theories to tie stuff together. Debate and debunk. Heck, you could start with my theories. Tons of holes in those. I'm not sure how to end this. Will people actually watch this? Nah, I should have made it an iceberg meme. So, what did you finally decide to get done when the lockdown started?